Hello, nice to have you with us. Welcome to Stage 2, Day 3 of the 2022 Absa Cape Epic as it unfolds around the stunning Western Cape. A start in Lourensford, and today they head for a transition stage to Greyton. It's 123 kilometers, and after a gentle, somewhat gentle start in intense heat, it must be added, on the prologue day yesterday, the riders were hit with a sledgehammer. 92 kilometers, a really hard day yesterday, and it sorted the men from the wood from the chaff, if you like, and really did shake up the general classification. Hello and welcome to Anneke Langveld and to Neil Gardner with us once again to take us through an incredible day. First off, reflection on yesterday, how riders will be feeling this morning.
Oh, what a day we had yesterday. Everything really was upside down from the prologue. We saw some teams on the women's, on the men's side, like really coming into good form yesterday.
Neil, the effects of yesterday, intense heat, a really long day, not only for the elites, but everyone. It'll be rippling down in that camp, won't it?
Well, it wasn't called the Queen Stage for nothing. And it's traditionally the Queen Stage happens later in the week, but as it stands, it really was yesterday's day where absolutely everything happened. It was, you could say it was chaos. The victors emerged, and obviously the winner is always right. But it was pretty clear for all that that yesterday was one of the hardest days we've ever seen at the Absa Cape Epic.
Absolutely. It's the race that measures all, the Absa Cape Epic, so that's why these riders are put to the test from the very off. And today is going to be an extremely hard day. Don't forget that. It really is 123 kilometers. But before we get to that, let's look back at Stage 1. It was a loop around the Helderberg Mountains from Lourensford back to Lourensford.
Feeling a little bit frightened, but we're gonna just take it easy.
I feel like staying in our zones are going to be the name of the game for the next few days, just because it's like back to back to back to back long days.
We're going to go really hard in the beginning, and then we're going to go harder at the end, and then hopefully we get to the end.
That was proper, that was not for sissies.
Was crazy.
crazy hot out there. That King's Climb is brutal. It's absolutely ruthless. Everybody was walking it and just suffering. It was tough. And after that, it was, just a matter of getting to the finish line.
Brutally hot, but day one complete. That's all that matters.
The front was incredibly nice and beautiful, but it was so warm and so hot and so dusty. So it was really a tough stage. We are glad we made it today.
The Absa Cape Epic is the toughest and most prestigious mountain bike stage race in the world. The route changes every year, winding through the rugged terrain of the most beautiful trails the Western Cape of South Africa has to offer. This year it sees 530 teams of 2 from 48 nations tackling 681 kilometers and climbing almost 17,000 meters. Today's stage 1 of 7 starts and finishes in Lourensford Wine Estate and enjoys the surrounding hills of Somerset West. Stage 1 of the Absa Cape Epic is traditionally tough and this year has been declared the Queen Stage. The bare numbers sit at 92 kilometers with 2,850 meters of climbing, the highest of this year's route. After a relatively short prologue, things are being turned up a notch as the race properly gets underway. The route heads through the playful single track at Helderberg and Dornier trails before heading to the crux of the day, the brutal saddle climb. On the start line we see prologue winners Toyota 91 Specialized Matt Beers and Chris Blevins wearing the yellow Zebra Leaders jerseys of the men's elite category. Team Canyon Northwave MTB, Andreas Servolt and Martin Storsek have a close eye on them in third place by just over a minute. As the gun goes for the first stage of the 18th Absa Cape Epic, the elite men leave Lourensford Wine Estate, heading off into the rocky hills of Somerset West. It is another hot day with boiling temperatures set to reach 44 degrees Celsius. In the women's elite category, Team BMC MTB, Pauline Ferrand-Prévot and Robin de Groot are in the orange Zebra Leaders jerseys and ready to tackle the day. 91 Songo Specialized Hayley Batten and Sofia Gomez-Villafan are among the favourites on the first marathon stage of the race. The start gun goes and the women's pro category heads off into the wilderness on the first stage of the 2022 Absa Cape Epic. It's going to be a long, tough and dusty day in the saddle. Again, bad luck for Team Scott SRAM. The 2019 Absa Cape Epic winners, Nino Schurter and his partner Lars Forster, suffer technical problems, and the chasing back and forth takes its toll on Forster. They finish more than 5 minutes behind the winners. Prologue winners Toyota 91 Specialized cannot build on yesterday's stellar performance. Matt Beers suffers today and as a shocker, his partner Chris Blevins, the world short track champion, carries him through the challenging day. The South African-American duo lose their yellow jerseys and are now 8 minutes and 14 seconds behind the stage winners in the GC. After the first monster climb of the day, known as the King's Climb, Team Buff Megamo take to the front and push the pace. Dutch champion Hans Becking and Portuguese teammate José Dias can't shake the entire pack, but the cracks start to show. The only team that stay with them are Canyon Northwave, with the world number 1 and 2 Andreas Servolt and Martin Storsek. By the time they reach the summit of the saddle climb at 53 kilometers, they find themselves alone at the head of the race. Over the next 20 kilometers, Team Canyon slowly inch away from the chasing Buff Megamo. World champion Andreas Servolt sees the opportunity and exploits it. He puts his foot to the floor and through the Somerset West trails, he and Storsek put even more time into the rest of the field. Andreas Servolt and Martin Storsek cross the line in just under 4 hours and take stage 1 of the Absa Cape Epic. A commanding ride for Team Canyon Northwave MTB, the pair now leads the overall classification. Team Buff Megamo with Hans Becking and José Dias rode the 2021 Cape Epic together and managed a podium finish on the GC. They roll into Lourensford Wine Estate 3 minutes and 23 seconds behind the leaders. Third place goes to William Pirelli with Fabian Ravensteiner and Wout Allemann. Their first podium finish of the race just 26 seconds behind second place. The men's podium sees Team William Pirelli in third, ahead of Team Buff Megamo in second. The undisputed winners of the day are Canyon Northwave MTB, who also take over the yellow leaders' jerseys ahead of tomorrow's transition stage 2. The women set off at a blistering pace and charge up the first climb. The only noticeable team missing are Simtech ZA with Ariane Luthi and Amy Wakefield. They pace themselves and leave Faces, 91 Songo Specialized and BMC to battle it out. Candice Lill and Mariska Strauss from Team Faces Roller set the tempo. And the Western Cape trails take their toll on the orange jersey. Pauline Ferrand-Prévot is the most decorated rider in the field, and even she is feeling the challenges of the Cape Epic. Teammate Robin de Groot is there to support, but it looks like the leader's jersey will change hands. Specialized takes the lead, but they pay the price for their early efforts. Simtech catch them on the saddle climb. Amy Wakefield closes in on Hayley Batten and Ariane Luthi slides past Sofia Gomez-Villafan to put them into the lead for the first time. Disaster strikes on the rough downhill. Luthi gets a puncture. They quickly plug the hole and reinflate the tyre, only losing a minute, but are overtaken by 91 Songo Specialized. Winners of today's Queen Stage in the CM.com women's category are Sofia Gomez-Villafan and Hayley Batten of Team 91 Songo Specialized in a time of 4 hours and 50 minutes. After a strong and smart day in the saddle, it is Ariane Luthi and Amy Wakefield from Simtech ZA across the line 49 seconds later, taking second place. 2 minutes later, the South African pair, Team Faces Roller, Candice Lill and Mariska Strauss, come in third and defend the African leader jersey. A second consecutive podium for the best African women's team, Faces Roller in third. Second on today's Queen Stage, the Swiss-South African pair of Simtech ZA. And on top of today's podium, 91 Songo Specialized. Sofia Gomez-Villafan and Hayley Batten are now in the overall lead, wearing the orange Zebra Leaders jerseys tomorrow. Well, it was a brutally hard stage, and this is the rest of the week that lies ahead today. The longest stage of the race to Greyton, 2 loops around Greyton before a transition to Stellenbosch, a loop around Stellenbosch, and the finish at Val de Vie, the grand finale. And this is how it all unfolds. So 2 of those 8 days are under the belt. And it doesn't get much easier today at 118 kilometers, 2,350 meters of climbing. One of the longest stages in recent years on the Absa Cape Epic roster. And then 2 incredibly harsh, tough, demanding stages in Greyton before transferring across to Stellenbosch. And then a beautiful trail-laden stage in Stellenbosch that will test every sinew in the riders' bodies. And then the roll to the finish at Val de Vie. It might look short, but at the end of the week, that will also be a hugely demanding stage. As one expects, this is the Absa Cape Epic, the race that measures all. It is a true test for the amateurs and the race that all the top professionals around the world aspire to win. Today's stage, a big loop around the Lourensford Valley on different trails to those they've ridden in the last 2 days. Then the first time a compulsory portage up the Gantouw Pass, a World Heritage Site, as they carry their bikes up about 1 kilometer's rock and trail over the top into the Overberg, Oak Valley, and Paul Kluver's wonderful trails will be enjoyed. And then they head down the Cut Pass to Waterfall, and now truly into the Overberg. Much different terrain and mountainscapes. Jacques' climb is a brand new climb on the Epic roster, a ridgeline ride down into the Greyton area, the Sonderend River, and the finish at Elandskloof. For the second time we finish in the Elandskloof Valley. The longest stage of the race, and coming as it does hot on the heels of yesterday's Queen Stage. There are going to be some mighty tired riders and perhaps some conservative approaches to today's challenge, and this is why. The Gantouw Pass, as I said, is a compulsory portage. That's that first climb up there, so no riding of the bike up there, carrying or pushing your bike up there. Then Oak Valley and Paul Kluver, plenty of wonderful trails to enjoy there. Down onto Stel Pas at around 70 to 80 kilometers. Up Jacques' climb is a brand new. It gets really, really technical and tough near the top of that. And then relatively, it's all relative in the Absa Cape Epic, isn't it? But undulations down towards Elandskloof. But nothing is easy in today's race.
Well, all eyes on that Jacques climb. If the race is more or less together at that point, we really expect it to explode on that Jacques climb section. Extremely technical climb, and hopefully the the teams who are looking to contend for the overall will be on it. They'll be preserving some energy for that section, and yes, like we said, the race is looking to really take part in the latter half of the stage today.
Well, one of the factors over the last couple of days has been the intense heat, and we saw quite a big attrition rate yesterday due to the heat and hydration issues for riders who perhaps weren't quite as prepared, and as a result, some didn't finish, and that's the nature of this Absa Cape Epic, and managing those efforts today is going to be key after yesterday, Annika.
Yeah, once again, absolutely key. And we saw yesterday that some teams really were on top of their game with managing their efforts throughout the day, and they did not let themselves get stressed out by other teams pulling away, because they knew, okay, we have to stay within our limits, just believe in our strategy, because in the end it will pay off, and we saw a very good result of that.
Yep.
Smart riding.
Absolutely, but we did see the likes of Matt Beers, we saw Lars Forster to a degree, Peter de Toy, the Absa jerseys, all of those riders suffered in the heat and had difficulty keeping down food and liquid. We saw mechanicals yesterday. Again, Scott Schramm, how they going to approach today is going to be a fascinating backstory to what's happening today. That little image tells you that the weather is a little different today. There's plenty of wind around, those clouds pouring over the Hottentots Hollands Mountains tells you that there is a strong wind today that could play havoc not only with the riders' ambitions but with ours as we try and bring you images from around the course. It's going to, we've got helicopters in the air, we've got signals connecting all over, so bear with us, but we will bring you as much of the live action as we possibly can. Every really good image we can bring you, we certainly will. So this is the mountainscapes early this morning around the Helderberg and Hottentots Holland Mountains, wind pumping around the terrain. So the overall standings, Canyon Northwave leading the field in the men's category after their win yesterday. Seerwald and Stosek by 5 minutes and 4 seconds from Buff Megamo, and then Santa Cruz 5:57, just 3 minutes and 40 between second and ninth. Now let's hear from some of the riders ahead of today's stage, and the man down at the start line is Jazz Kushka.
Keegan Swanson, Team Santa Cruz, you guys had a storm of a day yesterday, rode really consistently. Was that all part of the plan, or did everything just sort of come together?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of our plan. Just keep it smooth and steady and not make any big crazy moves, just keep rolling and hopefully try and slowly move up every day.
And your good friend Christopher Blevins, he said that you guys had a bit of a chat about that steep climb up to Die Nek, Lourensford Saddle. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, that climb, I knew it was coming, but it still kind of caught me off guard of how steep it was. Could have used a little smaller chainring, I think. Yeah, I mean, everyone was hurting near the top, you know. It was pretty much you going full gas just to turn the pedals over and try and stay on the bike. But we made it over the top.
And today you've obviously had a good look at the profile and studied the route a bit. There's a bit of a hiker bike, Gantouw Pass. It's a really historic bit of the route. What's your plan up there, running up there with your bike?
Oh, I mean, I think I plan to hike. I don't think there'll be much running from me. Running's a lot of work, so if someone wants to run, I think I'll let them run and we just hike.
And let's talk about these white gloves of yours. They put some money on how white they're going to be at the end of the stage.
Oh, I mean, every day they're dirty and you know, they get washed and they come out slightly less white. Maybe I'll switch to a new pair tomorrow, but we give them one more day.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Martin Stosek, Team Canyon Northwave, storming day yesterday to ride in yellow. How good is it to start today in yellow?
Yeah, it's super nice. It's somehow a dream, you know, like to start the race like this in the yellow jersey. Yeah. 3 years ago I came here like a physio for a Christian to help him to race, and 3 years later I'm here with the yellow jersey, and for me it's really special. Yeah.
And you've obviously had a good look at the profile today. There's a bit of a hiker bike and then it's quite a long stage into Greyton. What's the plan?
Yeah, after yesterday it's like quite hard pushing. I would say today we would like to do the nice long race. Of course we have to stay in front and avoid the crashes and so on. But yeah, definitely we'll take it like more defensive. I mean, but I'm lucky that I have a good runner in the team, so I will try to keep up in the running section with the Andy. So that's the plan for me.
And what do you expect of the likes of Scott Schramm? Obviously, and they've got some time to make up. Do you think they're going to go off the front quite early?
I'm not sure. To be honest, I really don't know. Maybe they know the course bit, So maybe they have a plan where to attack or so on, but the stage will be so long that I think will be decided also by the legs, not only the descents, and we will see. Yeah.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Faces Roller, Mariska Strass, Candice Lill. There's a bit of new, bit of old in this stage. You guys know some of the route. Tell us a bit about what you expect today.
Another tough stage. No, it's going to be hard. I'm very thankful to see that they're taking us the easy way out of Lourensford, so that's exciting. And then we've got that lovely portage awaiting us. But after that, there's still a lot of hard kilometers in the awaiting us.
I think 100 Ks
yeah.
From the top of the portage to 100 kilometers. So yeah, I think it's going to be about like preserving and seeing if you can go somewhere towards the end, looking after yourself throughout the stage.
And that's one of the longest portages or hiker bikes that the Absa Cape Epic's ever had. How do you approach that, seeing that there's 100 Ks after that?
Well, we have to see, I guess, a little bit how the racing goes. If people want to go really hard up there, then we have to. But yeah, I'm hoping to just kind of not waste too much energy going up there. We've done it a few times, so we know what's coming. Yeah.
Have a good day.
Thanks so much. Check you out there.
Thank you.
Toyota Songa Specialized, Christopher Blevins, Matt Beers. Tough day yesterday, but bouncing back today.
Yeah, I mean, every day's a new day, so I think we feel solid, and today's a long one, so plenty of chances to try to make up time.
Matt, how do you motivate yourself this morning after a day like yesterday? Obviously, you mentioned how you were a little bit disappointed, but there's nothing you could do. It was a health issue. How do you bounce back from that today?
We just hope the body is feeling a bit better. Then obviously, if the legs are going, then you just carry on. But yeah, we don't. You can never give up with this race. It's really long, and a lot can happen. We all know that. So that's what motivates me. It's just that anything can happen to all the guys and 6 guys in front of us. So you just got to keep strong and keep your head strong.
And the likes of Scott Stram also quite far back after 2 days of unlucky mechanicals. What do you guys expect from the likes of them?
Yeah, I think they're not gonna let up at all. So look to them to be aggressive, and we'll try to play off that a bit. Yeah.
Well, enjoy it. Hope you guys have a good day. Sophia and Haley, in orange today, how does that affect the tactics? Do you play it safe, or do you and ride defensively, or do you go off the front and kind of dictate the racing?
Yeah, I mean, I think for these long days, it's hard to make a plan in advance. We really need to just tune into how our bodies are feeling and see what the other riders are capable of. Yeah, we want to play safe and we want to protect the jersey, but at the same time, if we get an opportunity, every second counts. We have no idea how today will go. We have no idea how the day after that will go. So it's doing our best every single day.
And in terms of the course, have you studied the profile a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, we just know, obviously it's long, it's the longest stage of the race, and there's a hike bike, so that's going to be really interesting, and we've been told that a lot of these girls have raced the majority of these trails, so that adds another element that we're kind of at a disadvantage, but luckily we know how to ride our bikes fast, so yeah, we're excited.
All the best, have a good day.
Well, that's where they are headed. That's the small village of Greyton in the Overberg. It'll be the 6th visit to Greyton on the Absa Cape Epic's history. And this is at Lourensford as the elite men headed away from Lourensford for the final time. It's been the venue for the prologue and stage 1, the first time in Absa Cape Epic history that the same venue has hosted the prologue and stage 1, and it delivered high drama and a great entertainment and plenty of blood, sweat and tears for all the 530 teams. Some of those sadly not able to start today for various reasons, but this is the elite batch of racing men heading away through those beautiful farmed lands at Lourensford. Well, we've spoken about how tough yesterday was, and the approach today will be perhaps from some of those riders just feel out the legs after yesterday's efforts. The saddle climb and the King's climb certainly hurt the riders. This is the women's elite group, the racing group in the orange there, the pair of Sophia Gomez-Villafan and Hayley Batten, the new leaders in both the men's and women's races, different leaders today, so it's fascinating how this is all going to unfold.
Well, that GC list just flipped completely upside down. Yes, the GC list completely flipped upside down, and it was quite remarkable to see that a change in the leadership with in the men's category and in the women's category, and we haven't seen that for I think ever at the race. And just a quick recap on the GC: we have Andreas Sievelt and Martin Stozek over a 5-minute advantage over the second place riders Buff Megamo, and even more interestingly, between 2nd and 9th there is only 3 minutes and 45 seconds separating all of those teams. So really, if we're looking for podium spots and betting on podium spots today, it would be a very difficult thing to do, to really predict, with all that's coming in the week, to predict who will take those podium spots. But Canyon Northwave do have a comfortable lead of 5 minutes and 4 seconds.
As comfortable as any lead can be in the Absa Cape Epic, Annika. I mean, as they've all said, you just don't know what's coming, you don't know what's going to happen, and we've seen enough drama and mechanicals to know that that can affect any team here today.
Yeah, it's still quite early in the week, and if there's so much racing, so many kilometers still to be covered, and as the week progresses, also, you know, just staying focused, staying concentrated all the time gets more and more difficult. So it's important to stay focused, stay on the track, and not make any stupid decisions, stupid mistakes, because you can lose everything within the glimpse of an eye.
Well, you heard Mariska Strauss saying they're taking us the easy way out of Lourensford, and that's again a relative term. They're the champions of Italy, of South Africa, also the Belgian champion, the Dutch champion, all racing here, the world champion. These are marathon champions of their various nations and indeed the world in this group. They head through the beautiful new Vergelegen game reserve, which is adjacent to Lourensford, absolutely stunning part of the world. Now the women's race here, Sophia Gomez-Villafan and Hayley Batten, the leaders in the African leaders jerseys. Mariska Strauss here faces Rola and Candice Lill. You might have been in touch with the specialized team. How are they feeling?
They're feeling good. Of course, they're super happy to be in orange. Ending up just outside of the podium on a prologue in 4th place maybe was a little bit disappointing for them, but they really, wow, did they put the hammer down yesterday and had such a solid day. No mistakes, just consistent throughout the day, and they were super happy about it. They were much more happy than I thought they would be. The excitement was very clear. They said that the stage was brutally hard, especially that long climb in the middle of the race. I know that had they beforehand known how tough it was going to be, they would have changed the gearing of their bikes. They were actually riding 34 chain rings on the bikes, and I did not know that. Normally I ride this entire race with a 32 chain ring, meaning you have nice low gearings for those brutally steep climbs, and they had to struggle up that climb with a little bit too heavy gearing, and that's why they kind of faded a little bit midway in the race, because they had to recover from that, just that muscle effort getting up that climb.
Fascinating insight, yeah. And I think some of the other teams may have used smaller chainrings on the front to help them on the climb. Neil?
Well, we have been hearing about the gearing has been a major part of the decisions when it comes to the equipment. And it's all about what happens to the muscles on those really steep climbs and just at what point the riders step off the bike and which riders can actually continue. And that it's all about that momentum. And breaking the momentum, of course, is getting off and running or walking. And we'll see from the Gantouw Pass what the field looks like after Gantouw Pass, because of course on the Gantouw Pass everyone has to portage. There is no exception. There is no chance. We can see here the riders all have to carry their bikes, or they can push. That is really the only choice they have. And no doubt that breaks the momentum. And of course, the riders that are not used to being on their feet will suffer on this section here. It is early in the race, but that could tell later on just what kind of an impact this walking section has on the riders.
Well, let's see.
Yeah, I remember the sections. It was more times in the race, and especially I know it from running down it or like walking down this one. And I would say these riders are very lucky or fortunate. They have to walk up it. Running down stuff like that it destroys your muscles so much more than going up, because going up you kind of use your muscles in the same motion as when you're kind of turning the pedals, whereas running down you constantly have to like braking motions in your muscles, and it kind of destroys the muscles more than running up it. So even though it's hard, definitely it's manageable, but it will kind of still break your rhythm a little bit because it's long. It's like 1K of hiking your bike up this stuff, and you need to kind of get the body going again afterwards.
Well, they're heading through the Eikenhof farms here, the lead men, and just to give you a background to the Gantouw Pass, for those of you who don't know, it's a national monument that was first used in 1644 as a gateway from the Western Cape, from the Cape Town region, into the hinterland of South Africa by the early explorers here, and ox wagons used to traverse over there at some rate, some 4,500 wagons a year. It was declared a national monument in 1958, and as a result you're not allowed to ride a bicycle. And in fact on that pass you can see the tracks of the ox wagon carved into the sandstone. So that's why it's a compulsory portage, and always is in all the races it's used in. Now, this is a look at what is increasingly a smaller and smaller lead bunch, and Diaz and Becking are very prominent and animated riders in this year's race, and they are on the front.
Well, really a small group that we see here. It's obviously been, yesterday took its toll, and the riders have learnt their lesson that they not necessarily a great idea to try and hang on to the top professionals. If you just don't quite have that firepower, better to take your own pace and just really just keep your own rhythm rather than be dictated to by the likes of Nino Schurter, who has a lot to gain from today's stage after his 2 really bad days in terms of mechanicals. Of course, it always could be worse, but Nino Schurter and Lars Foster have had the worst of it up until now, and they have almost 9 minutes to make up on the leaders, Canyon North Wave.
This is live footage now with the leading men on the Oak Valley farms. Oak Valley and Paul Kluwer are 2 sections they'll be enjoying today. 75 kilometers to go, that would be. And Oak Valley, of course, familiar to those of you who have followed the Absa Cape Epic or ridden it in the past. It's been a regular venue, start, finish and camp venue, village venue for the Absa Cape Epic. Not so this year, as they pass through these beautiful farms and the wonderful trails they enjoy here. You caught a glimpse there of the shot from the helicopter. Nice to have it back up. We were having difficulty getting it over the mountain because of the wind, and you can see the very different weather pattern on the Helderberg side of the mountain, very clear, and on the Overberg side, very, very cloudy.
As a rider today, you will enjoy those clouds, because recovering a little bit from yesterday, which was burning hot. I know a lot of riders really suffered there. And it really can have a huge impact on your recovery, the rest of the week, just kind of getting ready for the day after. But luckily it seems like a lot of the riders that suffered a lot yesterday have recovered nicely, and yet again capable of mixing it up at the front, both in the men's and in the women's race.
This is the Protea Trail high up on Oak Valley. Beautiful section of single track. Untamed lurks on the left-hand side there. Yeah, they're not going there this year. Now back with the women. And 91 Songo Specialized to put the hammer down. And there's a bit of a break here with the South African team Faces Roller going with them.
The jerseys are flying, both in the Absa African category and in the Pro Women's category. It's good to see. It's good to see how Haley and Sophia has been they have been feeded from all the momentum yesterday, and they just carry on going. I'm sure yesterday made them a lot wiser on everything, equipment-wise, racing-wise, nutrition-wise, just everything that this race throws at you, and now they are feeling more comfortable with everything. They are really adapting well to it.
Well, the women's teams have already passed the 36-kilometer mark, and just as a time check there, we can see in front of us that's 91 Songo Specialized in Faces Roller, and just over a minute back is BMC Mountain Bike Racing. That's Pauline Ferrand-Prevot and Robin de Groot, and they are riding together with Simtech, Zede, Ariane Luthi and Amy Wakefield. And Private Client Holdings still in the mix at just under 2 minutes back at that 36-kilometer mark.
Confirmation of that up on the screen now. Amy Wakefield and Ariane Luthi looked as though they had stage 1 in their hands yesterday, and then suffered a crippling mechanical, a puncture that didn't really reinflate, and they had to stop time again to keep inflating it, and as a result lost the lead they had. But still would be very satisfied, very happy with the way yesterday went. They rode very, very intelligently, conserving, and they were a team that applied a different chainring on the front of their bikes.
Yes, so most of the time it's a 32 chainring is kind of get you through all sorts of gradients and terrain. And yesterday they mounted a 30, an even smaller chainring on their bikes, which was really, really smart, because once it got to the point with this super steep, rough, slow-going climb, they could spin up that one nicely. They didn't have to break the rhythm of having to jump off the bikes and run the bikes. They could stay in the rhythm, just turning the legs at a nice cadence, and it really made all the difference.
Neil, just for those who are watching and just interpreting the 31, 32, 36, just you the guru here.
Well, when you say 36, we're talking about the number of teeth on that chainring, and the larger chainring at the front is the higher the gear, the bigger the gear, and obviously the harder it is to climb up some of those steep slopes. So running a 30-tooth chainring means that the riders like we saw yesterday, Ariane Luthi and Amy Wakefield, we saw how fast they overtook the Specialized team. It was really quite remarkable. In fact, the Sophia Villafana actually remarked upon it, said they flew past them on that section. And it's not just about the speed that you can get with having the right gearing on a climb like that. It's also about the impact on the legs. We've talked about it before, and this is very important because throughout the week you want to try and save your legs as much as possible, because it is a long 8 days ahead.
It certainly is. There's no prisoners taken. I think this might be Peter de Toy and Marco Hubert of Imbuco Type Dev chasing back. And they were the leaders in the Absa African jersey category on after the prologue, and they lost it yesterday. De Toy suffered terribly yesterday, but he looks to be back today, and the jersey was taken over by the Insect Science pair, Keegan Bontekoen and Arno de Toy, and I think there's going to be a race on there. Now, I think we're on board with Stefan Sam. Stefan, can you hear us out there in Oak Valley? I don't think Stefan can hear us, but it would be great. We're going to work at that and see if we can get some on-bike commentary. Stefan, are you with us?
Yes.
Fantastic. Just tell us what...
It seems to be quite easy. It's still a big bunch, but I think a lot of people suffered from yesterday, especially now. You see the Imbuco Giant team. They're trying to get back. It's a strange speed. Normally, the races don't like that. So you either go full gas or easy. So at the moment, it's at the moment it's a bit of a strange street.
Okay, we're looking at the front of the race as Stefan is at the back there, and Stefan will be pleased to know the Team Bulls have put a man on the front in Usuba.
Yes, exactly. They're looking comfortable in the bunch, but yeah, really at the moment not much going on. Steep up headwind and still in wiggle, so probably more like a kind of relaxed phase for now, refueling.
So how long do you sense this might go on for, this sort of truce, if you like?
Yeah, probably until one team thinks, okay, now it's over. But that can be any time. Probably for, yeah, it's hard to say. I would suggest until the last proper climb, and then it's still a long way to go to Greyton or Elandskloof.
Yeah, that's Jacques' climb. How far have we got in there, Stefan? What's the distance?
We started at water point 2 because we didn't want to carry our bikes up the portage section. That would be too much. So we had 16 kilometers from water point 2.
And Neil's doing the maths there, and I'm really sorry that we didn't see you carrying your bikes up the portage.
I know. You like to see us suffer.
The lightweight bikes, of course.
Of course, with a little bit support.
Yeah. Just on that, it's the first time we're talking to you there. Your 2022 Bulls Media e-bike, just different to last year?
It's completely different. New setup. We're running 429 setup. New frame, new kinematics, new battery actually, but the same battery as last year. So now this is a nice situation here. Everyone wants to get in the single track first, and it's a traffic jam.
Yeah, not everyone can get in there first. I think we may well not be able to chat to Stefan as they fly through this beautiful section of a single track. But you saw everyone trying to get in there first, and it is a separator for sure.
Well, it could be a chance for a team to make an attack, and with all this, you could say, just to and fro, the accordion that happens in racing, and it's just a bit of an opportunity for a team to just get a little bit of a gap. And even if it isn't a major attack at this point, it puts the others on the back foot, makes them chase. And for example, it could just be a numbers game where put down 400 watts or something like that, and make the others chase at 600 watts. And do that 3 or 4 times during the stage, and it could make a difference.
It makes all the difference, really. Because here you must go single file, because there's simply not room for you to ride next to each other in a bunch, like up until this point. Meaning, when they eventually exit all of these trails, there will be a long way from the last rider to kind of catch up with the front again. And if you're at the front, you can nicely push the pace, set a high speed, what you feel comfortable, and you'll make everybody suffer just from that. So here we're back with the women's team again. You can see again it's the specialized team that are really taking initiative. Clearly they're feeling good, and the teamwork is much more perfected. I'm sure by now they had 2 days to kind of feel each other. Where are our strengths? Where are our weaknesses? How do we communicate within the team? How are our competitors riding in comparison to us? So by now they are a lot wiser, and we'll see much more intense racing because they have this knowledge, all of them, by now.
And it's so close on overall GC. We look at the GC at the beginning of today. 91 Songo Specialized have a 1 minute and 45 second advantage over Team Simtech, and a 2 minute 53 advantage over Faces Roller. And the losers of this particular group, we see here that we don't see Simtech there. They are a minute back or so, and it's clear that Candice Lill is making the most of it. It's all about making hay while the sun shines at the Absa Cape Epic, and if you have an opportunity to gain time on your rivals, you take it ruthlessly. And it's clear that this is really a full display of the ruthlessness that does happen at the Absa Cape Epic between the top professional teams.
Yesterday we saw the Simtech team with a little bit of a similar strategy. they just kept the nerves cool when everybody was going hot and saying, no, we know our pace, we know our limit, it's a long day, there's a lot to come still, we don't need to stress this early in the race, just stick to our numbers and it'll all work out in the end. And maybe they're trying to apply a little bit the same strategy today. Could be. Or these teams are just feeling really, really good and taking the trails, putting that into their advantage because they know maybe they can go faster, create a gap. So, open.
Well, they're certainly keeping us guessing, and we're right. The men are certainly past the 52-kilometer mark, and the women, we saw the time check at the 36-kilometer mark. So somewhere in between there, we are right now with the top women's team, the leading women's teams, and we are all eyes on the Jacques climb, the one at the 85-kilometer mark, where all is about to happen. They're going to be reaching the Ho-Ho Catel pretty soon, and then there's a valley in between with another time check at Van der Stel and the Jacques climb, with all to play for in the decisive moment of the race.
Yeah, that is going to be decisive, and it's a climb that hasn't been done before in the Absa Cape Epic, and by all accounts, there is very little respite in that climb. You know, sometimes you get a couple of meters of slightly flatter, and then you can kick on. Apparently, this is very, very steep, and the really rugged bit is right in the last sort of 500-600 meters. So that will be the tester. But that, and again, Anneke, you make the point of Amy Wakefield and Ariane Luthi, whether it's their plan or not, but they are hanging back at the moment. Experience. Knowledge, they know how long and how tough this stage is. They know how hard yesterday was. So it might well be a waiting game tactic for them.
Could be, but we also saw the weather conditions this morning, that there was so much headwind, and well, in my opinion, there's a lot of energy to be saved to try to stick with the group and kind of benefit from the slipstream. So we'll see if it's a sign of fatigue from yesterday that's showing, or if it's just cool calculations.
And just before Jacques' climb, they hit Van der Stel Pas. This is projecting forward, I must say, but it's just how it might unfold. They've got a Van der Stel Pas, which is a winding gravel road, quite open road. There could be, on a day like today's, a very big headwind there, and that, talking about getting in a group, that would help, and then you turn into Jacques' time.
Well, behind the leading women's team that we saw up ahead, up a moment ago in the picture, that would be 91 Songo Specialized and Faces Roller. Behind them are BMC, MTB Racing and Simtech together. They were together at that checkpoint, so they will be taking great care to cooperate. They know very well that being out there on their own is far more difficult than cooperating with another team. They both have exactly the same goals, and that is to chase down the leading team.
Now they're heading into the wonderful trails, Witklippies to Vergelegen, Pofadder, Jakkels. These are beautiful trails built over the years here on Oak Valley and then Paul Kluwer. And they've been ridden for many, many years in the Wines to Wales event, which is part of the Epic series, of course. So a lot of the local riders, the South African riders, will be very familiar with these trails, sometimes ridden in the other direction, but it's good fun to ride. Do you get that when you're racing? The fun bit?
The fun bit, every now and then. It all depends on this, the case, the scenario, situation. If you are chasing hard, or if you are trying to limit damage or whatever, it's a little bit hard to focus on enjoying the trails. You just want to, ride them fast. But yeah, it's true. Every now and then you get a chance just to, pinch your arm and think, hey, this is
a wow moment.
Yeah, wow moment. Yeah. Just like, wow, this is actually quite nice.
That's quite a wow shot as well. That is the helicopter, and that is the reason we're not having our helicopter on the other side of the mountain. That's a helicopter hovering above the cloud cover. He's not able to, both our helicopters aren't able to get down through those clouds. We will be endeavoring to get the helicopters down there. We have two of the very best chopper pilots in the game here, Skalk and Ploffy, and they'll be doing their very best to bring you images from the air of the Absa Cape Epic Stage 2 as it unfolds, because there's drama today for sure. This is the Absa Cape Epic, and you can readily expect to see some drama here. They're going around the Elandskloof Dam now, a little section of single track before they'll drop into the farmlands here, the Elandskloof farms, and it really is a beautiful section. And these trails have developed and grown and grown and grown over the years in the Oak Valley and Paul Kluwer region of Greyton and Elgin to such a degree that people come from all over the world. In fact, they're part of now a much broader network of trails that's been formed, the Winelands trails that stretch from Greyton, Elgin all the way to Wellington, the other side of the Val de Vie finish here in Paarl. So that's the extent of this network of trails that you can get. One pass that'll cover all these trails from Somerset West and Helderberg through to Stellenbosch and Franschhoek and Boschendal and Paarl and Wellington. So it's the growth of the sport, and it's very much in many ways due to this very event. Well, they tried to catch up, and they did catch the group, Marco Hubert and Peter de Toy of Mbuko Type Dev, and they've dropped off again here. Meanwhile, setting the pace up front, Speed Company Racing, aren't they the go-to men here? Lovely to see. Urs Huber's going to be part of this as well.
Well, there was some trailside lubrication of the chain, which was impressive. Not sure how many times we see somebody lubing their chain at, what could you say, that was 35 kilometers an hour in the heated battle right at the front of the Absa Cape Epic on stage 2. And here's a very good point, actually, because of the dust. The chain does gather quite a lot of that dust, and of course losing valuable watts, and of course the risk of mechanicals as well without that losing that lubrication. And the biggest cause of that is actually some of the river crossings that the riders go across, is that the lubrication they use sometimes gets bunged up by the dust, and they really need to just need to keep their drivetrains running smoothly.
Stefan, are you with us? Stefan Sam? I don't think you can hear us, but I just wanted to have an idea of how fast we're going. And we saw there the yellow jersey just starting to just lost a little bit of the traction around those corners. This pebbly surface can be treacherous.
It just showed how high the speed was at the front. You can see the speed racing company trying to lubricate the chain, and as soon as I think it was Urs Huber from the Bulls team, he saw that, he was like, okay, no, you cannot sit here and lube our chains, we need to go. And then he caught that opportunity. It shows a sign of, hey, we're here for racing, it's not just for fun.
Yeah.
And also, if the riders, it's actually so all riders have the opportunity to lube their chain in the race. The feeding stations are very well equipped with all sorts of things, including lubrication. So what you can do is, once you exit or about to exit the zone, at the very end there will be people standing with lubrication. You just go there, unclip one foot, turn your pedal backwards, and you will have assistance with someone lubing a chain for you. And especially on long days with a lot of sand, and especially the river crossings, it's once your bike and your chain gets wet, it starts to like collect a lot of dirt and sand and everything. On those days it's even more important, because it's so easy to get the chain very dry and more fragile.
Yeah, it gets a paste as well when it's been in the water. So now Mbuko Type Dev seem to have reconnected again. Peter de Toy's familiar style, bobbing head. He's quite a lot of movement on the bike. Just ahead of him, Marco Hubert. They are riding with a purpose today, because they are wanting to get back the Absa African Leaders jerseys from the Insect Science team, who are not in this group. So there's an opportunity for Peter de Toy and Marco Hubert to get back into the red jerseys today. They had a wretched day yesterday. Peter de Toy was the one who suffered.
And indeed, it is a fine balance, because they will be looking to get into the back of this. They are in the worst possible position, really, just on the tail end, on the whip end of that group. And it's often that if you're just on the limit, that's where you suffer the most with the accelerations and braking of a group going through these kind of trails. But they know that every moment they stay on that group, that fast traveling group, the very front runners of the Absa Cape Epic, and on stage 2, the longer they can stay on, the more time they gain on their rivals.
It's a hard effort to put in this early in the stage, but it can be that it will be rewarded at the very end. I know myself being in this situation where you constantly bounce off a group because the speed is just a little bit too high. It costs you so much energy, and all of a sudden maybe it slows down a little bit in front of you, and you're like, yeah, I need to get back on. And whew, in the end, you know, it costs you a lot of energy. But I think they will be rewarded, and they will be carried further, up the ranks towards the finish line much quicker than if they were on their own.
They've got 7 minutes to make up, or nearly 8 minutes, in fact, to make up the Vuko type pair.
Well, yesterday we spoke a lot about the heat. It was very much a theme of the day, apart from the terrain. But the heat was yesterday, and today could be the wind. The wind could be a major factor, and if you're in a group like this, and the longer you can stay in it and shelter from that wind, the more advantage you have. And thoughts go back to the insect science pairing, where they may be stuck out on their own without as much cooperation in a group, and without as much urgency, and certainly no real opportunity to hide in that group like this team have here.
Well, you see the trails that these riders are going through here, absolutely spectacular. And the Uncrickler and the Cape Trails team have done an amazing job over the years in building these trails and maintaining them and creating new opportunities for mountain bikers. And showcasing it here are the world's best riders in the Absa Cape Epic, being tested to their absolute limits and testing these trails as well in some pretty harsh conditions. But they really are spectacular trails on these farms.
And fun on the weekend, but of course this is racing.
Yes, absolutely. As Annika was suggesting, it is fun to come and ride if you're having a training ride or just out for a day of fun, but today it's all about racing, and that's what the Absa Cape Epic is about, no matter where you are in this field. Observations were made out at water points yesterday by spectators, and really way back in the field, the intensity of riders arriving at the water point and rushing to get bottles and rehydrate and eat. Because they're racing something different. They're racing cut-offs, they're racing perhaps in different categories. It's a race all the way down the field, yeah.
And sometimes they spend the double amount of hours in the saddle as what we see these riders here at the front are doing. And yeah, it's not only the time you actually spend in the saddle out there in the heat, in the sun, everything, because you still have to get up and start the next stage the very next morning at the same time like you did just that day. So it also means you have actually a little bit less time for recovery. So huge respect to all of the riders throughout the entire field who complete the race, because it is definitely not a walk in the park.
Spectacular, the Witklippies 2 bridge, purpose-built in the deep inside this valley. Really absolutely extraordinary. Just an illustration of that, in fact, yesterday's winning time, 3 hours 58 by Canyon Northwave, and the last team across the line was 10 hours and 49 yesterday, so that's how tough it is. And those riders, well, they've got far less time to recover and prepare for today's stage.
Of course, the routine when the top professionals get off their bikes, they've got a well-drilled routine, and not only that, they've got people to help them do it. And of course, their agenda is high performance, and it all depends on that and how quickly they can recover. But just spare a thought for many of the amateur riders who have to do most of these tasks themselves in pretty much half the time.
Absolutely, with no support, yeah, and also get in their food, get their bike sorted, and get their clothing sorted out. Now, back with the women as they're making their way through the Elgin farms. You can see the ladders out there. It's harvest time in this apple-growing region of the Western Cape, Elgin and Gantouw. There's also wonderful vineyards here as well. But the women are noses to their bars and winding it up. 91 Songo Specialized and Faces Roller have broken away from the chasing group, and they look to be trying to share the workload here.
Yeah, it looks like there's a really good dynamic going on in this group. They all have the same objectives, to try to ride as fast as they can and kind of distance themselves from the rest of the field. And yeah, there's good coherence here. I think they'll manage to actually open up quite a good gap on the rest of the teams. And it's a good position to be in already here on stage 2. If you can build on the gap you already have, it's clearly an advantage. So gain as much time as possible. That is the goal.
Especially when it's a little bit of a windy day today, they'll be looking to gain that advantage. Now, the two teams we see here are 91 Songo Specialized and Faces Roller. They, on general classification, they are almost 3 minutes apart, with 91 Songo Specialized in the leaders' jerseys, and they're looking to put some time into Team Simtech. Pretty much a rival for both of these teams, so that's why you see the cooperation. They look like they're really on the same team at the moment, the four of them, but it's because they have one single objective, and that coincides. Of course, when we get to the climb, the major climb we've been speaking about, that could the gloves could be off, and certainly if they are together when it comes to a sprint finish, they will turn from allies into enemies very quickly.
Yeah, the gap, just to again illustrate the scenario here, 91 Songo Specialized lead Simtech ZA 1 minute and 45, the gap to them, and the Faces Roller in third at 2:53, and the absence of Simtech ZA from this group means that 91 Songo Specialized are looking to increase the lead of 1:45, and Faces Roller looking to reel in the just over a minute they have in deficit to Simtech. So that's why they're working together. They have the same motivation, but slightly different goals, but ultimately it is working as a team here through this Pro Tier section. It really is a hard grind as we sit at the back of this train of 4 riders.
So the e-bike that's following right now, as we got by our calculations, they are at the 45-kilometer mark. And we did see at the 36-kilometer mark, the time gap was over a minute to the chasing teams, the two chasing teams of BMC and Simtech ZA. And at the 45k mark, there's still a bit to go before they reach the Ho-Hook section, and of course that will be before they descend into the lowest point of the race and get ready to climb that really decisive point in the race.
Back with the men here, and Georg Egger and Lucas Baum very much in the 4. I think one of them had gone ahead there. It's starting to thin out a bit, again slipping off the back. Imbuko Type Dev doing all they can to try and stay with that group, but again losing out now. But they are in their own race here. They would like to sit with that group and get into, when they do hit some wind, perhaps to look for the protection. But key here is for them to keep eking out a lead on Insect Science in the Absa African jerseys, who are not in sight, and we haven't seen them today at all. Keegan Bontekoning and Arno du Toit. This pair had their issues yesterday. Peter du Toit, the man who's just slipping into the second wheel now. The young man had all manner of issues yesterday, but he's recovered well. And Matt Beers likewise had issues yesterday. He seemed to have recovered well. Time will tell. Stefan, are you with us?
Yes.
Always. Always there. I know you're always there. Sometimes you don't want to talk to us.
I'm listening to you.
Yeah, tell us what's happening.
Yeah. In Buko, they just fell off the back. So it's going to be pretty tough, I think, because speed increases at the front. The little.
Oh, unfortunately, Stefan breaking up there. I think we're heading through some trees there. You might have just caught a glimpse there, 42, 46 kilometers on his bike computer. I hope he hasn't fallen off. No, he hasn't. There he is. And he's still on the wheel of Peter du Toit and Marco Hubert here, who are just dangling off the back of that lead group. Stefan, are you back with us? No, unfortunately, he's gone. But high pace, they're going it, aren't they?
High pace, and finally this elastic has snapped. So now they have to pace themselves nicely. They cannot afford to go too deep into red to once again try to get back on the wheel of the group. They have to settle and just kind of keep the pace nice and steady and as high as they can without burning too many matches, because it's still a long way to go and there's still a lot of the brutal climbs are still coming. So settle in and just kind of find a nice rhythm. Luckily, I think it's not as hot as it was yesterday. We have a little bit more clouds, and it will be nice for the riders to just not have to deal with battling the heat.
Well, they've got 7 kilometers to go until that water point that we've seen, and it's going to be a difficult 7 kilometers. But just if they roll in slowly and keep their own pace, and they know that they're not going to be losing, well, that certainly their big rivals on the day, the Insect Science team, who are currently wearing the Absa Africa jerseys, would just be well advised just to get into that Ho Hook Hotel water point, refuel, and then take the descent and prepare themselves for Jacques climb.
That is going to be a telling moment, and by no means is the race over from there, as they will traverse a ridge line and then drop down towards the finish, which is just outside Greyton, the Elandskloof farm, a beautiful, quite remote valley. And there is another image of this wonderful image of the valley, the Elgin Valley, shrouded in cloud, whilst the Helderberg Valley and elsewhere very, very clear. Now the women around the dam on Oak Valley, and again just looks like continuing to share the workload. We're on board with Isla Stowe, who's riding the Bulls media bike behind the leading women.
I think this is the first time really in this year's race that we see two teams like looking to each other and saying like, okay, let's work together, we have the same goal, and let's go as fast as possible. And it's nice to see. But I have a feeling that fireworks will be going on and people will try to make attacks at some point to kind of distance themselves and go for today's stage win.
Yeah, there's so much motivation for the South Africans' faces roller. Candice Lill and Mariska Strauss bidding to become the first all-South African pair for a long time to win the Absa Cape Epic, and they are really, really motivated. There's been plenty of expectation. They are the preeminent cross-country races and stage races in South Africa, so there is a hope that they can carry it through, and this is a really good move from them to attach themsells to the race leaders, Songo Specialized, 91 Songo Specialized, and get themselves in the break of the day and put some pressure on Amy Wakefield and Ariane Luthi of Simtech ZA. They're doing the work on the front at the moment as they head into this single track section. Now they're heading down to the Witklippies Bridge, down deep in that valley.
And you can see here Hayley at the back just constantly engaging her dropper seat post. This is kind of a trail where it's a little bit of downhill and then flat and maybe uphill, and whenever it goes a little bit downhill around a sharp corner, she can lower her saddle, and it makes it so much easier because then when she has to navigate turns or steep descents, she doesn't have the saddle to work around. The saddle is out of the way, and it's much easier for her to lean the bike over if needed in the corners.
Well, that's an image of the serene finish area here at Val de Vie, which is where we're talking to you from in Paarl, and where the grand finale will take place. But of course, that's a long way away for these riders, and they're in the heat, dust and grime of an intense stage 2 as they head from Lourensford to Greyton, the longest stage of this year's event, 123 kilometers. Hugely demanding, particularly, well, it's demanding at any time, but particularly after yesterday's grueling ride that, apart from anything, distance and climbing, the heat took a massive toll and affected a lot of riders to a degree where they weren't able to continue, sadly, but those who are riding will certainly feel that in their legs and in their bodies. And refueling last night and getting enough food and liquid into your body to sustain you through today would have been a critical factor.
And you can see so far there's not one single team in the men's category that feel like, okay, we need to go on the attack early on. There's a little bit of a hesitance here, like just staying together nicely, drafting, benefiting from working together or being in a group. So we'll see. At some point there will come some attack, but for now you can see they still have a lot of respect, all of them, for what's still to come.
So just to give you a roll call of the general classification as we build up towards what might be the decisive moment in today's stage, the Jacques climb, a little while still, about 85 kilometers. Canyon North Wave are the leaders, Andreas Seerveld and Martin Storsek by 5 minutes and 4 seconds from Buff Megamo. of Jose Diaz and Hans Becking. Santa Cruz, Maxime Marot and Keegan Svensson in third place, 5:57. Absentees from this group at this stage. Speed Company, the young pair of Germans who've been so animated throughout this race in their first event. Been really, really fantastic. 6 minutes and 10 seconds behind Willia Pirelli, Ravensteiner and his partner 6:25. They're also absent from this group. Scott Calabandina are 8 minutes down. Then it's Toyota Specialized, 8:14. Scott SRAM of Nino Schurter and Lars Forster, 8:45. Their second team, Willia Pirelli, 8:48. And then Insect Science, the South African team, in 10th place at 10 minutes and 53. That's the top 10 going into today's stage. As I said, some are in this group, others not. Bulls are in this group for sure. Santa Cruz are not. It looks like the Willia Pirelli pair are certainly not in this group as well. So fascinating twists and turns as this race unfolds. It's so long, as we've been speculating, that there are various reasons teams might be taking it a little bit slower, knowing that the serious climb and perhaps the decisive moment is coming out later on in the stage up Jacques' climb, and keeping their powder dry until then. But they don't want to lose too much contact with this lead group, who are keeping a very, very good pace as they head down towards the Hohook Hotel.
Well, no heroics right now, no breaks, and we do expect to see Nino Schurter going really looking to gain back the time that him and Lars Foster have lost, and looks like they're going to pick their moment. They've earmarked perhaps a point in the race when they're going to be making their big move, but it's clear that now is not the time. And they'll have looked very carefully at the route to see exactly where they can make the biggest difference and the most impact if they were to attack.
And they've got two teams in this, the Scott SRAM pair, Scott SRAM duo in here as well, Henri Frischknecht and Yuri Ragnoli. So they're nicely positioned.
Well, this is a huge asset for them. They really have help on hand right there. So if they do have a puncture, they can get a wheel change within a minute or so. And it'll make a big difference if any of the other teams have a similar situation, which they know if inevitably it will. Inevitably there are mechanicals at the Absa Cape Epic and the trails that are so rough, and best positioned team right now, if there are mechanicals, are Scott SRAM, which is in great contrast to the last 2 days.
Well, they're flying down this wonderful section of single track with the 66-kilometer mark trail at time mat will be at the bottom of this at the Hohook Hotel. We'll get an idea. We'll know this group is all together, but what the gap is to those chasing. The erstwhile yellow jerseys are towards the back of that group, so we'll get an idea as to how they are feeling. This is back over the other side of the mountain. Beautiful it is in the Lourensford Valley. Very different conditions there.
Well, absolutely. We've seen the heat of the valley, and we're heading into the rougher terrain of Greyton. And not just the sky, but the trail conditions are very different as well.
Yeah, they call it the Overberg, where they're heading into now, which is this area, harsh, dry, dusty, wheat-growing area, a breadbasket, if you like, of South Africa. And Overberg means over the mountain, and that's exactly what they've done. The Hottentots Holland mountain range is the one they went over up the Gantouw Pass and into this very, very different terrain. Back for the women, and again, the four riders doing the work here.
Yeah, continuing to just work nicely together, constantly taking turns at the front. Yeah, so it's clear they are all on the same page, and you can see here now they're actually closing in on some of the men's teams that started in the batch just before them, a few minutes in front of them. Luckily here it's a nice open road, shouldn't cause too much trouble to try to get past them. Most of the time, luckily, there's a lot of respect for the women's race, and as soon as the women are kind of signaling, hey, we are here, can we please pass, the men will let the women pass, because you don't want to interfere with the women's racing.
Key there, Mariska Strauss just taking on some food, perhaps a gel, just to keep the energy levels up as they continue to work at opening a lead to Simtek ZA, which is the primary motivation for both these teams here to open up as much of a gap to Ariane Luthi and Amy Wakefield on the day. And Pauline Ferrand-Prévot and Robin de Groot, who, when last we checked, were with them, with the Simtek pair. So, yeah, although they're 9 minutes down, the pedigree of that pair, de Groot and Ferrand-Prévot, cannot be discounted.
But I'm sure Pauline, like we see with Matt, has managed to recover from yesterday's heat and feeling good again. But maybe she's a little bit more careful, not going too much into the red too early in the stage, just pacing herself nicely.
That was a real welcome to the Absa Cape Epic for Pauline Ferrand-Prévot yesterday.
Oh, yes. Definitely she did not know what this race is about before she was actually there, and that's also my experience. It's hard to actually explain in details to someone who hasn't done this race. What is it? What makes it so special? You have to come here and kind of experience on your own. Then you know. Makes you wiser.
Absolutely.
And Pauline Ferrand-Prévot's partner, Robin de Groot, said that Pauline got a taste of the epic. And the understatement of the event so far.
Yes, just a little taste yesterday. It certainly was a tough one as the leading ladies head down this single track.
And unfortunately now you can see they have to deal with the traffic of the men's bunch on the trails, and it's not ideal because even though the guys in front of them wanted to pull over, it's a little bit more tricky than on a wide open road. But luckily here it's downhill and the pace is nice and high, so it shouldn't cause them too much trouble, too much loss of time anyway. So it'll all work out.
Separate start for the women has been an absolute boost to the women's race, Annika.
It's a total game changer. So when I first did the race in 2014, we would still start with the men, meaning when we raced, we were racing very much on. Our race was sometimes dictated a lot by the men's racing, so it was more effect, or like the scenario was the women's teams. Whoever could hold on the longest to the men's batch had a huge advantage.
Yeah.
So we would start out every single stage like an XC race, like full on, and then all of a sudden we were like, okay, now we cannot keep up with this pace anymore, and kind of settle into our own rhythm. And it was not good for the women's racing. Now it's a completely different game, and I must say that I really admire the whole race for taking that initiative, not only with equal prize money, which is another theme, but actually creating a very good race for the women's racing, making it attractive for the riders, for the fans, for the spectators, for everyone. And now it's a very tactical game dictated by the women's racing within the women's race and not dictated by the men's racing. It's a completely different scenario.
This is the lead group, and there look like 7 teams there. And the Bulls have been very, very prominent at the front of the race virtually the entire day. Speed Company Racing, one of their riders is up front. The other is towards the back on the right-hand side, just behind the yellow jerseys there. So this is the leading men's group doing the section that is taking them away from... have they gone through the checkpoint at 66 kilometers? They haven't yet, so they're heading towards that still.
By our calculations, they'll be there very shortly.
Diaz. Is this a suffering... is that Diaz? He looked as though Diaz and Becking were in the leading group. This might be their second
and Becking,
team.
of course, do have a backup team.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, this is their number 2 team.
You can see the number 12 on the number plate.
That's
so
it.
It's Enrique and Hugo.
There we go.
Great asset for they were really good at last year's race, and they've come back even better prepared. Much like the Canyon North Wave team, they've realized that they have a real chance at winning this race, and taking no chances with mechanicals. That Diaz and Becking did have issues last year in the early part of the race, and of course really more than made up for it by winning 3 stages by the end of the week.
Yeah, this is Becking at the back of that lead group. Yeah, second team seemingly not too far off because Thomas Dietsch was with them, so they're in close proximity. And here is the aid station at Hohoek Hotel, 66 kilometers into the day. And again, it's sort of the transition phase for the race.
And here, coming in such a big group, so many teams together, entering the feed zone at the same time, all of these teams will have their personal nutrition on a special table for that. And the thing is, it'll be the same table, and maybe the table has room for 1 or 2 people, and now they're entering like 20 people at a time. And it's actually a really good idea to have a strategy beforehand. Have a strategy worked out with your partner, like, hey, should I go and grab all the bottles? Because that means you don't have to navigate your way through the crowd to get your bottles. So it's, well, most importantly, it's a huge advantage to be the one first entering to the table, because then you can go directly to your bottles. We'll see if it'll be carnage or if people will kind of find their way to the table nicely.
Well, they're heading on these wonderful trails towards Hohoeken, another landowner opening his lands to the mountain bikers. Kortershoven of Charles Jackson, his farm up here, they've traversed that, and Bryn Mapple farm of William Evans also opening their gates to allow the riders to traverse through. One of many landowners allowing the race to traverse their lands, which is all part of what makes these events so successful and so enjoyable. Cross the bridge and they'll be onto the lawns of Hohoek now. Now we'll see the rugby scrum at the water point.
It'll be interesting to see whether or not it is a bit of a mad panic. There are still 57 kilometers to go still, but the mad panic may just be a polite dining experience for them, perhaps, with so much to go, or they could. Some teams could use this opportunity as a springboard to really get a bit of a gap. It's not really the done thing when it comes to the feed zones. Race, you could say, cycling and racing etiquette isn't really in keeping with making an attack in the feed zone, and the other riders do frown upon it and certainly withhold any future favors for riders that breach that etiquette. We've seen it in the past. It'll be interesting to see. They look pretty relaxed, and
so much for that.
Some of their looks like their race support team are on hand to hand them the bottles.
Easy, no problem.
Easy done. And
but
now
we also see a lot of the teams taking hydration packs. It's becoming a theme in recent years. Instead of carrying your hydration in bottles on your frame, you can actually carry a lot of the hydration on your back in a backpack. You see different strategies. Myself, actually, I never raced with one, so I can't really speak too much about it. But it seems to be a part of a lot of the team's strategy to have a hydration pack.
Well, there we go. There's a look at the top 6 altogether. 15 seconds between those 6 teams. 2 Scott SRAM teams significantly in that. Speed Company Racing, Toyota 91 Specialized, Canyon Northwave, the yellow jerseys, and DS and Becking Buff Megamo with their support team just 11 seconds behind them, crucially.
Well, we could ostensibly say that they're all together, apart from perhaps Buff Megamo 2, that would be Mosila Vergara and Rechu, and just rolling in a little bit behind them, about 30 seconds back, is Mbuko, Type Dev, and that's Peter du Toit and Marco Joubert, hoping to get back that Absa African jersey, the red jersey. Important competition for them to win, and so far no other teams through that point, so it looks like Mbuko are having a really good day.
They are, and they need, as I said earlier, to make up just under 8 minutes to wrest that jersey back. Perhaps they won't be specifically targeting that today. If it lands in their laps, well, so be it, but they've got a few days to do it in, but they're looking in good form after yesterday's very trying day for Peter du Toit. Over the Overberg, and our helicopters giving images through the clouds. Beautiful, isn't it? This is a very different landscape to that we've come from on the other side of the mountains, and to which they are heading later on in the week back towards the winelands of Stellenbosch and Paarl, which is where we are now. And the preparations not quite yet underway in building the race village for the finish here, the grand finale on Val de V's polo fields. It's all quite peaceful at the moment, but it'll start building up.
It's a calm before the storm.
Absolutely. Here's this calm before the storm as well in many ways. Sitting in the back here, Mariska Strauss ahead of her partner Candice Lill of Faces Roller, and they're sticking resolutely to the wheel of the race leaders. 91 Songo Specialized. Sophia Gomez-Villafan and Hayley Batten, who are quite happy with this scenario, as will be the Faces Roller pair, as they still build a lead on Simtech ZA's Ariane Luti and Amy Wakefield.
Well, they still have about 13 or 14 kilometers to go until that water point at the Ho-Ho Hotel, and you can see Faces Roller wearing the Absa Africa jerseys. That's not their primary goal for this week. They will be looking to trade those for the orange jerseys that we see up ahead, and sticking very closely to them. The All South African team hope to become the next All South African team to win the Absa Cape Epic. The last time that was won was in 2007. So quite a long time, 15 years ago. In fact, that was the last time any team, men and women, won, an All South African team won the Absa Cape Epic in either category.
A very different race then to what it is now.
Indeed it is. In those times we were racing point to point, which means we were staying in a new town every single night. And of course the terrain and the single track and the races evolved so much, and still continues to attract the world's best. Even in 2007, of course, we saw the marathon world champion at the time was Ralph Neff. He was riding with Jose Hermida, and we had a really ding-dong battle in 2007. In the women's it was a little bit less to and fro, but nevertheless an All South African victory is a really important thing to local fans of this race. We are in South Africa, and of course this team up ahead, really they know innately that this is their best chance. This is their best chance of winning, because they are in peak physical condition. They're at their athletic peak, and also with the landscape of the rivals and the way the race has played out today, up until today, things are really going their way.
The weight of expectation, and they carry that, well, all these four riders do, but because of the legacy of 91 Songo Specialized, so they carrying Villafan and Batner carrying that weight expectation, and these two of the South Africans. You've had that in your career coming to this event. How do you deal with it?
It's always worst at the beginning, like on day one when you get into the jerseys, or at the prologue. At the beginning it's the worst, and then you kind of ride yourself into the race, and it kind of decreases a little bit because you get more tired, and also because you get more used to everything. So I think for Sophia and Hayley, today is a special day, and they hope to defend this jersey all the way to the end, of course, and they will grow with the job ahead of them.
An interesting conversation with Matt Beers a week ahead of the race about last year's event, and just sort of reflecting on, he's still in a way coming to terms with the fact that he won the Absa Cape Epic last year with Jordan Saru, and he said that last day was just there's so much tension and expectation, because suddenly now the realization that this would be for good. To win it. So through the week they had the jerseys, and they just defended it all the way through impeccably, but that final day, knowing that just 60-70 kilometers stood between you and wearing the jersey for good, or earning the jersey, suddenly that the pressure did mount. Right now it's just these riders are dealing with it no problem at all, building what seemingly is a solid advantage over their closest rivals, Simtech ZA and the BMC MTB, Pauline Ferrer and Prevost and Robin de Groot. Back with the men, and they down Cut Pass here, leaving the Ho-Ho Hotel. This is an old pass, and Buff Megamo look as though they've got two teams in this group. And Speed Company racing at the back of the group almost for the first time today. Lucas Baum and Georg Egger a former junior world champion in the cross country, which he won in Pietermaritzburg in South Africa back in 2014. So he's got pedigree. Ego was in that race as well. Alan Hatherley, the South African, was in that race. Plenty of others who are racing around the traps now as well. So they are heading at high speed down this pass. The Hohoek Pass is the road pass is above them. This is the old traverse down to Botrivier at the bottom of this pass, and then they'll drop into Van der Stel Pass.
Well, this is a tricky pass, and anyone who's ridden it, it's just at leisure, it will realize how rocky it is. But at speed, it makes all the difference with all of those rocks. You saw the surface was strewn with rocks, and it just takes one wheel to flick up a rock and whack into the spokes, or hit a chain ring, or something like that. The riders really need to take care, and we saw the speed company racing guys just switching lines, which isn't necessarily the best tactic. It's better just to keep to a conservative line and avoid those rocks.
And like Ariane said in the post-race interviews yesterday, it's all about staying light on those tires. You don't want to bump the bike heavily into a rock and fracture. Yeah, you can. Yeah, there's a risk of fracturing the rim even. So you need to be so light on your bike down those descents. And nice wide tires also helps a lot, of course. What makes it even more tricky in these conditions is that it's so dry, and with all the dust, it's hard to see. You can easily be caught not seeing the rock that will end up destroying your tire.
Well, you can see here from the trail surfaces, just with the dust that comes up from the tires, it's really hard to see exactly where the ruts are, where the obstacles could be. And not only that, but also keeping an eye on the rivals. It's a highly stressful time during these dusty trails.
Well, I can tell you that watching that there's one person, maybe the leaders aren't taking in as much of the enjoyment as the trail, but Isla Stowe on that Bull's e-bike was absolutely loving it. This sort of thing she really loves. Back with the men.
Absolutely. The e-bikes, of course, have very robust tires on, far more robust than the lighter cross-country tires that the riders that we see in the race are using. So there is another balance in the races, is really what kind of tires you're going to be running throughout the week. We've seen Carl Platt in the previous years always running just, when in doubt, just run slightly heavier tires. And we've seen the likes of Christoph Sauser, who by his own admittance has perhaps run slightly lighter tires than he should have. And of course, having suffered a few punctures, he will have regretted that decision on occasion.
Yeah, it's actually amazing when you see what rims and tires someone like Christoph Sauser was riding when he first came in, did this race, compared to what the riders are riding now. I mean, the rim has gotten maybe half a size wider, and also the tires have gotten so much wider. There's a huge development that has been going on in recent years, and the direction that the development of all sorts of bike equipment really suits this terrain so well, because this is so rocky, so tough on the equipment, so it all fits nicely together. And we can also see like tire choice is always an interesting theme. I know a lot of the specialized riders are opting for our more fast-rolling XC tire, the Renegade. But interesting, I saw that Haley and Sophia were opting for a little bit more, with a little bit more front tire, with a little bit more traction, our fast track tire. And I would do the same in these dusty conditions, because it's so slippery. So have that little extra grip on your front tire is actually really nice, especially because you have to do this for 8 long days and you get more and more tired, and it's easy to be caught on the wrong foot whenever your focus goes down just a little bit.
They were flying over the Pofadder bridge there on Oak Valley. Beautiful trails, these these riders from just expressing themselves down there. Just wanted to update on the men's category briefly, the change in scenario there. Those key teams missing from that lead group, Santa Cruz certainly were not in that group, and they are losing a bit of time. Maxi Marot and Keegan Swenson, 4 minutes and 11 seconds down there, and Fabian Ravenstein and Wout Alleman, 5 minutes and 9 seconds down. Both those teams, Ravenstein and Alleman, were in 6th place. Santa Cruz were in 3rd place. So those going through 66 kilometers, they are in danger of slipping way down the overall standings. Keegan Bonchkoning and Arda de Toy 7 minutes behind that lead group there. So There's no question that Peter du Toit and Marco Hubert are making big inroads into the Absa African jersey leaders, and could, depending on how things unfold today, be back in red by the end of today's stage.
Well, all things going well for them if they're able to hang on or get back onto that group. They were about 50 seconds off at that time check. If they're able to use that descent, take a couple of risks, get back into the group, and know that they're going to have an advantage. And that 7 minutes is going to come in very handy as the competition at the Absa African jersey heats up towards the end of the week.
I think this is the Beaumont River Trail, a brand new trail built on one of the wonderful farms in the area of Botrafir, and it's a new piece of trail that the riders are getting to enjoy, and guess who's enjoying it first and most? It's the world champion. It looks like Nino Schurter has decided he wants to tackle this at speed.
Well, Nino Schurter is wearing his trade jersey this year, and it's an unusual thing because in the past we've seen him at the Absa Cape Epic wearing his World Championship jersey, and that will be of the cross-country discipline. And earlier yesterday, in fact, we saw Andreas Seewald wearing the World Marathon Championships jersey. The rules for the UCI have changed, and it's perhaps thematic that we still have this debate as to whether the marathoners are better suited to this race than the cross-country riders. The cross-country riders have that innate speed. They have the ability to go really deep, really early, and still recover, whereas the marathoners are more of the diesel engine type of rider. And we'll have to see at the end of the week really what transpires as to who's right. The winner is always right, of course.
Absolutely. We've had marathon winners in the past, of course. We've had cross-country winners, and we've had riders who won both marathon and world titles in cross-country who have won this race, so that debate will rage on for 4 years. As Annika, I think you made the point yesterday, you don't subscribe to it being having people as specialists.
No, it's always like it's easy to just put a label on people. It makes we like to put labels on each other. But you can also see in the men's racing just this year, the so-called marathon specialist, maybe a team like Canyon Northwave, they are able to still ride quite fast and at speed. So I think all those boundaries slowly they are dissolving a little bit.
Absolutely, it's all round is what we have here. Having said that, it is Canyon Northwave, the marathon world champion Andreas Seewald, who leads this race with Martin Storsek, the number 2 ranked rider in the marathon standings. Back with the women here. And well, these are certainly hybrid races here because Candice Dill and Mariska Strauss, both multiple South African cross-country champions. And on the front there, Hayley Batten, very much a figure at the sharp end of the cross-country racing scene, as well as Sofia Gomez-Villafan. And they are showing their skills as marathon racers here.
Interesting, we haven't seen the Faces Roller team take much of a turn at the front. Perhaps it's because they're letting the team up front lead the single track. And it'll be interesting to see how well, if we had stats as to who'd spent more time at the front and just taking their chance in the wind. No doubt that the Faces Roller team have everything to gain from this move right now. We're still going to be looking back to see what those time checks are at that 66-kilometer mark with the women's teams.
Looks like the men's group here has split up just a little bit. The trail has kind of made a few selections, so now it's more split up in tiny groups. Could be that it will all kind of come together here on the wide open road.
I think it is that Beaumont River Trail that may have just shattered it a little bit. They're on to Van der Stel Pass now. Now it's not this is by no means a very steep, hectic pass, but it is a gradual climb for about 8 or 9 kilometers. So Nino Schurter went through that single track very fast and at the head of the race, together with his partner Lars Forster, and on his wheel Scott Stram-Duo. So Frischnecht and Aragnoli are with them as well, and Beers and Blevins are there as well. So a little bit of a fracture here. Buff Megamo are missing here. The world champion, the leaders in the yellow jerseys are also missing here, but Team Bulls, well, they've been working all day today, Urs Huber and Simon Schneller.
Impressive. We didn't see much from them in the prologue or even on stage 1. Perhaps we've come to expect so much from this Bulls team that their performance was you could say we were disappointed to not see them at the very front. They are the kinds of riders that really prevail under super hard conditions. And this seems like today is really playing out for them. And this is a significant move. Look how well they are cooperating. They've seen the gap. They see the opportunity now that they can really drive home some advantage here. And just watching to see what transpires from this. It may not be a significant move, but it certainly puts pressure on their rivals and making them chase, making them put a bit of extra effort in. And of course, it's just that psychological disadvantage if you've been distanced once throughout the stage, having a bad moment, never good. And Speed Company Racing are offering assistance to the yellow jerseys. Perhaps the fellow countryman aspect comes into it with Seevold being also German. Speed Company Racing, a German team, a new German team that we've seen at the race, and they've been performing admirably. But they're looking to get back that, to close that gap to the leaders at the moment.
Absolutely. Lucas Baum on the front here driving that pace. And also in this group, Buff Megamo, I think we've just seen Hans Becking, the red shoulders of the Dutch champion, and his second team, the Buff Megamo number 2, Enrique Vergara and Hugo Drechot, the Frenchmen. So they are in the chase group, and there has been a split here, no question about it, driven by Scott Stram initially. And this is how it is all unfolding, the drama, because they know up the road they'll turn, once they head up van der Stel Pass, turn off it and then up the New Jacques climb.
Well, we didn't expect it to happen this early. We really thought everything would happen on the Jacques climb, that we, because of the technical nature of it, but looks like the wide open roads have caused a huge split. And we say huge, 40 seconds is not a lot. But considering how smooth it is, considering that we didn't expect it, 40 seconds is significant between the leading teams.
I think. Yeah, but still within visual distance.
Yeah.
For sure will
It'll
feed,
make a difference.
Yeah, keep the second group hungry. But this is a selection has been made, and the front group, this is their chance. I mean, this is their chance to really challenge the top 1 and 2 team. And they have to grab it. This is the moment they have to grab it.
Well, it's fascinating because first, second, and third in the overall general classification. Third, Santa Cruz aren't anywhere in this group, almost 5 minutes back. Buff Megamo and Canyon are in the second group here, and Speed Company in fourth place, also in the second group. William Pirelli aren't there at all. Scott Calamandino aren't there at all. Toyota Specialized, Scott SRAM, they're the teams driving this. They've got plenty to gain. Remember, just 3 minutes and 40 seconds separated second place Buff Megamo and 9th place, or in fact 8th place Scott SRAM. So there's so much to gain from this move.
And significantly, the Specialized team lost so much time yesterday with the ailing Matt Beers, and there was only about 30 seconds separating them and the Scott SRAM team. And looks like they're cooperating really well here. And we expect to see big things. We didn't expect to see the Bulls really up front. Simon Schneller is a massively powerful athlete. He is a true marathoner, but with, by all accounts, some incredible technical skills, especially on the loose downhills, the really tricky downhills. He's an excellent rider when it comes to riding trails blind as a true marathoner. And
look, just looking at Urs Huber rolled back there and had a good long look at Nino Schurter on his left there, as if to perhaps have a little chat and see what the plan was here.
It's a psychological game coming into play now, huh?
And it's also the road cycling game at the moment. We've got some smooth roads, and the speeds are high enough where drafting does make a difference. And it'll all be about cooperation and how the teams cooperate behind. It's important that if this group of 6 riders and 3 teams in front cooperate well, they can keep that advantage going into the Jacques climb. And even though they might not keep it, they'll know that the others will expend extra energy to close that gap.
Well, man on the front there, Matt Beers, knows how to use this sort of terrain to his advantage for sure. This is his real strength here, driving a pace here. It's called Van der Stel's Pass. It's, as I said, it's not a pass that will scare these riders by any stretch of the imagination. It's a undulating section of road that connects Bottrafie, the small town at the foot of Gantouw Pass, and on the other side of this will be the Vergelegen Road and the Waterfall Dam. They will turn off well before that and head up Jacques Climb onto the ridgeline, and then over that ridgeline and down towards the finish at Elandskloof and Greyton. But significant move. Just looking back at that single track, we saw, caught a glimpse of Nino Schurter going through that Beaumont River Trail. And maybe there it was, he wound it up, but to start to stretch it out. And by the time they emerged onto the road, they just pushed on and drove on, and that created the fracture in the group. And so the gaps have appeared, and we've got a real race on now heading to Jacques Climb.
Well, just from the aerial shots, we can't see the expressions of Canyon North Waves, Andreas Seewald and Martin Stozek, but they look pretty relaxed. They're not contributing to the chase. They're letting Speed Company Racing do a lot of the work. And just to note, at that front group, in that front group is Scott SRAM and 91 Songo Specialized, the former yellow jersey wearers, and they're riding with the Bulls. And the Bulls are in 12th spot overall on GC right now at 12 minutes and 24 seconds down. So no real threat to Canyon North Wave, but it's a dangerous thing to have Nino Schurter and Lars Foster up the road.
Fascinating battle here. Of course, Urs Huber knows his way around this race, having, of course, won it before. And it bears with Lars Foster on his wheel, and Urs Huber and Nino Schurter have gone up the road.
Yeah, so actually the Songo Specialized team here can allow themselves to actually just chill in the wheels of, I think it's Simon Schneller and Lars Forster, because their teammates are up the road, and you cannot let that gap grow too much. So they know that they will have to not let that gap grow too much, so they can kind of sit in and just chill in the wheels.
There was a conversation between Urs Huber and Nino Schurter. We saw that as Urs Huber rolled back to Schurter the back, and now they're off the front, and they cannot be more than 2 minutes up the road away from their partners. That is would be contravening the regulations of the stage race.
Yeah, in terms of two-person team racing, that's the point, is that everyone sticks together, and I think they'll be highly aware of that. They're true professionals. They know exactly what the risks are. They may be pushing those limits, but it's all a tactical game. They'll hope that one of their teammates jumps across, but of course everyone else is highly aware of those tactics too. Everyone's been on the same rodeo for a long time, so it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. It looks like it could be coming back together again.
We do apologize. There are intermittent signals coming from the other side of the mountain, so occasionally we will break away and return as quickly as you can to the drama that's unfolding on Stel Pas on stage 2 of the Absa Cape Epic. This is the leading group. 2 Scott SRAM teams, the team of Toyota 91 Specialized, and also the other team in there are Team Bulls, so Simon Schneller and Urs Huber. As we go back to the women's race, and there are a couple of men's teams in amongst the women here as they head down towards that 66-kilometer mark and the water point at Hohoek Inn, and they're snaking through the Blue Gum trails here. You've got to be careful of your handlebars and some of these little saplings.
Well, we've seen in the past, we've talked about the evolution of bikes over the years. We've talked about the evolution of the tire width, and we've also seen an evolution of handlebar width. In the old days, we would have seen Bart Brenchens, even Jose Hamida, riding with narrow bars and even bar ends. And now we're kind of seem to be adopting a much more of a gravity approach with the wider handlebars. Sometimes the bars reaching 740 millimeters wide, whereas in the past it was not uncommon to see riders with 560 millimeter wide bars.
Now we are with our drone in the drone zone. This is heading down to I think this is down to Hohoek Inn, beg your pardon, Bottrafie, on what was the Gantouw Pass. Beautiful images from a highly skilled drone pilot taking us right into the back pocket of the riders. And we are back now at Val de Vie. Unfortunately, our pictures and images are broken up a little bit there, but it does give us an opportunity to reflect on this event as the pinnacle of the Epic series, because over the last number of years, the Epic series has developed as the event, the series in which to explore the wonders of the world of mountain biking in events around the world. The Four Islands mountain bike in Croatia is coming up in April, the Port to Port in New South Wales, the Andorra Mountain Bike Classic in the Pyrenees in June and July, the Swiss Epic Graubünden in August, as well as the Reef to Reef in Queensland in Australia in August. Another event in Australia is the Cape to Cape in Western Australia. And of course the Wines to Wales back here in South Africa in the Overberg, and the Pioneer in New Zealand.
I know which one would you like to do, Gerald? I think I have my eye on the Andorra one.
That sounds beautiful. Plenty of mountains there, that's for sure. Four Islands sounds very exotic as well. Let's have a look. In fact, we can have a little idea of what the Epic series is all about. Well, just some images from this year's Absa Cape Epic, following on from the Epic series, which looks absolutely enticing. The 4 irons in Croatia coming up quite soon, and then 3 events in Australia. Andorra, Swiss Epic, and Wines to Wales. There's plenty of variety there to ride the world on your mountain bike. What a wonderful thing. And of course, the pinnacle of it all is the Absa Cape Epic, and you can qualify through those events. There's also the opportunity to become an Epic legend, ride a certain number of those events and become an Epic legend. So yeah, it's all part of the beauty and the wonderful intrigue and attraction of mountain bike stage racing.
It really is, and it's a good opportunity to see different parts of the world. I've done the Swiss Epic myself, and the landscapes and the type of terrain couldn't be more different to what we see here.
Is that the only one of those? Have you done Andorra?
No, not yet.
Okay, so
only Swiss Epic and this one.
Okay, well, there's one more to do. You'll have to pick one, and each year just
True. Maybe
tick one off.
The New Zealand one.
Oh,
looks tempting to me.
Well, this is the finish line at Elandskloof near Greyton. Pretty overcast, isn't it, down there, which will be, I think, quite a welcome for all these riders after 2 blisteringly hot days in the Lourensford Valley. So this will be a very, very welcome sight. It's quite a remote valley. The Elandskloof farm is absolutely spectacular. It's a long valley. The race village almost a kilometre and a half long down that valley. They'll have a nice trail to run into this finish line. They can't wait to get there, I am sure. Greyton is the destination today, a little country village. It really is a spot where many city folk go and spend their long weekends, and go and enjoy the peace and tranquility of Greyton and the mountains. 1854 it was first established, and it continues to have that sort of very gentle feel about it. It's a wonderful place to go and visit over the weekend and enjoy. Not only the weekend, you can ride your mountain bikes there to your heart's content. There are trails all around this region, and that's the reason that we have 2 big stages to explore the trails around Greyton. 5 times it's been used previously. In fact, originally when it was a point-to-point race, the race village was within the town, but as the race has grown, the race village has been positioned just outside of town at various farms, and today it'll be at Elandskloof. Lovely escape it is. Today it's a destination for the riders here at the Absa Cape Epic. We flick back to the valley of the Helderberg basin and Lourensford. This is where they left this morning, the Lourensford Dome, Driekopper, those mountains up in the skyline. Spectacular it is. It's not quite the Alps, but it is beautiful nonetheless in a very different way. The Alps, of course, the Swiss Epic will explore plenty of those trails. Different type of riding there, of course.
Very different type of riding. In this race here, the Cape Epic, there's a lot of climbing in the African mountains, but it can't really be compared to what you get in Switzerland. There, I would ride my 30-tooth chainring maybe all the time.
Every day?
You can get away with it. I mean, the climbs are so steep that definitely you would need the lowest possible gear you could ever get, just to save the legs, because it's quite hard to have to push such a high gear up those climbs. And also, in addition to that, a lot of the stages are at relatively high altitude, meaning that the whole physiological work is even harder. So you would like a nice light gearing.
Well, that's an illustration of how tough it is to ride the Swiss Epic, Graubünden in Switzerland, and you can, if you like, try and get into it this year, but it is going to be a long time, I think, before you might get in if you haven't entered at this stage. Neil?
I believe that 2023 is the is the edition that you need to aim for, and entries will open soon. And just keep an eye on the website, and the Epic Series website will have all the information necessary. But 2023 is the event you need to target.
Well, here's something to whet your appetite about the Swiss Epic Graubünden in Switzerland in August. Well, back live now as we are on the trail down towards the second water point, and it'll be at 66 kilometers with the women's race at Hohoek Hotel. Isla Stowe was the rider on the Bulls e-bike there following the women, but one or two men's teams in there. The women have caught the back end of the men's lead batch, so they're in amongst them there. But when last we checked, it was two teams up front there. Faces roller of South Africa's Candice Lill and Mariska Strauss, and the 91 Songo specialized pair of Sophia Gomez-Villafan and Hayley Batten. And they were working at opening a lead over Simtech ZA, who weren't in this group.
And I think we just caught a glimpse of, if I'm not mistaken, the BMC MTB team. Interesting to see if they're riding together here with the Simtech team. We will need confirmation of that. Here we see, this is for sure Pauline from Untamed. So with her partner a little bit further back, and if I'm not mistaken, actually I think Pauline is on the wheel of, it looks like Hayley Batten. So it looks like the women's racing has kind of come all back together, with a lot of teams together now.
Wow. So there's been a real shake-up here. It looked for a while. As they were going up out of Paul Kluver a little earlier, I caught a glimpse of Mariska Strauss looking over her shoulder back down at the Pofadder climb and Pofadder bridge, and I think that was an indication that perhaps there were teams that were not that far behind them, and that may well be that Pauline Ferrand-Prévot and Robin de Groot pulled themselves back into the picture here on stage 2 as they fly into Hohoeken and the hydration station here. So there, that is Robin de Groot, Candice Lill, and it is the 91 Songo specialized teams. So the race is on.
Definitely. So somehow the BMC MTB team has really caught good momentum and managed to catch up with the leading two teams.
Oh, this is really dynamic racing, and Ferrand-Prévot and de Groot, of course, who won the prologue and were in the leaders' jerseys yesterday. They lost a lot of time, some 9 minutes yesterday, so they've got a lot of time to make up. But right now we don't know where Simtech ZA, Amy Wakefield and Ariane Luthi are, and they're the team at the moment who are losing most by not being part of this. Of course, at the end of the race it all changes, because they may well be back now.
It looks like Robin de Groot is trying to remount her hydration pack. Maybe struggling a little bit with that. Not quite easy to see what's going on, but definitely losing some time here in the feed zone, and that is why the feed zones is something I like to put great emphasis on, because you can lose a lot of time in the feed zones if you're not efficient. You need to be efficient throughout coming through the feed zones, or it's easy to lose a lot of time. And in the end, it all adds up. If you lose 10-20 seconds per feed zone, yeah, in the end it's a minute, and maybe that's the minute that you need to be in the lead. So yeah, you need to take all the details of this race into your calculation.
It's like a transition in a triathlon. That is a really, really critical phase in a triathlon race, and they rehearse it and try and get it down to perfection in order to not to lose any time at all. They wind away from a hook. There's a bit of a climb, and then they'll head into a single track section that'll take them through this forest and then drop them onto Cut Pass, which is that fast dirt road descent towards. Oh, now Robin de Groot has stopped here.
No, it was Pauline.
Oh, is it Pauline?
Because she has to wait for Robin.
Oh, she's waiting for Robin. Beg your
was
pardon. Yeah.
having some troubles with
Yes,
her
yes.
hydration pack. And we've been touching on this hydration pack theme many times. There's a lot of advantages to having the backpack on your back, being able to carry that extra hydration. I know some riders, they like to have, because you have the tube, then the mouthpiece kind of in front of your face, and so you're constantly reminded you need to drink. But also, sometimes you can actually allow for you to had the strategy of not stopping at the feed station, and maybe that's where you can gain your advantage. But you need to make it smooth, and here we saw Robin de Groot having some troubles with something regarding her hydration pack. It looked like it, at least.
Ariane Luthi and Amy Wakefield, they're not far behind. Simtek ZA leaving the feed zone now, so it's all coming together in the women's race. That initial attack by Faces Roller and 91 Songo Specialized seems to be negated. 1 minute and 3 seconds back are Simtek ZA on the leaders. So it looks like it's all coming back now.
Well, 1 minute was exactly the same gap that we saw at the 36-kilometer mark. So it looks like they've held that minute. That pace that we saw being driven by 91 Songo Specialized and Faces Roller. It looked urgent, but clearly there was plenty of work being done behind them, and even more work done by BMC Mountain Bike Racing, having closed that gap. Perhaps it was those trails. We know that Pauline Ferrand-Prévot is a highly skilled rider, and be an advantage for Robin de Groot being able to follow that wheel on those downhills. And that could be attributed to the fact that that gap has now been reduced, but still 1 minute back is Simtek ZA. And we still have to see where Robin de Groot is. She had issues in the feed zone, and Pauline Ferrand-Prévot did wait for her. Perhaps she'll be caught.
Yeah, no, they're all there. She just seems to have jumped onto the back of Pauline's wheel. They'll cross this road and then onto the Cut Pass. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Just those top 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 riders.
It could also be an indication that now the pace at the front has gone down just a little bit. It has allowed for the BMC MTB Racing to come back. So maybe the things are starting to get a little bit more tactical up at the front.
All together, 3 teams now. The race leaders plus this 3rd place team and the 4th place team. Missing our Simtek ZA are a minute back as they head down the Cut Pass and in towards Waterfall. They won't go into Waterfall, they'll turn away and head towards Van der Stel Pas.
Well, we did predict that the women's race this year would be the tightest and closest fought yet, and it's not disappointing. We still have the 4 major contending teams really very much in touch, deep into stage 2, and we expect to see the same kind of thing happening throughout the week. We saw some really. We know that Pauline Ferrand-Prévot was really disappointed in the performance yesterday. She had issues out there on the course. She got, as Robin de Groot put it, she got a taste of the epic. But they are right on the pace today, no doubt about it.
And we could also see here Robin de Groot just communicating with her partner Pauline, just informing her on whatever she needs to know. And that's a good sign, because it's so important that you keep that communication within the team on point. You need to constantly let your partner know how you're doing, how you're feeling, what's going to happen, what just happened. You really shouldn't underestimate that you're really on the same page and you constantly know what to do, because that really makes you the most efficient as a team in the end. Super important here.
And if we're watching the images from the helicopter here, not easy with the noise of the helicopter.
No, but by now they kind of they're used to the sound of the chopper.
They have it with them all the time. Yeah.
They know exactly how loud they have to speak in order to let your partner hear what you're saying, and maybe just not so high so that the other ones can't hear what you're saying.
This is they're hanging a minute back, but they've maintained that gap. to the lead group pretty much all the way through Ariane Lutien and Amy Wakefield, which suggests, as Amy at the end of yesterday said, that she leaves the pacemaking up to Ariane. As I say that, Amy goes to the front, but they're keeping a really steady, very sensible approach to this, seemingly sharing the workload and just going about their own race and not worrying about what's happening up ahead.
Something that Annika was saying earlier, that it's highly likely that they're adopting the same strategy. They are highly, well, certainly Ariane Luthi is a highly experienced campaigner, and it's testimony to the fact that she really has done so many races. She's by her own admittance made so many mistakes and learned from those mistakes. And pacing seems to be the theme of the day, because they are cooperating beautifully, and they are within probably less than a minute with it behind these teams right here.
Yeah, I'm actually impressed with that team's coolness. They don't let themselves get stressed out by the other teams pulling away. They know exactly, okay, today's stage is this long, this amount of climbing, and if we need to be the fastest as we can throughout today, we need to ride exactly this pace. It's impressive to not let yourself get affected by everything else going on around you.
Great maturity and confidence in one another.
Yes.
And one another's ability. Clearly, that they've had experience this year. They've ridden a stage race earlier this year, which they won, so that really will stand them in good stead. There they are, the second place team, Amy Wakefield in the white jersey and the Swiss champions jersey of Ariane Luthi. And the third figure there is our e-biker, Isla Stowe, just keeping an eye on them. See the railway line winding to the right-hand side of the trail there. The N2 highway, the busy N2 highway, is above the road here. And so this peaceful passage down off the ridge at Hoek down to Waterfall, the second oldest hotel in the country, the old Hoek Hotel, and still doing a roaring trade, and fantastic venue. Beautiful sight as they fly down the trail here. And again, Ariane goes to the front.
Ariane Luthi will be very careful to not make the same mistake as she made yesterday, where she admitted to us that she was a little bit heavy on the bike and caused a pinch flat. And she knows this descent well. She's done it many times, and she'll just keep her weight off that rear wheel and preserve her equipment on the down. She knows how rocky it is, and she knows the risks. And keeping it smooth is what it's all about. Not just the effort, but also the riding, and especially on rocky descents like this. And when she was referring yesterday to the numbers, what the numbers she was speaking about, keeping within the numbers, was the amount of watts, the amount of power that they are putting out, and knowing that if they stay beneath a certain threshold, they're not going to go into the red, and they're not going to compromise their chances, and not going to risk their risk blowing up in the race. And they'll also be watching their heart rates very carefully and keeping very much within themselves, and knowing full well that they still have six stages to go and very hard days ahead, and they will need to conserve their energy as much as possible. And by just matching accelerations of some of the other riders, some of the perhaps more explosive riders, they know it's a mistake, and they know that those riders will either pay for those efforts later, or they will certainly pay for them sooner, perhaps. And it's all about the long game at the Absa Cape Epic, especially if you're an experienced campaigner like Ariane Luthi.
With the drone, with Jan Manchoya and Philemon Sibona, who are flying down the trail, which is just not long after the cut pass here, the drone zone, and it'll no doubt pick up this pair as they fly down there shortly. Yeah, the pinch flat yesterday for Ariane Luthi cost them the stage win, one would think. I mean, there's some way out, but they were looking so composed and in control of the stage, and they had the pinch flat. They kept their composure, as Ariane did there behind Amy, and were incredibly happy to get home safely, and knowing that they had had a really good day on the bike, and that confidence you feel has fed their effort today. Not panicking about what's happening up ahead, and this is what's happening up ahead. The three teams are not hammering it down here, just at the moment?
No, I can still get a sense that this is still calm before the storm.
The phony war.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we still have quite some tough sections ahead with Jacques' climb, and we saw yesterday that the climb this hard was very deciding to the race, and I'm sure that all of these riders have yesterday just like in the back of their minds going into the last third of today's stage. They know that they have to be super careful and pacing themselves well, but they also know that a lot of teams will try to go on the attack. So a lot of different strategies, and we will see who arrive the freshest at the bottom of that climb to be able to really try to put in a huge effort and distance themselves from this group. And here again on a single track we can see it's I think it's Haley Batten happy to lead down these trails. One of having ridden Swiss Epic actually with Haley, I know myself that she's incredibly skilled when it comes to riding trails blindly, and just as I say that, we have a little trail row, let's call it like trail rack crossing here, and sometimes it can be difficult in specifically a section like this, just to see exactly where is the trail going, and you need to be super alert all the time, and luckily she catches the trail and sees exactly where it's going.
Just saw in the corner of the screen there the Simtech team coming into the fore, and they'll be reaching that railway crossing pretty soon. So the gap is closing. There isn't a huge amount of urgency in the chase on 91 Songo Specialized, and hopefully for Simtech's sake, seeing them back onto this group as soon as possible before that Jacques climb happens. One thing to note though is that from what we've seen from Ariane Luthi, that she will be taking this pace at her own speed and not trying to match the accelerations of the other riders.
Here is that drone zone, and we get an image of the women flying down here. Yeah, very smooth, no real issues. Robin de Groot just looking over his shoulder, and perhaps sensing that Ariane Luthi and Amy Wakefield are closing in on them. And Robin de Groot's got that very distinctive style, and we've seen it for years and years and years. She spends a lot of time out of the saddle, pedaling like that. That's her style.
It is her style. Sometimes it's, very often actually, it's very individual, what feels the most comfortable for you. I myself, as a rider, actually, I kind of like to stand out of the saddle a lot too, because I feel I can really use my body weight, especially on steep climbing, to push the pedals down, and that's my preferred style. Everybody's individual. Some like to just sit in the saddle and spin a very high cadence, and well, in the end, you know, there are different styles and they all work. It's very individual. You can't always say like this is the right way of doing it. You can feel it when you're out there what is the best for you.
Absolutely, everyone has their own preference for style of riding, for bikes, for setups, and it works for everyone, because here we are, every single one of these riders has a different preference. Down onto this trail, I think we're heading down to that Beaumont River trail, and then it'll be onto the Van der Stel Pass.
Yes, and that gap seems to be closing now between the Simtech team and the leading 391 Songo Specialized Faces, Roller and BMC, and perhaps on the climb on that smooth climb we expect to see more, but we are keeping a very close watch on this group as well, because we don't see Nina Schurter in the group. We have had reports out in the course that Nina Schurter thinks he has a slow puncture, and could that be them in the distance? Hard to tell from this angle, but certainly the yellow jerseys are in touch with we see Matthew Beers on the left-hand side in his South African Marathon Championships jersey. Let's see.
Yeah, Yuri Arnoli and Henri Frischnecht were leading up the climb, and Speed Company are taking up a shot. Georg Egger is off the back of that group. This could well be the back of the lead group, and Stefan Sam, are you there with us, Stefan?
Yes, I'm back again.
What's the story?
Actually, yeah, Nino and Lars, they broke away. They pulled a gap on that jogs climb about 50 meters to the second Scott team, and a little bit behind the rest of the big group that was still together at the bottom of the climb. It was brutal, like such a loose and steep climb, unbelievable. So Nino is pulling away. It seems like Lars struggles a bit. And I don't know if you got the information earlier. Seems that Nino has a slow puncture, or thinks he has a slow puncture, but he wants to continue.
Oh, fascinating. This is that lead group. Lars Forster just latching up to Nino Schurter now. And when he starts bobbing up and down there, Nino Schurter, you know the business end of the race is upon us.
Well, just keeping a close watch on those tyres. It's hard to tell if the slow puncture is in the rear or the front. And no doubt Nino Schurter is very much in tune with his machine. He'll know even if 5 psi come out of that tyre, he will be aware of it.
Stefan, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm still.
Can you, any idea which wheel, and can you notice, can you see anything? I think we just lost him there, unfortunately. As we flick back to our helicopter high above the clouds in the Western Cape. It's that sort of day, unfortunately, with connectivity around the mountains and through the clouds, and via our e-bikes on the route. Just lovely to hear from Stefan Sam right in the heat of the battle. They're bringing us the news that Nino Schurter has decided that he's going to attack today and is away at the front. There he goes. Now this is, again, the terrain is so different in this Overberg region.
We can see here Nino having a little glimpse over his shoulder just to kind of see what the gap is. As a rider, I can tell myself that being uncertain about whether you're having a flat tire or not, a slow leak is the worst. It's quite stressful, because then you need to do all the math, like, okay, should we stop and try and plug it? Should I stop at the tech zone and try to swap my wheel just to be sure? And kind of do the math in your head, but it will cost me that amount of time. And now we just opened up a gap, and yeah, you know, there's all sorts of things going on in your head, and you're trying to make the smartest possible move.
And no doubt a slow puncture would affect the handling of the bike on some of the trails.
Yeah, and also because if the tire is getting a little bit more loose, if it has lost some air, there's a big risk of getting a pinch flat, because all of a sudden there's less volume to absorb the impact from the rocks. So you need to be careful, and you need to make the smart move here. But he's carrying on, now not looking too much in stress. So until now it all looks fine, but we'll see if they have to, if they're forced to stop and try to fix whatever issue might be.
Looks like Lars Forster might have a slight slow puncture as well. He's the one struggling here a little bit, as Stefan was saying, and Nino Schurter, well, who can? And if anyone can, Lars Forster can hang with him, but he really is driving a fearsome pace up this steep climb in the Overberg.
Well, this is the scene we expected to see yesterday after Nino Schurter and Lars Forster had such bad luck in the prologue. They had to fix their puncture, and they lost almost 4 minutes. And yesterday we wanted to see them on the attack to try and make up the deficit, to keep the race open. It's always great to see an open race and a tight race at the Absa Cape Epic, but unfortunately they were plagued with more difficulties with their tires. Luckily they had their backup team come to the rescue at just the right time, and not a moment too soon. And today we're seeing what we expected to see yesterday, Nino Schurter and Lars Forster on the attack.
They've got a backup team only a couple of meters behind them, and the Canyon Northwave pair in the yellow jerseys are on the front of this second group. Of course, Henry Fishnet and Yuri Ragnoli there, as well as Buff Magamo and the Toyota 91 Specialized team are in this group as well. So this is the business end of stage 2 of the Absa Cape Epic.
Well, interesting that the Canyon Northwave team are on the front, the yellow jerseys defending their lead. They're in a comfortable position at 5 minutes in front of the next best team. But really interesting to know that they are keeping the pace high. They know the threat of the Scots-Ram team. They know what Nino Schurter and Lars Forster are capable of. They're not leaving anything to chance. And also it keeps the pace high to discourage any attacks from the other riders in that group. We still have Hans Becking and Jose Diaz and of course the 91 Songa, the Toyota Specialized riders, and are completely on the limit. It looks like Matt Beers is struggling a little bit, but certainly a lot less than yesterday.
What you could also see up there is the wind. It was blowing so hard. It's a great advantage to kind of stay in a group. And here we're back with the women's teams, and we see that the strategy of Ariane Dutti and her partner Amy Wakefield has really paid off. We're so far into the race now, and it's all together, even though it looked like they were going to be distanced. So good riding here.
I mean, they could not have joined this group at a better time. This is a wide open section of about 8 or 9 kilometers on the Stel Pas, and they have rejoined the lead group here, having just bided their time and perhaps expended less energy not getting into the break, and now they're with the group when they need it most.
It's an absolutely ideal situation. Now it gives them the opportunity to just kind of sit up in the group. If that is going to be the case, you can see here people are looking to each other because it's like, it's all back together. You know, we are almost 4 hours into the stage and everybody's still together. So yeah, someone will have to do something at some point, huh?
Yeah, the two teams in the break, the 91 Specialized team and, of course, Faces Roller will look around and say, well, hang on, we did all the work earlier to get the break. Now you guys can do some work on the front. And the others will say, no, well, actually, we're not going to. And BMC sitting at the back here saying we're quite happy in this situation. Simtech, there's Amy McDougall, barely pedaling. Meanwhile, this is the sharp end of the men's race. Nino Schurter and Lars Forster driving a fearsome pace on this flat open road, very exposed in the wind. The men's race heading on a ridgeline towards the drop down into the Greyton region. And this is the lead pair and the chase group in pursuit with the yellow jerseys of Canyon North Wave to the fore.
Everybody else here in this group, except the Canyon North Wave, must be quite happy about the situation, because now Canyon North Wave is forced to go in the front on this section with so much wind, allowing for everybody else to get just a little bit of draft, just a little bit of a breather. Yeah, because it is, of course, in the interest of Canyon North Wave to not let that gap grow too much to the team in front of them.
They know full well the capabilities of Nino Schurter. They've seen how they would have done their homework on the race, and they would have seen how in 2017 when Nino Schurter won, how he really took advantage of any weakness when they were racing. It was Christoph Sauser and Jaroslav Kulharvi that year, and Nino Schurter attacked at the perfect moment and gained just enough time to get the race lead. So they'll be fully aware of that. They'll be fully aware of the attacking spirit and the killer instinct of Nino Schurter, and of course Lars Foster. Nino Schurter was in 2017 riding with Matthias Sternemann, and when he wanted to return in 2019, he wanted a worthy partner, and Lars Foster stepped up to the plate and more than admirably lived up to the expectation, the very high expectation of riding with the 9-time world champion.
Who's looking ever so strong, huh?
Oof.
And you can see on this section the wind is clearly coming from the front or slightly from the side, and that is why Lars Forster is not behind or straight behind Nino Schurter, but actually a little bit on the side of him, because that is the position where he gets the absolute best draft. So the wind is clearly coming a little bit from the side, and Lars Forster is just hanging on, trying to save himself as much as you can when you're riding in the wheel of Nino Schurter.
Yeah, we got, I mean, if you take out the mechanicals that Schurter and Forster had, they had one yesterday and on the prologue, losing almost 8 minutes in total. They have been on the bike absolutely superb. There was a moment yesterday as they were heading to Lourensford, or into the Lourensford Trails, where you got the feeling that Lars Forster was perhaps reaching his limit on yesterday's stage in that intense heat. But he's hanging in well here. Behind his taskmaster Nino Schurter as they go through the checkpoint, and this is at 92 kilometers, so they've got 31 kilometers to go to the finish of stage number 2, and really the really hard work in this stage has been done. Now it's trying to capitalize on their advantage and eat whenever you possibly can, as Nino is doing right now.
Yeah, you need to keep on fueling to the very end. You cannot forget about that because you might, risk blowing up, or you might also risk making the recovery for the next day even worse. So it's all about keeping fueling all the way to the finish line.
They have a 50-second advantage over that chase group of Canyon Northwave, Buff Megamo, Scott SRAM duo, their own teammates, and Toyota 91 Specialized. Missing from that initial chase group, the Bulls pair are not there, and Speed Company Racing, as well as the second Buff Megamo team, they've all dropped off that pace. But they're 51 seconds between the fifth place team and Scott SRAM, who are leading right now. Remember, they started the day some 8 minutes and 45 back. But all this will come out in the wash because there are a lot of teams. Santa Cruz are nowhere near this lead group. Over 5 minutes back, William Pirelli, Ravensteiner, and Alleman are also well off the pace here, so they will see their places slip down the general classification. They were in the top 10 going into today's stage. Look at that position. Lars Forster's got himself in there. Again, the wind from the left-hand side, so he's tucked himself in as best he can to get some sort of protection from the wind and the Overberg. Very exposed trails these.
Well, we got a roll call from the chasing team, the teams chasing the Scott SRAM team up ahead. But we spoke a little bit earlier about Team Santa Cruz. They started the day lying third overall, and they are now safely in a small group with a few teams. That's Willia 7C Force, DMT Racing, and Scott Calabandida, and Willia Pirelli Factory Racing, and of course Santa Cruz in there as well. So when we talk about Willia Pirelli Factory Racing, it's Cameron Orr and Daniel Gesmeyer this time, with Willia Pirelli Factory Racing's team Fabian Ravensteiner and Wout Alleman over 8 minutes back. So there's a small group of teams cooperating about 6 minutes back, but all to play for over here, and the roll call is still the same. Still some highly significant teams in there, and most notably a team that really lost a lot of time yesterday, that would be the team Toyota 91 Specialized of Matt Beers and Christopher Blevins.
Well, Speed Company Racing's Georg Egger and Lucas Baum went through the 92-kilometer checkpoint at 2 minutes and 7 seconds behind that lead group, or the leaders, Schurter and Foster, and Urs Huber and Simon Schneller, the early drivers in this stage. They're now 2:34 back, the Team Bulls pair. Interesting scenario on Van der Stel Pass, where Urs Huber and Nino Schurter went off up the road together from opposing teams, some distance up the road, and then eventually rolled back to rejoin their teammates. Perhaps a little conversation up the road, and then decided to call it a truce and come back. But this is the chase group. Bibier is sitting at the back. He really endured a tough day yesterday. Could not keep any food and liquid down, so no matter how well he recovered, he will still perhaps be feeling a little bit of the effects of that today, and trying to manage himself as best he can to the finish. Now that gap looks as though it might just be opening up a bit, Danica.
It really does, and this is also a good point on the course, because it actually allows for the chasing group to get some sort of visual contact with the two in front of them. We would assume, we're not quite sure from the angle that we're watching here, but it's wide open, and maybe they will just catch a little bit of a glimpse of Lars and Nino here, and it makes all the difference, because it's like, okay, we can still see them, let's keep the pressure on, they're not like gone, and it keeps you very motivated to be able to see the team in front of you.
This is a huge effort by the Scott SRAM pair. Nino Schurter and Lars Forster, they've endured terrible misfortune through punctures over the previous 2 days. There's a thought that Nino Schurter might be with a slow puncture, but that hasn't dented their hopes here. They are driving a ferocious pace on these very dry, dusty and exposed hillsides in the Overberg.
I have a theory. Well, Nino's wheels, his tires are looking good, but we don't know if something actually happened. I know from myself, if I just had 2 days like Nino had with punctures, you know, it would be the back of my mind, like, ooh, when I'm going to puncture next time. Whether you like it or not, you know, it kind of, you know, gets into your head a little bit. And maybe, you know, there were no issues at all, but just because of the 2 previous days, he's like, he's so scared that maybe, you know, it's going to happen again today. But so far, so good. His tires from where we sit look just fine. And I'm sure if it was a major issue, he would have stopped and topped up the tires with some air, or he would have gotten some assistance from the backup team that were relatively close.
And they still are. They're still very much in touch. We can see them there in the team, the chasing team, and they will be certainly not cooperating at all. If anything else, they will be really just hanging on and standing by to assist Nina Schurter or Lars Foster if there are any issues. This is the best performing backup team of the race so far. In fact, they were 4th in the prologue, a remarkable performance from the 2 riders here, and we expect to see great things from them. It is, they did lose a lot of time having to donate that wheel. They lost over 28 minutes yesterday, so their overall hopes are really, they don't have any more overall hopes. Their prime job at the moment and for throughout the week is to look after Nino Schurter and Lars Foster. Let's see if we can go back and see if there is a gap there. Back to the teams that are chasing. We had the time check. We did see that there was quite a big gap, and a 50-second gap is significant, especially after the first or the major climb of the day. We expected everything to happen at this climb, and it happened a little bit earlier, but we do expect to see some action on the trails through Middle Pass and down into Greyton. Greyton is well known for trails that are more rough, more rocky, and we've certainly seen our fair share of drama coming into Greyton. We had some drama, in fact, in 2009. We cast our minds back to one of the most drama-filled days we've ever seen at the Absa Cape Epic, with Barry Steinberg crashing, breaking his wheel. And in that very same stage, with so much going on, Carl Platt was having his shoulder issues and crossed the riverbed and popped his shoulder out, and then his ever-present teammate, Stefan Sam, managed to just very matter-of-factly just popped it back in again, and they continued.
Dramatic day, huh?
Very dramatic day, and we are seeing even more drama out on the trails today, and hopefully less than yesterday in terms of mechanicals, but certainly with the main animators of the race, Nino Schurter and Lars Foster, taking back some valuable time that they've lost over the last 2 days.
What a race we could have had. It could have unfolded in a much different way if it wasn't for the issues of the team Scotch Ram. So, and also if we look here to to Lars and look at his hip on his right side, we can see that his pants are a little bit torn. We did not get any visuals of what has happened, but clearly I think it was just, you know, a minor incident, nothing that has impaired him from continuing to ride. But I'm sure we'll get a little bit of insight on that later on.
We'll get an explanation. And in fact, if we were to interview every single rider after each stage, there would probably be 100 things that happened to them during the day. And it's all about how they pick themselves up and how they deal with them. It really counts. We only really see the major things in the episodes that influence the outcome of the stage and of the race. But
if our cameras catch them as well, yeah.
And there are so many things that happen to each rider during the day that it's almost impossible to draw an account of everything. And that's really the nature. It really speaks to the nature of the race and the nature of the trails, the untamed trails of the Western Cape, and the fierce racing of the Absa Cape Epic. It is the most competitive mountain bike stage race in the world, and all to play for, and a lot at stake, even for the 9-time world champion and the 2-time European champion, Lars Foster.
And we can see here actually the gap between the leading duo and the chasing group has grown. It's gotten bigger. And we also saw how the dynamics in the chasing group has changed. Just before, we saw that it was no longer Canyon Northwave at the front. We saw Buff Megamo putting the noses into the wind, helping to share the workload. And just before, we saw even, I think it was Toyota 91 Specialized going to the front. So I think the chasing group is sensing, oof, they're going really fast, and we cannot allow for this gap to grow to such an extent that we have that we'll lose the feeling with where they are.
Well, if we look at the general classification, and from 2nd place to 9th place, in second place at 5 minutes behind Canyon North Wave. And we look at ninth place, that is the Willier Pirelli Factory Racing Team at 8 minutes 48. So there's not a lot of time being separated between first and ninth, or second and ninth. And Scots Ram are really leapfrogging that leaderboard right now. They've certainly, if you were to stop the race right now, they've already been leapfrogging the Scott Calabandida team and the Willier Pirelli team as well. And of course, Speed Company Racing, who've had such a great start to the race, such a great start to the stage, in fact. And Santa Cruz's position at third is definitely under threat as well.
And Toyota Specialized were just 31 seconds ahead of Schurter and Foster as well. So that's perhaps why they've gone to the front here as well, to say, well, look, this is our position you're threatening here. So this is a really, really clever, brave move by Nino Schurter and Lars Forster to vault themselves up. They looked at the makeup of that group at the bottom of Jacques' climb and realized that there are a whole lot of key contenders in ahead of them on the GC who weren't in that group. The Bulls have been driving a big pace. They're not involved in it. So let's go to the front and attack. And they're making it count at the moment. Remember, this is a brutally long stage. Look at that, still 28 kilometers to go. There's still a lot of work to be done. And how much energy have they expended in opening up this gap on this long, open, exposed drag into the wind on the Overberg section. So they will be managing those efforts. They'll be aware of what they've got left to do. And I know Nino Schurter spent some time out in this part of the world, middle of February, doing some recce work to just understand what lay ahead on existing trails. He wouldn't have been able to ride all of these, but certainly on those trails that are open to the public around Greyton, he explored there, and he's done his homework, as any top rider at the top of his game would do. And now that's a flatter section, they can drive the pace. Looking down to the left of the frame there is about where they're heading towards Elandskloof. They'll drop down onto the middle class farm and that of Jan Viljoen, and they'll snake over the river and head towards Elandskloof.
Just take a look at how closely Lars Foster is following Nino Schurter's wheel. It's really, there's hardly daylight between them. He is gaining the maximum draft effect from Nino Schurter's wheel. He is conserving as much as we've seen him just slightly on the back foot. He was struggling yesterday, but today it looks like he's on the pace, but he's certainly taking as much respite behind the wheel of Nino Schurter. There is a big factor today, the wind, making sure that he gets that shelter to conserve as much energy as he can, because he knows he's going to need it throughout the week. They've still got over 9 minutes. In fact, I would correct myself, under 9 minutes to get back over the Canyon North Wave team. And today, with over a minute down, they look like they're making some good inroads into that lead.
They truly are. And it also keeps me wondering, how this race could have unfolded in such a different way. But having issues, having mechanicals is a big part of this race, because the landscape, the terrain, it's really not an easy terrain. It's brutally tough, and you need to come here prepared in every single way.
And when it comes to preparation, another big factor of the disasters that do happen to every single rider is how they manage them. The disaster management, and we saw the Bulls were masters of that, and it's no small way responsible for their 5 victories, or Carl Platt's 5 victories. Really important to note, it looks like they are...
There's a problem.
That looks like the backup team.
Backup team, yeah. That is Yuri Ragnoli and Andriy Prishnik. Meanwhile, up ahead, it is Forster and Schurter who are flying up ahead. So, will that play a role as today unfolds? Schurter and Forster used their backup team yesterday to take a spare wheel. And here they are, Andriy Prishnik and Yuri Ragnoli with a puncture. It really has been the Achilles heel of the Scots Ram teams this year.
And it looks like to be a minor hole, because
yes,
they kind of struggle to locate the hole.
Trying to listen. Here where they found it.
And here we have a first-hand view on how to fix these punctures. You see, you look at the hole. You have your plug ready. Here.
Why always bad luck?
That is exactly the feeling you have. Why all this bad luck? Not what you want.
You have a nice.
Very calm though. I mean, he was frustrated, but there was no rushing around panicking. It was you could sense the frustration in his voice.
Yes.
But the actual act of doing the job there, just getting it done, knowing what they have to do.
When it comes to plugs, there are different types of plugs. You can see here he was using kind of a worm, as a tiny, how would I say, like a thread that you put into the hole with a little instrument. I preferred using other types of plugs, but this one can work too. The advantage of this one is that it is quite sticky. It stays well within the hole, but it can be a little bit more difficult to apply into the hole. And it looked like here that they actually have to maybe even apply another plug. So if the hole is big, you need more plugs to fill the hole. And you can see they're working quite well together to get that fixed.
Yeah, there we go. One's pumping, not using the bombs, the CO2 bombs, as teams now go past them. And that's another issue as you are toiling over your mechanical repairs. The psychological effect of seeing teams go past.
Yes, and punctures can really be, it can vary so much. It can be a couple of seconds to get off, spin the wheel, get the sealant into the hole, and just put a little bit of extra air with your CO2 canister, and it can run into the almost infinite time to try and repair it. And you could see that there was more of a moderate time loss that we saw there from the. Oh no, this is Nino Schurter. He's going to just put a little bit more air in that tire. Seems to be a theme for Scott SRAM. The tires seem to be causing them issues, and Nino Schurter just dealing with what he thought was a slow puncture. He's going to see if he tries to identify where the hole is.
So there is an actual hole because he's
plugging it.
He's plugging it, yeah.
Well, this is real drama for the Scott SRAM team. The leaders on this stage once again. For the third day in a row, Nino Schurter and Lars Foster with tyre problems and puncture problems.
Oh, you really got a feel with them, huh?
And crucially, the man behind, the team behind, is also suffering. Stefan Sam is there with us. Stefan?
Yes.
I know you
can't. Facing, obviously, it was a slow puncture, but got better probably now on the downhill. They fixed it with the summer plug.
And they're off and riding as quickly as possible are Nino Schurter and Lars Forster. The drama is unfolding on this stage 2 of the Absa Cape Epic, the longest of this year's race, as they head down towards Elandskloof in Greyton. Schurter has just bolted down the hillside here, and behind them their teammates Henri Frischnecht and Yuri Ragnoli, who could well donate a wheel if needed, have had their own issues. So Henri Frischnecht spiked with a rear wheel puncture, and they have lost time. So they really do not want to be in the situation where they want to wait for their teammates.
Well, they know their job. Although they've lost contact with this leading chase team, they will know that they have to keep still absolute maximum power to stay in touch as much as possible with Nino Schurter and Lars Foster. That's their job. Their job is to stay in touch and to be as close as they can in case they are needed.
And they were well positioned because they were only, 50 seconds back in that second chase group until the puncture. Not entirely sure of how much time they lost, perhaps a minute and a half, 2 minutes. But Schurter's seemingly punctured and plugged the problem tyre, and is on his way to this finish here at Greyton. It is a beautiful venue, and it is slowly building up to get the leaders in and all the riders into the finish here. 4 hours and 19 minutes and around about 20 kilometers still to go of this monster stage, the 123 kilometer long stage from Lourensford to Greyton. Now, little movement on the front of this group. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams.
Oh, and they can
6 riders at least.
they can smell Lars and Nino just a few meters ahead
Yep.
of them, and they know that they had issues because this gap came down so quickly. And I'm sure we will see the pace of the chasing group just going up a little bit here because they know, okay, we are very much within reach now.
And of course, a highly frustrating episode for Nino, Shota, and Lars Foster. All that effort, the race looks like it's going to be neutralized, and all that extra firepower they used, all those matches they burned to get that 1 minute 10 gap, which they had more or less at the top of that climb, have almost gone to waste. And although they will have had a little bit of a respite from fixing that flat, but it's not quite the rest that they'd be looking for sure.
Yeah, you noticed when Nino was fixing his wheel that Lars Forster was pouring water over his head there. So using every opportunity, even if it is a situation like that, to get some sort of cool water on him and recover. Let's go to the finish, and Jazz Kushka has made his way from Lourensford to Greyton, not on a bike, but around on the roads. Jazz, set the scene for us there?
Yeah, testing.
Frustration for Nino Schurter and Lars Foster. Just a few moments ago.
And we're down here at Elandskloof. Outside Greyton. It's a beautiful valley. Stark contrast to yesterday. It's cool, slightly overcast to the heat of Lourensford that we saw yesterday. And as you would have seen in the last pictures that we had, it's all coming back together, and it's really got that kind of bunch sprint feel here to it. And there's a slight headwind up the finish drag, which could be interesting. Also, the grass is slightly bumpy, so if you pick the wrong line, you might lose a bit of disadvantage there. So definitely could make for an exciting bunch sprint unless somebody puts down the hammer in the last couple of kilometers. The race village is a very interesting one. It's long and narrow and sort of elongated into this valley, and the experienced crew would have brought even their own bikes just to move around the valley here. And that also means that there's a lot. A lot of racing could be done in this valley because lots of ups and downs around the small, tight valley. So there could be some sharp technical descents and ascents quite close to the finish, regardless of what the profile looks like. So it could be interesting towards the finish. Let's see what happens.
Thanks very much, setting the scene at the finish at Greyton, and this is back on the trails, heading towards that finish point. And Buff Megamo look like they're in this group. Their second team, I think, there as well. Becking and Diaz are the top team here. Stefan Sam is with this group, which suggests that are we seeing the whole group come back together again? Are they closing in? And there's Schurter now. The second group has caught the Schurter Foster leaders, and their puncture costing them that lead, which was around 50 seconds, nudging towards a minute and 10 at best. And they lost that advantage due to the puncture that Schurter has plugged, and now it's all back together again. On this little wonder, look at these the terrain and the roads here going down these hills, and little wonder that there's punctures plenty. Well, so far not too many, but for the Scots Ram team, they've had one each.
And this is the real Greyton terrain that we've been speaking about. Those rocks all over the trails, and you could ride over 1,000 rocks, and it'll be the one smallest rock that'll cause the issues. It's impossible to really avoid all the obstacles. Although there will be some major divots and rather large rocks that the riders will try to avoid. But so often it's the smallest and the most insignificant thing that scuppers your chances, and slashes a tire or it flies up into the spokes or bends the brake rotor or something like that. So it's just really, it's kind of managing the situation as much as possible, and also at the same time not taking too many risks.
Nino Schurter keeps looking over his shoulder because obviously Lars Foster's not there. Matt Beers is there, then the world champion, and then there's Foster, the fourth wheel there as they go over a stile built by the landowners here to get over the fence, and there is that group. So this is the second group chasing, we think, with Buff Megamo in pursuit. Jose Diaz and Specking No, this is the first group. So Diaz and Becking are back in this group.
All back together.
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah.
Canyon Northwave, the race leaders in the yellow jerseys. Chris Blevins and Matt Beers in here. Scott Schramm, Forster, and Schurter.
It's good to see Matt up at the front, clearly having such a bad day yesterday, but you gotta admire his recovery skills. Going from yesterday feeling absolutely zero, the worst ever, and not really knowing why his body was responding to the heat and what was going on. And now you can see we are 4.5 hours into the race, and he's riding in second position. So yeah, you gotta admire his recovery skills.
So in this group, only 4 of the top 10 teams at the start of the day on GC are in this leading group. So the losers today, Santa Cruz Speed Company, well, they were in this, and I think they blew up just going up Jacques' climb. Willia Pirelli, Scott Calabandida, as well as Willia Pirelli 2 and Insect Science. All those teams are way off the pace here and will be losing time to a number of these teams on the road.
Even though that everybody is here at the front is back together, you can see Schurter is clearly happy to still push the pace, set the pace. Maybe he's had enough. He's like, okay, let's get this done.
He is clearly in very, very good shape for this Absa Cape Epic, and as you said a little bit earlier, but for those mechanicals, we may well have seen this Scots Ram team in full control of this race. But that's the beauty of this race. On the other hand, you do have the mechanical issues, the physical issues that you have to overcome in order to prevail. It does measure all.
Well, absolutely, and Nino Schurter knows very well that he is distancing some of the competitors who are ahead of him on the overall GC leaderboard. And we mentioned that Santa Cruz are the big losers of today. They were caught well over 2 minutes back. And Speed Company Racing, Willia Pirelli, Scott Calabandida, all to lose with Nino Schurter on the front driving the pace.
Looked like they're just sort of aiming straight over a field, but this is all mapped out as they're on the top of a ridge here. Middle Pass Farm is where they're heading now onto the district road, and they'll start heading down towards the bottom of the valley.
And that's often the case with these so-called transition stages, where you go from one race venue to another, to the next one. There's a lot of long stretches of fire road, district roads like this, and it makes for a very different race dynamic. It becomes a little bit more like a road race, where you have to draft, you have to play your cards right, you have to know and make a plan where to attack and so on. So on days like this, we see a little bit of a different race dynamic, race tactics, than we do on a day, for example, with 80% trails.
Yeah, and it's which is what we saw yesterday, a lot of trails. And of course on the prologue today, very, very different long transition. You've got to cover the distance, you've got to get there, so you can't have single track and trails all that way. You've got to have those stretches of open road to get the pace up and cover it. And now we're getting down to the business end of the race, and you've got those 4 teams up front there who are really up for this fight here. Who is going to have it in them at the end? Are we going to have a bunch sprint coming into this finish here at Greyton? It's going to be a fascinating culmination to a very, very dramatic stage.
But clearly the Scots Ram team is looking so strong, especially Nino. And I'm sure if they get the opportunity to use a climb or trail to try to place an attack, they are going to take it.
There they are, the leading group in this stage 2. Some open road as they perhaps just tap off a little, preparing for their last run-in. Wow, look at that wind. Very, very stiff breeze, stiff wind buffeting through the Overberg area.
I'm sure that today's stage will be longer than what a lot of the riders plan for, and that makes nutrition even more important. Normally you don't see riders actually stopping at the very last feeding stations, as we see they're doing now, and it just says so much about the toughness of today's stage. Clearly the wind is playing a massive role here. And there's still a long way to go. I mean, it's still 20 kilometers before the finish line, and you don't want to miss this feeding station and risk running out of energy. And here, Scotch Ram are finally saying, okay, we need to make some adjustments to our equipment. It looks like they were considering taking a new wheel, or maybe even considering filling up on the CO2 cartridges, because they had to fix. They had to top up their tires with air, meaning they don't have any, or probably they have, for sure, they have less CO2 cartridges with them than what they started out with, meaning if they were to get another flat tire, maybe they also ran out of plugs. We don't know how much they carried with them. Anyways, because they already had to deal with issues, they're low on the stuff they need to use when repairing a flat tire. And you can see Lars, he was like, oh, we need to get more, we need to refill the stocks in our pockets. And Nino was like, okay, we need to stay with the group, we cannot let them go, come on, let's carry on.
Yeah, you just, you saw him testing the pressure of his wheel, and he thought, no, let's go. We can't waste the time, and back they are on the road. And we're back with the women's race. For a moment, we were catching a glimpse of Mariska Strauss at the back of that little group in the women's race. Again, connectivity through our helicopters and bikes on the trail. Well, it's amazing that we've got these images for as long as we have, and occasionally they do break up, but we'll bring them back to you as soon as we can. Matt Beer is driving the pace on the front here for Toyota 91 Specialized.
Definitely. It's very clear that Matt is feeling a different person than what we saw him yesterday. And it's, all these athletes, they have been training for this event for so long, meaning they are in great physical shape. And when you are in such a great shape, it also means that your ability to recover for whatever lies ahead is much, much better.
And just tactically, Matt Beers and Christopher Blevins have a lot to gain from the collaboration with this group, and in fact even just directly with Nino Schurter and Lars Foster, in that they are already leapfrogging back some of the time and leapfrogging over some of the athletes that are ahead of them on overall GC, and they are currently lying in 7th, and it looks like if things were to continue as they are, they'll be back into the top 5 pretty soon.
Just we caught a brief glimpse. Here they are. I was going to say the women's teams, and after 85 kilometers all together, that is in fact the men and a flock of sheep. The women are a little bit further back, but they're all together, which is wonderful news, because we're going to have perhaps we're going to have a similar scenario in the women's race. Some real drama in both of the elite categories this day and this race, because it's been like this from the start. There's a look at how it's unfolding. Scott SRAM, Buff Megamo, Canyon Northwave aim to be the yellow jerseys, Toyota 91 Specialized in that lead group, and Speed Company and Bulls, the two teams that were in this group until the Jacques climb, but they've lost now 3 minutes.
And looking to the course profile and the splits that we have in the women's race, if my head calculation is right, I would guess that right about now that is a deciding point in the women's race, because they would be on the Jacques climb, one of the hardest climbs of this entire race, in fact. And someone will need to place an attack on that climb, because that is an ideal place to get away and distance yourself from the rest if you're feeling good. So I'm sure once we get back to the ladies' race, we will see something playing out.
Yeah, and we've already alluded to the clever tactical approach by Ariane Luthi and Amy Wakefield, who sat off the lead today until they got to Stel Pas, which is about 8 or 9 kilometers before Jacques climb. Have they kept enough in store? Was that the plan? as they did yesterday, using the saddle climb, the really tough climb in the middle of the stage to launch their attack and take advantage and go to the front of the race. We'll wait and see as we get back for that. Meanwhile, we're sitting with the men's race as they seemingly have a bit of a truce at the moment. It's been fearsome racing. It's so long, this stage, and nearly 4.5. We're looking at over 5 hours today. Schurter, he doesn't lull too long, this man. He isn't the 9-time world champion for nothing. Foster's on his wheel, perhaps now a little more recovered. Lars Foster was suffering when they were on the front alone for quite a while. Chris Blevins is the American behind Lars Foster. Blevins in his first Absa Cape Epic, and acquitting himself as one would expect from a man who is the short track world champion and a winner of the final round of the World Cup last year.
Well, fantastic performance from him so far. Even if we look at the bad luck that they had yesterday with Matt Beers ailing, Christopher Blevins was cited by Matt as one of the best teammates ever, and in fact Matt even said, "I would have left me." So it's one of those things that it's a two-person team race, and that partnership aspect is so important, and the riders build up quite a camaraderie, quite a bond as they compete over these 8 days. And although they haven't ridden a lot together, Matt Beers and Christopher Blevins they already feel that bond. They have that tight communication. They're very almost telepathic. And what we've been hearing is that they really have started to understand each other's strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, well, they raced a cross-country race here the week before the Absa Cape Epic, not far from us in Paarl, and Matt Beers won that. Chris Blevins was, I think, 5th in it. It was a South African national cross-country event. Beers won that ahead of his teammate Tristan Norkier for Toyota Specialized. Chris Blevins had a few mechanicals, but it was just a good opportunity for him to settle in. I think he'd only got in the day before, so he'd had very little time to acclimatize and get over jet lag, but still acquitted himself very, very handily. And seemingly they got on from day one.
So this leading group, all-important leading group, and importantly, who is not in this leading group? And with over a 3-minute advantage over Speed Company Racing and the Bulls, and of course Scott Calabandida, it means that these 4 teams are the virtual leaders on overall GC.
Well, you would, if you were to look at this, you would be forgiven for thinking we'd moved into a different country, let alone a different province in South Africa. But this is still the Western Cape. High diversity and a true beauty. It really is spectacular, but so different to the trails they were riding 24 hours ago around Somerset West and Lourensford, and touching on the Stellenbosch side. These are broad, open, vast expanses of farmlands over the hills of the Overberg. And these riders exposed to the wind here, and hence perhaps from what we can see here, slightly slacking off of the pace, because that wind is very, very tough indeed.
Well, no team wants to take their turn at the front for too long, and with a little bit of perhaps some tactics are at play here with the riders with the most to gain or the most to lose. And there will be a bit of an expectation of other teams. We haven't seen Buff Magomo coming too close to the front recently. Maybe the other teams will be getting a bit impatient with them. They will be talking amongst themselves, no doubt, and it will not have gone unnoticed that certain teams have just not been pulling their weight.
Well, that was a brief look at the second group, and Bulls and Speed Company Racing in that. Well, they were both very prominent at the start of the day, and here they are. Simon Schneller, second wheel, and Urs Huber on the front of this chase group. They lost contact with that lead group going up Jacques' climb, and so they are now working hard to try and minimize the gap. And the Bulls were well down on general classification. Speed Company Racing just 6 minutes and 10 seconds behind Canyon in 4th place at the start of the day. So they are certainly at risk of losing a few places for sure, because behind them, ahead of them, but behind them on GC, Scott Stram and Toyota Specialized are certainly gaining time on them.
or just the cooperation between the Bulls and Speed Company Racing. All German team, and perhaps, who knows, maybe there's going to be a slot opening up on the Bulls trade team next year. Leading men, Nino Schurter going, I would say not a moderate pace. It's hardly a moderate pace at the fever pitch and going into the finale of the Absa Cape Epic, but certainly not as urgent as we've seen over the stage, with the race effectively being more or less neutralized. But there's still a lot to gain for these 4 teams on the road right now, because they have some teams chasing, looking to preserve their overall GC positions. Speed Company Racing are lying 4th, and Santa Cruz, of course, 3rd. The Bulls are way down there in 12th, but they'll be looking to leapfrog themselves into the top 10 and start to build the foundations for their campaign at this year's Absa Cape Epic. They had a disappointing start, but it looks like they've put that behind them. They're riding pretty much almost in touch with the very, very best teams in the world.
Well, now this is not a good sign for the Bulls, because Simon Schneller has just popped off the back of this group. Speed Company Racing, Georg Egger and Lucas Baum start taking advantage of that Bulls travails, and Urs just has to bide his time and try and get back in contact with Simon Schneller, who's struggling here.
Oh, we did see Schneller at the front really pushing the pace early on and perhaps paying for those efforts. Or let's hope he's not ailing from anything right now, but it's perhaps a lesson for the young German to be a little bit more conservative in the trails earlier on.
What we're looking at today will probably, both distance-wise and time-wise, be one of the longest stages in recent history of this race. Just the dynamic of the course and the massive headwind really makes for such a long stage. And for a lot of the riders, we are now in unknown territory when it comes to how the body reacts on going on hour number 5. Normally the men would not race more than 4 hours per day, and here we're getting close to 5. So this will be a brutally long day for many of these riders, and especially they have to pay a great deal of attention on nutrition, hydration. Today it's even more important.
Now we with the women's race, and this is Robin de Groot on the back of this group. Isla Stowe is our rider on the Bulls media bike, keeping an eye on the riders ahead of her, and it looks like Pauline Ferrand-Prévot is the rider just ahead of Robin de Groot, looking at those shadows.
But as we expected here on this brutally steep climb, this is where the drama is about to happen in the women's race, because they were riding ever so nicely together, but I knew that on this climb somebody would have to push the pace, and it looks like it has all split up. My guesses are that it could be that Ariane and her partner Amy could be once again pacing themselves to perfection and being able to open up a gap. But we'll see once we get a little bit further up here.
So that is Sophia Villefan and Hayley Batten on the front of this. There look like only 2 riders there. So this is 3 and Robin de Groot. Perhaps Pauline Ferrand-Prévot is up the road. There is a
It looks a little bit like her style up there, just ahead of this little group. But more interesting, we see more riders in front of her. And the question is, who is that?
Faces Roller, Candice Lill and Mariska Strauss were obviously in that lead group for all day. And Amy Wakefield and Ariane Luthi kept their powder dry for almost 70 kilometers before joining this group at the end of the last single track before from the Stel Pas. And maybe they have reaped the dividends of keeping themselves just a little bit fresher.
Well, we saw that when the race was neutralized, it makes us think that all of those efforts, all of those matches that were burned by any of those teams had gone to waste. With the race being neutralized, it's all equal, and even though they're still midway through the stage, it's almost like the stage has to start again.
Yep, reset and start again as Robin de Groot out of the saddle once again. Even on some very flat terrain she will get out the saddle, as so we've talked about. That is her style and the way she rides, and the way she gets the best out of her technique and her bike and body. So 3 riders. Where is Pauline Ferrand-Prévot? Is she up the road?
Yeah, she's just like 50 meters ahead. But now with these images, my guess is actually that this is the front of the women's race. Yeah, because what we saw before was maybe a guy pulling over to the side, waiting for his partner. So actually, I think this is the front of the race, the women's race, which is good for Team 91 Sango Specialized, meaning that they will be able to distance themselves even more in the overall GC. And you can see both Haley and Sophia, they were actually looking over their shoulder, like behind Robin, as if they were scouting for more teams, and that team might as well be the Simtech team.
Yeah, Simtech ZA of Amy Wakefield and Ariane Luthier, 1:45 reminded this morning when they left Lourensford. That was the gap between first and second. And Faces Roller were 2:53 further back, and behind Songo 91 Songo Specialized, and then BMC 9:14. So they will be looking to just claw back some of the time they lost yesterday on a very, very tough marathon stage. The noise you might be hearing is the wind buffeting our commentary caravan here at Val de Vie. It's howling here, and well, it's pretty windy out where these riders are too.
I was just before speaking about how impressed I was with the recovery skills of Mats Beers in the men's race, and now I will say the same about the recovery skills of Pauline Ferrand-Prévot. She was, with her own words, she was blowing up and hallucinating yesterday, and they lost 10 minutes in the race on the overall, and now she's here, and I'm pretty sure she's the one dictating the race right now because she's feeling ever so fresh and good again.
Well, that high pace set by Pauline Ferrand-Prévot has split the race up immensely. We really expected to see more teams together at this point, and they are around about at the 88-kilometer mark and nearing the section where they're finishing that steep part of the climb. So really the part of the race that demands the most physical effort seems to be almost over now, and we have to take a look back to see how well the teams are doing behind them. Faces Roller and of course the team that are pacing themselves very carefully, Team Simtech ZA, Ariane Luthier and Amy Wakefield.
Well, the undulations that are coming, and we've seen the men go up them, they're long open drags.
Ooh, but here we have an issue. You can see, I think it must be Sophia or Haley. Well, anyways, the one of them that is in front having issues with her dropper seat post. So it stays down, meaning she cannot get to her ideal saddle height. That is not good because there's still a long way to go. Still a lot of pedaling to be done. Shame.
And that's a major mechanical to go wrong. You need to the riders are meticulous about their seat heights. It's really important that they have their seats set perfectly to suit their biomechanics. And the dropper seat posts, although it's a very useful thing on the downhills, it's critical that it returns back to its original height.
Yeah. Nowadays, most riders, the gearing, the seat post, the whole ecosystem of the bike is electronic, and also this system. And unfortunately, my guess is that the battery, because there are more batteries on the bike. Actually, on these riders' bikes, there are 4 batteries. The shifters on the handlebar, one for the gearing, one for the driver's seat post. The driver's seat post has a battery, and the rear derailleur has a battery. So there's a lot of batteries that need to be looked through every single day if they're still fresh. And I, speaking from experience, can tell you that it's not normal to kind of fix or check always the ones in the levers. And I think that's the issue here. What I would do here is I would actually take the battery from my power meter because it's the same size battery. The format is called CR2032, but it's compatible with the one in the lever. They could take the battery from the power meter and swap it with the one in the left, I would say, like trigger on the handlebar. But let's see what they're doing here. They're clearly trying to solve the issue here. And what they're doing now is actually, instead of swapping the batteries, they're simply just
Manually,
adjusting the entire seat post. So they leave the seat post kind of down as it is because it cannot go up, and then they take the entire unit and kind of raise it up. But they need to be careful because there's only a certain amount, there must be a certain overlap between the frame and the seat post, so they can't just pull it as high as they want it to be. Let's see how they fix this. Clearly they are having some sort of plan that they are now executing.
But real trouble for the overall race leaders in the women's CM.com women's race, and Amy McDougall and Ariane Luthi go past them. Just after that, Sofia Gomez-Villafan and Hayley Batten are back on their bikes. What drama in both the men's and women's races once again here at the Absa Cape Epic 2022. So the race on again. Up the road, Team BMC MTB, Pauline Ferrand-Provost and Robin de Groot are now the leaders on the road, although not on a GC. Pace up front in the men's race. Nino Schurter has gone to the front again, and they're starting to open the taps. Lars Forster bent double almost as he tries to hang to his partner's wheel. The race leaders in yellow, Andreas Sewald and Martin Stosek, keeping pace very comfortably indeed, it appears. And Blevins and Beers are there, and Jose Diaz and Hans Becking likewise. But Schurter is fiercely determined to get something out of today's race, having opened up that gap of just around 80-90 seconds earlier on, then the puncture, and now he's got another opportunity as they close in on the finish at Greyton to try and take the stage win, get something out of the race.
Yeah, you can see it almost looks like he's he's riding on frustration. It's not super tactical. It's like, okay, it's like I just want to go hard, and now I'm going to push the pace, and let's see what's happened.
Well, now they've reached the technical part, and it could have been that Nino Schurter was looking to get to the part of the trail where this is going to be the steep descent that we can see on the profile at the 110 kilometer mark, and it's important for Nino Schurter to be on the front. He knows how good his skills are, and he certainly knows how good Lars Foster's skills are. And then there's a chance now to open up a bit of a gap, or at least put their rivals under pressure, because they know that pressure can not only create time gaps, it can also force other teams to take some risks. And of course, those risks come with mechanicals.
Right now, they don't have much to do, so it's a good plan to just push the pace and kind of put everybody a little bit under pressure.
Seems to be all happening at once here. The men's team making a move. Men's teams are making a move, and the women's teams also a bit of a shift in power there, where we saw Team BMC Racing take the lead of the race, and having lost over 10 minutes yesterday, they look like they're back in the driver's seat. And if they can take 2 or 3 minutes today, 2 or 3 minutes tomorrow, by the time we reach stage 5, it could be absolutely wide open once again.
It's good racing. Keeps it wide open, and every day we see things that we did not expect. So it's very exciting, but it also can create some hope for riders not having a good day today. They can see, okay, it's changing every single day, and maybe tomorrow is a day where we have or where we avoid all the bad luck and we are strong. So it's very much open still.
Yeah, Team BMC MTB had 6 minutes and 21 seconds behind Faces Roller at the start of the day. Faces Roller not in that lead group, so they'll be aiming at that and saying, well, let's just chip away, get a few more minutes back on third place and see where it leaves us at the end of the day, and start applying pressure. Again, there's many days, but we heard at the start of the week, when at the end of the prologue, Nino Schurter saying, well, that's our bad luck, we've had our bad day. Unfortunately for him, that bad luck has followed them down the trail. They had more punctures yesterday and today, although today hasn't been as catastrophic in terms of time lost. They were able to fix the puncture. Yes, they perhaps lost the chance to ride away from their rivals here, but it was a long way out. They're still on the front though. Schurter and Forster down this technical descent, with the yellow jerseys of Andreas Sewald and Martin Stosek behind them. Chris Blevins and Matt Beers in that group, as well as Team Buff Magamo, Jose Diaz and Hans Becking.
That Team Buff Magamo really are living up to their promise, and we expected great things from them after such a fantastic performance last year, and 2021's campaign for them netted them 3 stage wins and a podium spot. and definitely showing that they are able to match the firepower of the world's very best, and in putting them into the category of the world's very best. Just looking at the time gaps now, or the gaps between the riders, they're starting to open up. Nino Schurter pushing the pace on the downhill. Very clever move to get to the front, to get the whole shot into the single track. And you can see just the distance between that looked like Matt Beers on the very back. And hopefully he isn't having any issues. But it means that when they reach the open road, Nino Schurter can really open the taps. And that gap, that 30, 40, 50 meter gap, means that the other riders have to close it. And it doesn't really cost Nino Schurter and Lars Foster that much effort. Just a little bit of skills applied on the downhills, and the other teams really have to go full gas. They know the urgency of the race. Right now they're in the latter half. It is well and truly into the finale of the stage 2 of the Absa Cape Epic, and just really a lot of pressure on the riders behind to try and close those gaps.
Yep, that's Matt Beers in the South African Marathon Champions jersey at the tail end there. But that descent was really sketchy as well, wasn't it? Loose and lots of pebbles and rough terrain as you'd expect in this part of the world. And even Nino Schurter at one of those corners getting a foot out to guide himself around it. Yeah.
Looked very much like off-camber, where you need to be super careful not sliding out. But they really took advantage of that piece. And you can see as soon as they reach the bottom, the flat part, the open road, once again it was Nino at the front, really showing what great shape he is in at the moment, being able to provide some shade, some protection to his partner, and just we'll see him motoring now all the way to the finish line. Meanwhile, it looks like Matt Beers is having some sort of issue. Somehow there's a little bit of a gap opening up between him and the riders in front of him.
There was a moment he was looking down when he came out of that trail, wasn't there?
And I think out of my eye I just caught a glimpse of him actually standing at the side of the trail for a short moment. Not sure what that was about.
Whether there's an issue, we've seen all manner of issues already on the trail. He's slowly but surely going to regain contact with his partner. Chris Blevins is at the tail end of this lead group. And for the first time, Becking and Diaz have gone to the front of the group. But up the road, the Scots-Ram pair again. There's fierce determination by Schurter and Forster to try and get some redemption out of what has been a torrid last couple of days in terms of mechanical issues for them.
Well, they're at the bottom of that steep section that you would see on the profile at around about the 111 kilometer mark. And they will be just tackling the last section of the trails as they head into Greyton. There are a couple of little rises here and there, and you heard Jazz talking about them earlier, with just all to play for with these 4 teams. It'll be really interesting to see if this results in a sprint finish.
Stefan, can you hear us out there? Stefan, Gerald here, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
All right, Stefan, how's this unfolding? Was there an issue with Matt Beers there?
So, Matt just had a small crash in the single track descent. But nothing bad, just losing the front wheel in a corner.
Okay, so tail end of this group. Nino and Lars look fiercely determined to get something out of this today.
Of course. They were pretty bad at that. I think Ross just on a rocket distance when they were.
Yeah, unfortunately, our communication with Stefan not crystal clear, but you heard there Matt Beers losing the front wheel on that descent. We were talking about how rough and loose it is, and just losing a bit of his momentum, but he's on the back of that group now.
Just goes to show that anything can happen, and does at the Absa Cape Epic. And sometimes it's just these small incidents, probably the riders almost forgotten about them. If it doesn't affect the progress going forward, riders are very quick to move on and not dwell on anything like that. It hardly looks like Lars Foster. We saw his shorts were torn. Hardly looks like he's affected by that. His task ahead is to stay with Nino Schurter and to make sure that they can make back as much time as they can over the chasing teams on the road today.
And it is a long race, and it's super tough. It's 8 days, many hours every single day, and the only thing that you can be sure of is that you will have some sort of issues. Every single rider will have some sort of issues in this race. It's just a matter of the character of the issue, the size or the impact of the issue, but you will not come through this one smoothly. You will have like tinier incidents or minor incidents, and not all of them are important, and it's the name of the game.
Well, every year at the Absa Cape Epic, there's always a calculation done on based on average speeds of the riders and the predicted arrival times at various checkpoints, the water points, and then at the finish. And I can tell you what, this stage is going well beyond the anticipated or predicted finish time for these elite men, because it's that type of day. And he caught Hans Becking, just looked like he was spraying something down on some water down on his teammates' drivetrain there, just to clean something out. But they're ticking along now, biding their time. This is the calm before the storm, you feel, when we may see some attacks towards the end as they get towards Elandskloof. 5 hours gone on today's stage. That is a big helping that they are having to swallow today on this second big marathon stage of the Absa Cape Epic.
And riders will really have to be careful this afternoon with getting their recovery on point. Tomorrow is another long day, and it's all about getting that recovery going as soon as possible. Staying out of the sun, make sure to rehydrate, refuel. You cannot underestimate how big a difference it makes to get that on point.
Wide open roads now as they drop down to the bottom of this valley. A little bit of work to do before they get back, before getting into Elandskloof, in terms of one or two little pitches, and that'll test them and perhaps offer an opportunity for one of the teams to launch an attack. And you feel that Nino Schurter is the man who is going to be the man to light that touch paper. Canyon North Wave, the yellow jerseys, well, they've had an excellent day. Martin Stolsik and Andreas Sevald, we've hardly mentioned, really spoken about them, because they've just done what has been necessary today.
That's exactly. They've just done what is necessary. They've defended their leaders' jerseys. They didn't panic. They've done their time at the front. They've really tried to keep an eye on the marauding Scott SRAM team as they went up the road. They've kept it under control, and a really successful day so far for the Canyon North Wave team. They couldn't have expected to go better.
Not at all, and it's quite clear that their eyes are very much on defending this jersey all the way to the very end, and getting through a brutal stage like today, saving, well, relatively speaking, saving as much energy as you can, because they're going to be so tired when they finish this stage. Sets them up even more nicely to the rest of the week, and they have a comfortable lead on the overall, so they can allow themselves just to kind of ride a little bit more conservatively today.
Yes, Buff Megava 5 minutes and 4 seconds back, and they're in that group. But Santa Cruz, a reminder, they missed the opportunity here. They are leaking time, and perhaps they may even drop out of the top 8 or 9 teams. Speed Company Racing, well, they were in the break, and they're not that far behind this, perhaps 3.5 minutes at this stage. So they were 4th overall at the start of the day, 6 minutes and 10 seconds back. And some 15 seconds behind them, William Pirelli, Ravensteiner and Alleman. Well, they also have lost a lot of time today. When last we checked, they were 16 minutes behind the lead group. And then, of course, it's Toyota, Scott Calabandida, and they also losing time, not quite as much time, and they were in 6th place overall today, so at the start of the day, 8 minutes down. And then it's Toyota Specialized, Scott SRAM, who are very much in the mix here, so those are the two teams who are going to gain places today significantly.
Absolutely. The top 4 teams that we see here will be the top 4 on GC by the end of the day. And the other teams will look to regroup. And it'll be interesting to see what actually happened to the Santa Cruz team, whether or not it was a mechanical issue, or whether they just had a bad day on the bike, which is entirely possible. It is a long week. And the relative inexperience of Maxime Marot and Keegan Swenson. Swenson's raced in stage races before, but Marot, Palmares is really, there's hardly any stage races at all on his result sheet. In fact, I think the last one was 2 years ago. So he will no doubt be focusing on getting a good recovery in later and living to fight another day.
Yeah, at the moment they're 7 minutes and 23 down.
With the Grandmasters, we just saw Bart Bringens passing out of the picture in familiar style. Bart Bringens is known for whoever he partners up with. He's very keen at being the one dictating the pace on the climbs and leaving his partner just kind of trying to follow his wheels. Here we see another team working much better together, and it's actually the leading women's teams with Pauline Ferrand-Perrault and Robin de Groot having a good day, after a disastrous day yesterday. That really, that's why I love this race so much. Every single day it unfolds in a new way, and it just keeps it so open.
Absolutely, that is the beauty of this event. Robin de Groot on the back here, Pauline Ferrand-Perrault, they inherited the lead, got the lead when they were with the race leaders, when they encountered mechanical problems with the dropper seat post and had to stop and try and effect repairs. And de Groot and Ferrand-Perrault just rode on up ahead. And they have the race, today's race, in their control right now.
And they have a huge advantage with having Pauline in the team, because Pauline is looking very strong. And now they get to the part of the race where if you can kind of time trial to the end, it's a big advantage. And it looks like Pauline, she has the freshness, the power, the endurance to just do that and really take Robin with her nicely to the finish line.
Vergelegen and Lucas Baum of Speed Company Racing driving their pedals and looking for every second they can regain if they can close the gap to that leading group. They were great animators yesterday, the day before, and certainly today as well, early on until the lights went out, I think, going up Jacques' climb, and they've reignited and are pushing the pace. Well, that's a little indication, because there's a cut on the shoulder of Baum's shirt there. It's indicating that maybe that is why they may have lost some time. Maybe or maybe not, but he had perhaps a little collision.
Doesn't seem to have affected their motivation. No. They're still very keen to chase on and very strong. And just looking at the time checks, they were only 3 minutes behind that leader team. That was the 103-kilometer mark. The leading teams coming through there in 4.5 hours roughly, and Speed Company Racing are the next best team on the road. They were cooperating already with Bulls at that point. The Bulls dropped off the pace from the fierce pace set by Egger and Baum, and they're looking to preserve that spot on the overall podium.
Martin Storsek's been put to work on the front of this group, and it's now a much higher pace as the yellow jersey dictates the pace going in towards the finish on this flat open road along the valley floor. Schurter and Forster sitting nicely positioned behind Andreas Servold. Then Diaz and Becking and Beers and Blevins. It's beautifully set up for an enthralling, thrilling finish here on stage 2 of the Absa Cape Epic. So much has happened. The top 10 in general classification is going to look entirely different, bar the first 2 positions we feel at the start of today's stage. It'll look the same this evening, but the rest of the positions will be very, very different.
Well, they're very close to the finish now. We're tracking Thomas Ditch's e-bike, and he's around about 118 kilometers into the stage with only a few kilometers to go. And the riders that we see in the picture right now, they are the leading teams out on the road today, and that is 4 of them. And perhaps looking right now at how they're going to jostle for a sprint finish?
Yeah, it's going to be a very intense final that we are approaching right now. This entire stage has had so much drama, and now we are kind of with a little select group here that made it all the way to the finish line. We thought that we saw Scotch Ram pulling away at one point, and once again they had issues, and now it's all back together. But I can tell you, I have a feeling that Scotch Ram is not going to hold anything back in this final sprint. They wanted the stage win so badly, and I think they're going to give everything here.
You just preempted my question. Let's have some predictions now for a stage win. I don't think there's any doubt as to the fact that Scots Ram are going to be going full gas. They'll be highly motivated to make good, not just from a morale point of view, but also to get some numbers on the board, to get some runs in. And Nino Schurter certainly has got a good kick on him, as has Lars Foster.
Yeah, how much Lars Foster's got left in him, that's the key for them. I mean, each of these combinations, Stasek and Seevold have looked rock solid all the way through. They haven't looked vulnerable at any stage. Beers, perhaps.
Yeah, but if you look to the Canyon North Wave team, they find themselves right now in the yellow jersey.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not going to risk anything in a bunch sprint.
Absolutely
for sure,
not,
they're not. They're gonna ride fast, and if the gap opens up and they feel it's relatively safe to go for the sprint, for sure they will. But they have their eyes locked on this jersey.
What about Becking and Diaz? They've not done a lot of work today. They've sat pretty much the entire day at the back of the group. Whether, there are two ways to look at it. Whether they're just saying, look, we just want to maintain our place and we're not going to do anything too risky, or whether they say, we had 3 stage wins last year, let's pick up another one today, and they got to go for that.
Got a taste for it last year.
Yep. So, well, interesting. Yeah, you don't expect the yellow jerseys to get involved in a fight for the stage win,
unless they feel it's safe. And if they're coming there with 4 other teams, it can be a little bit tricky. So we'll see.
Well, there are only 3 spots on that podium today, and 4 teams. So it'll be like that game when you run towards 3 sticks, and the last person's out.
Look, I'm backing
like those chairs.
I'm backing those 2 guys there just in front of the motorbike. What do you think? In the blue. Stefan Sam and Thomas Deitch have got the grandstand seat looking at this race unfold in front of them. They're on the Bulls Media e-bikes. Yes, Stefan, I think you might win this one.
Of course we're going for it. But my leg not that fresh anymore.
Stefan, how would you play the sprint if you were to do it yourself? We've seen your tactics. You would attack just before the end, about 800 meters to the end. How would you play it today if you were looking to win the stage?
Stefan, can you hear us?
Now you're back.
Okay. Just firstly, who do you think who's going to win this?
I think Scots Ram. They did so much work. They also would deserve it. With all the bad luck.
How would you play it out?
They're hungry. Just go flat out and faster as the others.
Easy.
Very simple, isn't it? That's a fairly simple tactic.
Exactly. That's how you win sprints.
Stefan, we've seen you in the past accelerate and make a bit of a break of it shortly before the finale, before you get into the finishing stadium. Is that what you would advise someone like Lars Foster to do?
Yeah, that's normally what we did because I was the weakest sprint.
And Carl Platt would go in behind him and leave a bit of a gap and let him go ahead. 2 kilometers to go as they make their way towards the Elandskloof farm of Craig Hawthorne. They're passing through Meerlust farm of Fani Bjerkes here, opening up his gates and allowing the riders to track through. Now, dual track here.
Well, this is where the jostling will begin, and the teams like really Buff Megamo, they would, if they want to make a play for today, they would need to get a little bit closer to the front. And as you heard Stefan Sam alluding to, he just started saying it, but he did. It sounded like he was about to say that he would be the weaker sprinter of him and Carl Platt in the days when him and Carl Platt were partnered together, and the tactic was for him to go up the road and leave Carl behind to fight it out because after all, it's the second rider that crosses the line where the time is taken, not the first. So with Lars Foster up the road, it would leave Nino Schurter the simple task of out-sprinting the second place rider of their nearest rivals.
They're entering Elandskloof from the south. It's a sort of contained valley, so they're working their way around into this valley, a long valley. They do a little bit of a circuit around and then come into the finish here at Elandskloof, which is just outside Greyton, and the finish of what has been an utterly riveting stage 2 of the Absa Cape Epic, with so much drama and issues that have befallen teams both in the men's and women's races, and it's coming down to this. 4 teams in the men's race battling it out. The yellow jerseys of Cannon Northwave, Scottstram of Nino Schurter, that's the world cross-country champion and the world marathon champion next to each other there. And then you've got the world short track champion in Christopher Blevins alongside Matt Beers, and then Hans Becking, the Dutch champion, alongside Jose Diaz. What a mix! They're on to Elandskloof now. And Schurter and Forster are on the front. It looks like it's Schurter who's gone to the front, driving the pace there. Look at Hans Becking making his way up on the outside, but Jose Diaz is way back at the back of this train. His partner's out of position.
It all depends on Jose Diaz. Hans Becking can be at the very front. He can finish first on the stage, in fact, but it all depends on his teammate Jose Diaz, who is on the back just behind Matt Beers. Matt Beers is lying the second last wheel, but he is accelerating past the Canyon North Wave rider. It looks like they're really keen to get this going and to be in good position before they reach the finish chute.
You sense that the yellow jerseys are not going to be too interested in getting involved at that sharp end, but it is Scottstram, Schurter and Forster who are driving the pace on this long approach into the finish here at Greyton. Hans Becking has put himself alongside Lars Forster, but his partner is off the pace. Chris Blevins is there. Matt Beers is doing the right thing, just sitting behind Martin Storsek, so he's in position to take second place if the Scottstram win this, as they turn onto the gravel road across the bridge.
Matt Beers just coming on the inside of yellow jerseys. The yellow jerseys clearly not going to contend the sprint. Jose Diaz is way back. He has too much work to do to make a go of this, although let's not speak too soon. He could use the wheel in front as a springboard, but he has got a lot of work to do, and those who don't have that much work to do are the riders on the front. Nino Schurter is leading the way. He is strong enough to be on the front, and it looks very much like the fact of Christopher Blevins coming on the outside, but you don't come on the outside of Lars Foster. He's a cross-country racer. He knows all about these lines, and it looks Matt Beers is coming up. He's coming up behind.
In they sweep into the finish, and a drive for the line. Chris Blevins is going to lead them over. Where does Beers go? No, it is Scottstram who take the win. Nino Schurter and Lars Forster. Beers just didn't have the legs to match Chris Blevins, let alone the Scottstram pair. But another very, very impressive ride by the Scottstram pair. They finally got reward after 2 very frustrating days, and they've taken the stage win. The yellow jerseys safely in 4th place today. They will stay in those jerseys going into stage 3.
Well, they've done the best job of all, and they've defended that jersey admirably. They have lost absolutely no time. They will be absolutely delighted. They came 4th on the day by the looks of it, and it's very rare that a team who coming 4th in a sprint finish will be delighted for the performance, but they held on to yellow and maintained their advantage. They've still got well over 5 minutes over their nearest rivals. But all fair that Scottstram, after having the terrible 2 days they've had, it's great for us as fans to watch it and to see that there's now an even spread of victories.
Absolutely. Different teams winning on the first 3 days, which really does create a fascinating dynamic. Here are the Speed Company racing pair, Lucas Baum and Vergelegen, and well, they're the new young guns on the Absa Cape Epic firmament now. They really have brought a lovely edge to the race. They've brought drive and determination. They did run out of puff going up that Jacques climb, but digging deep now to take 5th place on the stage. and try and maintain their position inside the top 5. They were 6 minutes and 10 seconds behind Canyon North Wave at the start of the day. The GC is going to look very, very different tonight.
Just shows how open this race still is and how many teams are in contention for top 10, top 5, a podium. It's still very much open, and we haven't seen the last bit yet.
Absolutely, it's the GC will unfold in a long while still as Vergelegen and Lucas Baum cross the line in 5th place today for Speed Company Racing in their first Absa Cape Epic. They are putting their names in lights for sure today. Brilliant, brilliant job by these 2 young Germans who clearly had a mishap at some stage during the stage. Over 5¼ hours of racing. This is a monster day for the elite riders, the women elite riders, and you just go rolling back. And then yesterday, as I said, it took 9 hours and 40 minutes for the last team to cross the line after the first team finished in 3:58. Well, if you extrapolate that out today, 5 hours 17, how long are the back of the field going to spend out there today? A long, long time. Confirming the top 5 teams, Scotsram taking the win in 5:17:04. Toyota 91 Specialized crossing the line with them. And then here's a look at the following teams. That's Gutierrez and the remaining teams rolling in over the finish line. And I can tell you what, it's all changed because following them, Sergio Manticon Gutierrez and Francesc Carretero were Tiago Ferreira and Miguel Moreno. Big marathon specialists, and this is their sort of terrain.
Yes, and Ferreira is a former stage winner at the Absa Cape Epic in 2016, and significantly on GC we're going to get the official results, but it looks like the performance from Speed Company Racing, chasing on their own, that they were able to preserve their 4th spot on overall. We'll wait for the official results.
Right, let's hear from the stage winners down at the finish with Jazz Kuska.
Nino Schurter, Lars Foster, Scotsram Racing. Of all your stage victories, that one must have felt pretty good after the 2 days you've had.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's always nice to win. For that, we are here. Yeah, we had some bad luck again today. I don't know. I struggle a bit with my mechanics at the moment. Need to get out of that, but yeah, legs were great and we're feeling good. So yeah, we're looking forward to more.
You did all the racing though early on, and then despite the mechanical, you still worked hard to bring it all back. How are the legs going? How are you going to recover from that for tomorrow?
Yeah, I think we showed that we are the strongest today, so I think the others had a hard time as well, and we just keep going. We delivered already the last 2 days. Today we earned the win, and let's keep going.
And in terms of kilometers, it's the longest stage of this year's Absa Cape Epic, and yet it comes down to a bunch sprint. Bunch sprint is nothing new, but you know, do you practice those tactics, or is it just how it comes down to the line?
Yeah, you know, after such a long race, it's just how it comes down. It's like everybody's tired. It's not a proper sprint anymore. It's more just like going as hard as you can after 120k. So. Yeah, but yeah, it feels nice to have a victory finally.
Good. Enjoy the afternoon.
The recovery, Jazz Kuska talking there to the Scotsram pair. They have emptied the tank today for sure.
It was telling that Nina Schurter said that it's not really a sprint, it's just who's got the legs at the end. And there's very little tactics, it's just really pure firepower and who's just perhaps more motivated at the end, and certainly they were very motivated to get that win on the board in 2022.
Pretty exhausted, Simon Schneller, yeah.
The Bulls had a good day today.
Yeah.
They showed their fortitude, and we've expected great things from them. They're never a factor to be discounted, and coming in around about, that's 8th position, they came in around about 5 minutes and 30 seconds down off the Scotsram team's 5 hours and 17 minutes. And just seen Santa Cruz, that's Maxi Marot, just come through at 6 minutes down. They've lost 6 minutes today.
But they've made up some time in the last second half of this race. They were a little bit further back, and they've if not made up a huge amount, they've certainly limited their losses in the second half of today's races. Maxi Marot and Keegan Svensson, and an excellent day for Peter de Toy and Marco Hubert, the African team, the South African team in Buko Type Dev Giant. They are in 10th place, 6:14 down, and critically for them, they'll be looking at the progress of Insect Science, who are the leaders in the Absa African jerseys. Their target for Buko Type Dev is to regain those jerseys after they held them after the prologue and lost them yesterday due to Peter de Toy's lights going out on the saddle climb. He wasn't alone. There were many who had that same issue, but they've had a great day today. Good recovery, and in 10th place today, the best placed of the African teams today. Top 10, 6 minutes and 14 between them after 123 kilometers. Still says so much for the quality of racing we've got here at the 2022 Absa Cape Epic. The very best racers in the world turned up here and turned on a show for us over the last, 3 days. I was going to say 5.5 hours, but in fact it's been 3 days of just fantastic viewing. So this is the general classification as it stands now. Top 7, Sewald and Stosek, 4:55 over Becking and Diaz. So they've clawed back a few seconds there, Becking and Diaz. Beers and Blevins now back on the podium after their torrid day yesterday. Egger and Baum in 4th place, holding position. Schurter and Foster vaulting up from in 7th place up to 5th place. Manticon, Gutierrez and Carretero in 6th place, and Marot and Svensson dropping down from 3rd to 7th.
All credit to Egger and Baum. They really saved the day. They were relying in second overall, so it was perhaps a bit of a disappointment for them, but clearly just that chase they did on their own, they were doing really well to preserve what they have.
Lots of change in the general classification with the losers. I think the biggest losers today may well be William Pirelli, Rabensteiner and Alleman. They are were well off the pace. They haven't yet arrived, over 7 minutes back. Frischnecht and the Yuri Ragnoli have just crossed the line. So we go back to early this morning and the start at Lourensford as the elite men raced away from Lourensford. Ahead of them lay 123 kilometers of a journey to Greyton and the Elandskloof farm and the finish there. Yellow jerseys on the shoulders of Canyon North Wave, mindful of what lay ahead today, and no doubt many of these teams feeling the effects of yesterday's brutally hard stage. It was a fairly gentle start to the day's pace making by all these teams as they made their way around Lourensford and through the Vergelegen game reserve and on the way out to that climb up the Gantouw Pass. Hard day lay ahead for all these teams. It was a psychological battle as much as anything else, because getting your mind over the challenge of today was as tough as getting your body over it. Sweeping through the flat, cool roads initially on the farmlands, and you could see that there was no keenness to drive a very hard pace. Initially, Manticon, Gutierrez and his partner Francesco Carretero were on the front, but look at what lay ahead. The clouds filtering over the mountains was the telltale sign that they were heading into wind on the Overberg side of the mountain, and that perhaps also just made them step back and say, right, we're going to have, not only are we going to have a tough day terrain and climbing wise, we're going to have weather and wind in our faces. The Matt Beers in the South African champions jersey recovering after a really difficult stage 2, putting himself to rest last night and preparing for this tough second stage. A lot of other teams just putting themselves on the front there, knowing that things would change a little later on as they swept down through these early sections of single track. Nino Schurter already putting himself into a position from which he could launch an attack. Speed Company Racing Well, they've been a real revelation throughout this race. And the women, the top women racing through, and those were the top 4 teams. This is the compulsory portage that goes up the Gantouw Pass. It's a national monument, it's a World Heritage Site, so there's no riding allowed on that terrain, and riders have to walk or carry their bikes up there. Over the top, and the yellow jerseys on the front, Speed Company Racing. Scott Schramm were there as well in numbers, both of their teams, and Team Bulls had riders on the front.
We just saw a far more ordered event, ordered series of events today, and where there's not quite as much chaos. We couldn't really call it chaos yesterday, where everything was happening all at once, and we almost couldn't keep track of everything. It was just simultaneous action and simultaneous disaster. And today it just seems to be a lot more ordered, and no doubt that the top teams here were riding at full pace, but just a little less drama.
Well, I noticed that Lucas Baum had that torn shirt as early as this on the stage, so whatever it was that befell them certainly didn't affect them, because they were at the start of they were at the front of the race right there. Caught a glimpse of Buko type giant. They had, this is them again, they had the motivation today in the Absa African jerseys after a wretched day yesterday. They were trying to race themselves back into contention for the red jerseys as Insect Science had them.
Just a bit of on-trail in-action chain lubrication there. All importantly, just keeping the drivetrains running smoothly and preserving the equipment for the rest of the stage.
Not something you should practice at home, perhaps.
Definitely not.
No, at high speed on a trail in a group like that. Pofadder, the beautiful trail high up in the valley above Oat Valley and Paul Kluwer. So, Bulls played a role today because Simon Schneller and Urs Huber put themselves into the firing line along with their fellow German riders in the Speed Company Racing pair. Well, of course, Urs Huber is Swiss, but Simon Schneller and the Bulls are basically a German team. And then Schurter and Forster, they had company in Andrei Fischneck and Yuri Ragnoli, importantly. In the end, it didn't come to influence their performance today, but it was important in their mental approach to the day's racing that they had the team there.
And certainly the best performing backup team at the race so far. The Scott Schramm Due team were 4th overall, or 4th at the prologue, so clearly they are absolutely on storming form.
At the 66-kilometer mark, they turned into the Hohook Inn, the Hohook Hotel, and this was at the top of the cut pass. And they dropped down the cut pass and onto Stel Pas, and this is where the day's sort of split happened. They came out of a section of single track on the Beaumont River trails, and there was certainly a breakup in the initial group. Sneller and Uber, as well as the Scott Schramm pair, were driving the pace on the Stel Pas. Also there were the race leaders, Canyon Northwave and Buff Megamo and Toyota 91 Specialized.
This really looked like a pivotal point in the race. We were expecting some action here, but it turned out that it all happened a little bit earlier. Some huge efforts by Scott Schramm, and it looked like they had the firepower to really make it count and get a big advantage and to make up for the bad luck they'd had.
And then it was on the Jacques climb that the world's best cross-country racer, bar none, Nino Schurter, applied the pressure. Now, Lars Forster was suffering behind him, but suffering as best he could in order to stay with the world champion as they climbed away from that group behind them. And they opened up a gap at best of around about a minute and 10, a minute and 20 seconds. And it looked for all money as though they were heading for a breakaway and a solo lead. But with problems, Schurter had alluded earlier in the day to a slow puncture, and they were soon to be stopped in their tracks and had to effect a repair. They were absolutely superb. Schurter is on these climbs an absolute demon, and this was the chase group behind them.
The yellow jerseys taking it very conservative, just defending where they need to, but making sure that they can keep Scott SRAM well in their sights. And there's a bit of a mechanical for Scott SRAM Due. This is the backup team.
Why?
And ironic, the backup team has issues with their tires, but we're able to fix it fairly quickly and efficiently and keep the back wheel in. That's the all-important thing. It's always a bad sign when the back wheel. Nino Shota had issues of his own. We spoke earlier about his slow puncture and just able to deal with it quite quickly. Putting a plug, a little bit of air into the tire, and off they go.
That did cost them their advantage, which was a slender one at that stage of about a minute, and soon they were caught by this team or this group of riders. Toyota 91 Specialized, Canyon, Northwave, the Buff Megabone, they all pulled in at the last of the hydration stations to take on a much needed food and drink. It was that sort of day, a very, very long day, the longest of the entire race at 123 kilometers. Headed into the Overberg, dry, harsh, dusty, and exposed into the winds of the Overberg, which are not an unfamiliar scenario for all these, for the farmers who live in this part of the world. So from then on, these teams started to just tick it over. Georg Egger and Lucas Baum split themselves from the Bulls when Simon Schneller's lights went out on these open roads. Having done so much work early on, the German just couldn't maintain the pace set by the other two Germans, and this is that tricky descent down into the base of the valley.
Just noted that Matt Beers had a small off on that descent, but all was not lost. He managed to recover and get back on and into the, he's a bit covered in dust. I'm not sure if that dust was from the fall itself, but small crashes were the order of the day. We saw that the Speed Company team had an off. We also saw torn shorts from Scott SRAM's Lars Foster, and just it's all about recovering and all about dealing with those mishaps along the way.
Making sure they stayed out of trouble. The yellow jerseys of Andreas Seerwald and Martin Stosek staying at the front there until right at the very end, because Scott SRAM were the team with the most motivation here to get something out of this race, having had two wretched days plagued by punctures and mechanicals. They lost nearly 9 minutes on the first 2 days, but today they were about to redeem themselves by coming back and taking the stage win. And I said Hans Becking was in the mix there, but his partner was way off the pace, and it was Matt Beers and Chris Blevins who got out first. He took first across the line, but the first team across the line, the second rider of course counts, was Scott SRAM, who took the stage win ahead of Toyota 91 Specialized.
Great maneuvering by Scott SRAM, and showing the speed that he has is Christopher Blevins. No doubt he's on great form and able to match the best in the world. And great to see how the whole race plays out. Scott SRAM have shown that they are arguably the strongest in the race.
Now let's, before we go to see the combination of the women's race, this is the start of the women's race. We had lost 3 teams in the elite race as a result of various issues on the first 2 days, but these are the remaining elite ladies in the orange for the first time in this race, and for the first time by both of these riders, Sophia Gomez-Villafan and Hayley Batten, and they really had a great day yesterday and looking to consolidate that today, Annika.
Yeah, you can truly tell from the very beginning on of today's stage that they were very motivated to defend the jerseys, and with them the Faces roller team also wanting to move up the ranks and defend their Absa African jersey and potentially aim for the orange jersey as well. So they were kind of the pace setters here at the very beginning this morning. And a lot of question marks over the field, the women's field this morning, because we saw Team BMC MTB Racing losing a lot of time yesterday with Pauline Ferrand-Perot being a victim of the heat and totally blowing up, and eventually they lost 10 minutes yesterday. So question mark was, were she able to recover from that, and were they able to do anything on today's stage? But from the very beginning on, because of the nature of the long stage today, and also combined with the terrain, a lot of more open, fast-rolling roads, a lot of wind, tended to stay together for quite some time.
Now the gap just on the GC going into the stage was 1 minute 45 between the leaders, 91 Songo Specialized and Simtek ZA of Luti and Wakefield, and then 2:53 to Faces Roller and 9:14 to BMC. Those are the four teams, and then these two teams got away, not by an enormous amount, Faces Roller and 91 Songo Specialized.
And we were kind of thinking to ourselves that maybe the team Simtek having such a great success yesterday of applying a more conservative strategy, really staying within their own limits and knowing that it was a long day ahead of them, that they would be not too nervous, just dropping off this group and still having hopes on the overall of today's stage. But really, Faces Roller and Team Specialized were able to open up a gap. And then all of a sudden we saw that they were joined by the BMC team.
Well, headed towards Hohook, and this is where we saw them catch up. We'll catch up with the women's race as it comes into the finish at Greyton. Meanwhile, the podium presentation in the men's race today, and our top two teams are up there. And our third team was, of course, Megamo. Jose Diaz and Hans Becking, who rather like the race leaders today, and they're in second place. Just did enough, made sure that the yellow jerseys never were out of sight, really, and got through the day very efficiently. Becking, the Dutch champion on the right there, and Jose Diaz, a bottle of wine each for them. So Toyota 91 Specialized will feel great satisfaction after their terrible day yesterday when they lost over 9 minutes to be back on the podium and very much back in the general classification frame. Matt Beers, the South African National Marathon champion, and Chris Blevins, his partner. And well, they've had two tough days, bedeviled by mechanicals and punctures again today, but they were able to get over that and take the win. Scott Schramm, Nino Schurter and Lars Forster, the champion of Europe. Top step of the podium.
Certainly a well-deserved win with the travails they've had. Good to see them on the top of the podium.
The men's podium after stage 2 of the Absa Cape Epic. Scott Schramm winning the stage ahead of Toyota 91 Specialized Buff Megamo. A sprint finish it was at the end of 123 kilometers. There's nothing between these top teams. All that separates them in a way is mechanical issues and physical difficulties on each day, and that basically is what this Absa Cape Epic is all about. Beautiful scene here at Val de Vie, which is where these riders will all be aiming to get to on Sunday. The grand finale of the 2022 Absa Cape Epic will take place right here, and they're busy starting to put the race village together over the next few days. It's where we're based for the next few days as well. Yellow for the second day in a row. Canyon North Wave. Martin Stosek and the world marathon champion. You know that by those rainbow stripes around his shorts. Andres Servold step up onto the top step again in yellow.
The lead in the men's category seems to have stabilized. They have almost 5 minutes ahead of their nearest rivals.
So satisfaction for the Canyon North Wave pair after their difficulties a year ago, or 6 months ago, 5 months ago if you like, and in Tulbach when Martin Stosek had to withdraw after they just won a stage, and the Servold had to finish the race as a lonely leopard. They've put that behind them, and they are enjoying and thriving in 2022. Look like they're riding through a desert terrain here. This is the race leaders in the women's race, the CM.com women's race. The BMC mountain bike team of Robin de Groot and Pauline Freller-Prévost, they've still got their lead.
They truly have. And what we saw just before was that unfortunately the specialized team that we are now seeing here had to deal with a mechanic. What happened just before this scenario was that actually the number 1 and 2 team on the stage right now were together. And then it was only because of a mechanical, Haley had an issue with her dropper seat post. I guess it's something to do with the battery, that they had to leave BMC MTB Racing riding on their own.
Well, look at that, at 103 kilometers, just under 3 minutes to 91 Songo Specialized, 4:25 to Simtech ZA, and Faces Roller are 7:47 down and are losing big time.
Absolutely, they must have had a really bad day. We saw them at the front earlier on, and we really thought that they would be feeling, from that, we thought they might be feeling really good today. And we'll need to check with them when they get back to the finish, just to see exactly what happened and how their day went before we draw any conclusions. But clearly the 91 Songo Specialized team are able to still maintain their composure, and they so far at that time check only lost 3 minutes. What could actually be a disastrous mechanical.
Well, just what the scenario now is that Team BMC MTB could well find themselves into 3rd place, depending on how Faces Roller go in the rest of the day, because there was just around 7 minutes between the two teams going into the stage. So that's the gap for now, as Sofia Gomez Villafan and Haley Batten close in on the pair of Jan Monshohe and Philemon Sebona, who've been around about the lead of the women's race for the last couple of days. And this pair are just trying to limit the losses here over 2 minutes as it stands now. But they are the comfortable race leaders. Their approach now, they know that the 4th place team are up ahead. They had a 9-minute and 14-second lead over them. They may lose a couple of minutes here. Manage their efforts here?
Yeah, it's a good idea to have the eyes on the overall. And you can see they have really grown together as a team, as a good team here in the last couple of days. They ride nicely, taking turns at the front, knowing exactly how to be efficient in each other's slipstreams, and it all seems to be paying off now.
This is a big day. 5 hours and 42 already for these teams.
It's quite unusual that you're out there for that long for these teams. Today is like it's a true test, and just shows what this race is also about. These really long days out there, and I think today was mostly because there's been a lot of wind. The riders have to deal with so much headwind, so the already long stage became even longer.
They're driving a good pace now on a nice stretch of undulation to just get through the kilometers, and that's also what it's about here. Just try and close in. They sweep past Jan Monshohe and Philemon Sebona, two men who are, well, Philemon a full-time pro at one stage, now working in the Cura Schools circle and building a really big base of mountain biking talent as he runs their program around the country. A big school set up around South Africa.
Impressive, and using the Absa Cape Epic as a springboard for that campaign, no doubt.
What we see here is actually that Haley's dropper seat post is perfectly back in normal position. My guess is that maybe they were actually, I don't know, but maybe they were actually able to get into some sort of a tech box at one of the places, or they carried with them a spare battery and was able to replace the battery that might have run out of power. We'll need to get the story on what was actually happening, but you can see that Haley has her comfortable position on the bike, so whatever the issue was, they have managed to fix it again.
So they are back up and riding in comfortable position. Yeah, there's batteries all over, as Annika alluded to a little earlier. And it's just, we've touched on through today's broadcast about how the evolution of the mountain bike has seen these machines become the high-tech, electronically driven, other than the pedals. Virtually every other moving part is operated via an electronic shifter or a lever with a battery.
That's true. It's it's constantly evolving and getting better and better. And now there are like no wire cables on a bike like this. It's either hydraulic brakes or it is all controlled with batteries and electric sensors. And here it's actually a look back on when the issue with the dropper seat post happened. You can see they're trying to fiddle around with maybe the battery or the seat clamp. It is hard to see from this angle, but obviously what happened was that Haley was unable to get her dropper seat post back into the normal position, so somehow some battery ran out of battery and she had to fix that. It looked like at the beginning here they weren't able to replace the batteries, so they had to actually manually take the seat up. Oh, and here we go. Look.
So they had another problem.
Saddle came back up. Okay. It's hard to tell what exactly is going on. Let's see what happens here.
So that was because Amy Wakefield and Ariane Luthi caught them just as they got back on their bikes after that initial problem. And now they've stopped again to sort out a problem.
Yeah. So what they did first was they, instead of engaging the dropper seat post, they actually lifted the whole thing up. But now Haley got the shifter back working. Maybe the battery had collected a little bit of I don't know, energy. So once she tried to hit it again, it actually went up. And now, because she already moved the whole saddle post, seat post up, it's too high, and now she has to lower it again. But they got it sorted, and you can see they were back up and riding, and she had her comfortable seat height. And even more importantly, they actually managed to catch up with Amy and Ariane, and not only catch up, but actually pass them and put in some time on them, which they need to do for the overall GC.
And that's also due to the fact that now, perhaps in Haley's mind, she's now well settled. That was the problem. It's now sorted properly. The initial time was, what happens if? What happens if? Well, it did happen. It did pop back up again. They've sorted that out, and now they are fully motivated and driving for the finish and managing their efforts, because they are the race leaders, and ahead of them are BMC MTB, who started the day 9 minutes behind them, and just ahead of them, looks like the Grand Masters leaders, Bart Brenchens and Abra Azevedo.
Working nicely together here. But it's a good thing for Haley that this only happens now, so late in the stage, the issue with her dropper seat post, because it also means that from now on she can't really use the seat post again, because as soon as she would put it down, there's a risk that she will not get it back up. So she will have to ride the rest of the stage with the seat post high, which she is perfectly capable of, but she just has to remind herself not to lower the seat post.
And of course they're reaching that point very soon where the steep descent at around about the 110 kilometer mark. There is some steep trails to come. We saw in the single track, we saw Matt Beers, the effects of Matt Beers had a small off on one of the corners. He lost the traction in his front wheel, so the dropper post would come in handy, but is not essential certainly with a rider the skill of Haley Batten.
And as I recall, Haley had a long phase where she all over on the markets and in the races, dropper seat posts were introduced. But Haley actually every now and then had a race where she didn't use the dropper seat post for some reason, so she's perfectly capable of riding trails downhill without a dropper seat post. But the thing is, once you get used to having it all the time, it becomes very much a habit and something you integrate into your riding style.
Well, the power of a former Olympic champion, Bart Brenchens, who has never been anything other than totally committed to every race he takes part in, and he just eases away from his partner Bra Azevedo, who he's ridden a few times with, so Bra knows Bart very well in the way he rides, but Brenchens is well known for a man who puts his partners to the sword regularly.
Also taking great care not to interfere with the women's racing. You saw him being overhauled and he quickly pulled over. He knows the value and the importance of and how racing can be so nuanced that he would not want to interfere with this fever pitch finale of the women's category on stage number 2.
Now the downhill. And they'll perhaps not see it yet, but they'll know. Across the valley is the finish of stage number 2. Go forward and see if we can find BMC MTB somewhere down in these undulating hillsides as they make their way down towards the valley floor.
We have a glimpse of the tracker bike on the map, and it seems that they're about to descend that tricky single track section.
This could well be them with the motorbike just behind them. No, I don't think that's them.
While we're watching these spectacular visuals, just a little bit about Bart Brenchens. He has won the race once before in the elite category in 2005. He was the former world champion and Olympic champion, and he's completed 15 Absa Cape Epics, which is an impressive achievement. He's virtually done almost every single one except for, just going down the list, 2004 and 2006 were the events that he didn't participate in.
He's a remarkable athlete, and of course, as we said earlier, the first Olympic champion in men's mountain biking.
And here we're back with the BMC MTB racing team, and we can see now they have swapped positions. So Robin is setting the pace at the front nicely here. It's good to see a team rising that had such a hard day yesterday, and not letting themselves be too affected by that, but carrying on and really riding strong on the next day. And it's not just any day, it's actually the longest day of the entire race. So it just really shows that you shouldn't be too worried about having a bad day, because the next day could very well be completely different.
Exactly, it's all about how you manage the bad day. And some people's bad days are 20-minute bad days, and others are 5-minute bad days. And it's all about just the disaster management, that some teams are just so good at taking care of those mishaps, and some just don't have that ability necessarily to deal with what are essentially calamitous events, like a shredded tire or a problem with a derailleur. It's just it's about dealing with something calmly and collectively being able to collaborate with your teammate to work out exactly what's happened, the diagnostics, and then of course dealing with it and getting to that tech zone as soon as possible.
And that's exactly what they're doing here, just calmly working their way forward, not thinking too much about what happened yesterday, but looking at today, and now they find themselves in the lead. And they know, of course, on GC they have quite some work to be done to catch up with the leading team. But yeah, so far it looks like they're on a good track.
Well, they'll certainly be in high spirits tonight. If they manage to maintain this gap, they'll be in high spirits at the end. As we saw them on stage, on the prologue, they were in good spirits. And in fact, even when they finished yesterday's stage, there was a wry smile, but the morale was still there. After all, they're still riding their bikes at the world's most competitive mountain bike stage race. They are at the Epic, and of course, we have been reminded many times that it's Pauline Van Prevo's first Absa Cape Epic and Robin de Groot's last. Let's see if that really is her last. We never know, but. It certainly will be hard for her to watch this race from the sidelines.
Just saw Robin there just pulling us over and allowing Pauline to go ahead down this single track.
And that's kind of what you can see with a lot of the untested teams that turned up to this race, having never ridden together before as a team. But now they have already the experience of a few days riding together, so they've found this nice rhythm of how to approach the terrain, the trails, everything, who is to be in front where, and because it makes all the difference, and it's those tiny seconds that you gain everywhere on the course that makes a big difference in the end.
Sweeping down this trail as we saw earlier, the men coming down here. It is, well, it's not hugely technical in terms of big rocks, but there is a lot of loose terrain, loose stones and pebbles that can cause a washout, as Matt Beers will tell you about. You saw there Pauline with their saddle down, and that's where the birch of the dropper seat post. Oh, there's a hare in the road. Amazing. Chasing down behind a hare.
Yeah, just
Pauline backing off and letting it have its space.
Yeah, that's a good choice, a good call. Yeah, but it also just shows, you know, coming from Europe or somewhere else in the world to this part of the world, it's a big adventure in any way. It's not only the race, but it's everything you experience out there, the terrain. Yeah, just you see animals. It's everything you experience out there. It's part of the whole complete package.
Yeah, well, we don't need to remind certain teams in this race that the wildlife can play a role in ending a race, sadly.
Absolutely, it can upend your chances, and we've seen that YouTube is certainly, there's a few clips on YouTube in South Africa of riders being taken out by bucks. And if we cast our minds back to, was it 2012 or 2013 when Robert Mennen got struck by a buck, and in fact he didn't even see it coming. He had no idea what it was, and I believe he initially thought it was a pig that he'd ridden into, breaking his collarbone, ending his campaign. But he came back to the race and in 2014 and won the race. Yeah. So clearly came back from a very difficult situation.
Yeah, Jaco Venter is racing this race, broke his collarbone in a similar manner just 6 weeks ago, and is up and racing this inside the top 20 right now with his partner Sasha Weber. So the leaders in the women's race will drop now onto the Valley Road. This is one of the two roads that are on either side of the Sonderend River that lead to Genadendal and eventually to Greyton. But they'll follow this for a number of kilometers before going across the river and then heading into the farmlands, and then eventually Elandskloof, the finish just outside Greyton.
And this is quite an essential part of the whole course, because from now on it's very much a time trial, and if you're completely empty by this point, the lead that you've been building up can vanish in a short amount of time. Here it's all about having that firepower to really go fast and steady and not lose time to the finish line. And we'll see in this combination who's feeling better. Right now it looks like it's Robin at the front. But it's a long day. They've been out there. Look, they've been out there for 6 hours. Surely it's not only the batteries on the bikes that are running low, it's also on the riders.
Yes,
I can tell you that.
absolutely. This is a seriously long day, and coupled with yesterday's efforts, it's going to this year's race is already looming as one of the toughest we've seen in recent memory. Just sharing the work there. Robin was on the front for a little while now. Pauline goes to the front.
At this point, I know everybody's tired, but it makes a big difference that you can kind of keep the pace up. If you start to sit up too much, those final 10k or whatever they have left, they can feel like a desert work, just a never-ending journey. So trying to keep the pace up a little bit, even though it's super tough and they're very tired at this point, it's good for the morale just to see the kilometers ticking away a little bit faster.
Yeah, they'll know. I mean, yesterday, a number of the riders, those last 10 kilometers just wouldn't end. And that end of a hard day does get like that, as you're saying. And this is as long as they get in this year's race, 123 kilometers. They're just keeping the pace and keeping a steady tempo. They had 2 minutes and 52 seconds over the 91 Songo Specialized pair of Batten and Gomez Villafin at 103 kilometers, 20 kilometers out. But looking at Batten and Villafin a little bit earlier, they looked as though they were just keeping a slightly high tempo early up on the top of that ridge. Maybe just trying to pull back a little bit that time without overexerting. They do have a comfortable lead in the GC, just making sure that this pair don't get too far ahead.
Well, this pair have quite a few minutes to make up, but if they keep going at this rate, it's bit by bit, day by day. And if they were to take another 3 minutes out of them today, and another tomorrow, and another the following day, that deficit will be completely wiped out. So I completely agree with you, Gerald, that they will not want to let this team go too far up the road.
Yeah, I mean, and there's no denying the quality of this combination in terms of their pedigree. Robin de Groot, a bronze medalist at the World Championships in the marathon. She's finished fourth in that as well. And of course, Pauline Ferrand-Prévot, we don't need to tell you that she is one of the most decorated riders of all time in so many different disciplines. Four-time world champion in 4 different disciplines.
Yeah, she's very versatile and definitely a rider that we cannot put a label on. And I also know that her being here, for her, it's part of who she is. She loves new adventures, new experiences on the bike, and that's why she's here. And by the looks of it, she's getting the full package at the moment.
Certainly getting the experience, isn't she? The one aside from the Absa Cape Epic is an Olympic gold medal will be something she'll be looking to try and gain on home territory in 2024.
Well, there's very, very few riders that have a complete clean sweep of all the titles that count in mountain biking. Jaroslav Kulhavy comes to mind. He has an Olympic medal. He's got a silver and a gold, and of course a World Cross Country Championship, a World Cup overall win, and of course Absa Cape Epic. He's won
and a marathon world champion.
And he's won a marathon world championships. So as far as complete mountain bikers go, he's in the men's category. He's certainly up there, and it's just a matter of really what else there's there to win. He was partnered with the great Christoph Sauser, who he no doubt helped in many ways to win 5 times. And exciting. It would be exciting to see him to come back to the race.
Robin de Groot, large bulk of her early career as a cyclist on the road. She went to the Olympics in 2012 and then decided to retire from road racing, and in fact retire from cycling. That lasted about 3 months, and that was back in 2013, and here she is, a 6-time South African marathon champion and podium finisher on the Absa Cape Epic. So there's plenty of road pedigree here. We're seeing a lot of riders going from mountain bike to road, and occasionally road riders going to mountain biking. You dabbled a little bit on the road at some stage, didn't you, Annika?
Yeah, just actually the second last year of my career in 2019. I got the opportunity to do some of the spring classics on the road, and it was a big experience, I must say. I was very fortunate to be able to get a spot on the Bowles Dolmans team. The name was back then. And one of the best teams in the world, if not the best team in the world. So it's a good experience, and I see you knowing the team from the inside, and I can see why they are so successful. The riders, the staff, the management is just running very well.
Whilst we're watching them on this road, do you feel that was something you maybe wanted to try a little bit earlier?
So my story is I only started cycling when I was kind of in my mid or early 20s, and I started out straight out with mountain biking. Long story short, but yeah, mountain biking is kind of where I started, and I've been using road training on the road a lot as part of my training, and a few road races also in Denmark in my early career. And I always, towards the end of my career, I felt like it could be fun to try it out, because I was a keen follower of the women's racing on the road, just watching everything that was happening, and I was very fascinated by the races. And one day I was like, okay, actually, you know what? A little bit like with Pauline, it's great to have, to seek new adventures, to try out different disciplines. And when the opportunity came around, I was like, yes, let's do this. It was amazing, and it's just my very first World Tour race was the Strade Bianchi, and a beautiful race, and I absolutely loved it. And but it was also at the same time super difficult because I knew I was strong on the bike, but being strong on the bike is one thing. In a road race, you need so much more. Having experience of riding in a bunch is a huge advantage, and I had to learn that as we went, and it was quite an intense learning curve. But
you did finish second there, I think.
I did finish second, so it was a steep learning curve.
And and I think fifth in the time trial world championship one year.
Yeah, that was back in 2013.
Yeah.
Right. I remember that year. I was actually just shortly after I was doing my very first stage race here in South Africa. So, but that was because I was got an injury at cross country worlds just shortly before time trial worlds, and so I had the fitness, I had the shape, and I could still train. I had a dislocated thumb. I could still train on the time trial bike. So I remember going home from South Africa from the worlds that I did not do because of the injury, and focusing on kind of getting adapted to the time trial bike, and went, I think it was in Italy, and did that one and ended up 6th. I remember I was one of the first riders to start, so I ended up sitting
on the hot seat for a long time.
Yes,
wow.
For a very long time. It got very exciting at the end, I can tell you that.
Fantastic.
So yeah, a few nice adventures on the road for me, I must say.
Well, this is an adventure for Pauline Ferrand-Prévot and for Robin de Groot as they ride towards the finish at Greyton and Elandskloof Farm, and quite likely a stage win. They won the prologue on day 1 of the Absa Cape Epic at Lourensford, and then things went a little bit pear-shaped yesterday when Pauline Ferrand-Prévot got the traditional Cape Epic wake-up call on stage 1, and they lost over 9 minutes yesterday, but back they come today with another awesome performance. The quality of these two riders, the determination, the calm and composed approach to today's really big stage. One of the longest perhaps since the Absa Cape Epic has been on a cloverleaf format, certainly one of the longest days we've had in the Absa Cape Epic.
There's a lot of ground to cover between Lourensford and Greyton, and just the terrain has been, just the contrast we've seen over today has been incredible, just going over that saddle, over that climb, and then suddenly seeing a completely different landscape in front of us. And the weather has played a role in the last couple of days, and certainly the wind today, a big role. And the trail surface is a lot rougher, a lot drier and rockier. Keen to see, they're going to be spending, the riders are going to be spending another 2 days here in Greyton, 2 loops, and then be transitioning from Greyton into Stellenbosch, and another change of landscape there.
And another long day, albeit perhaps won't be quite as punishing as this. They've got a road climb over the Lourensford Pass, but still a very long day that day, over 100 kilometers as well.
We can see here at the front Pauline getting all aerodynamic. It's all about saving the energies, gaining those seconds wherever you can, and if you can save just a little bit of energy going aerodynamic, it makes a big difference.
Well, just to plot them on the map, we've got, just having a look at where they are right now, we've got the lead bike with them at around about the 116 kilometer mark, so still a little bit to go, but it seems to be all flat roads from now until the finish, as the BMC mountain bike racing team are looking for another stage win to add to their palmares and to make up some time. Of course, as we know, on 91 Songo Specialized, who are the leaders of the day. Just at the last time check, we saw them just under 3 minutes, and Simtech ZA's Ariane Luthi and Amy Wakefield at 4 minutes 25. So still all to play for this week, but today, if everything goes according to plan, it looks like it's their day.
It definitely does. A long day out there.
Of course, there were doubts as to whether or not Pauline Ferrand-Prévot could actually cope with the kind of distances that we'd associate normally with marathon racing, and Kanika, you've been very quick to point out that we should not put labels on athletes, especially one of the caliber of someone like Pauline Ferrand-Prévot, who is known as one of the most complete cyclists of all time. She held 3 titles simultaneously: cyclocross, mountain bike, cross country, and the road world titles. So there's no disputing the fact that she can go long and go deep and also go fast.
Yeah, she's very much a complete rider who can do everything. I know she has not been focused too much on building the shape towards the season just yet. According to herself, her goal is more towards the end of the upcoming season. So she's very much using this race to kind of ride herself a little bit into this, that basic endurance shape. And it looks like she's so far responding quite well to it. She had to get this kind of a little bit of a slap in the face yesterday, and now you can see it's all turned around for her.
Well, certainly the race demands respect from all athletes, no matter whether you're riding as an amateur or as a professional. It's a gargantuan task just to get to the start line and also to finish the race. 8 days and very tricky terrain, and untamed terrain is what it's called, because anything can happen on the trails at the Absa Cape Epic. And 2022 edition is no exception. We've seen trials and tribulations yesterday. Yesterday we referred to it as chaos. In fact, it was so hard at some point to really tell so much happening at the same time, really what's going on. And as it turned out, as the cards were thrown up in the air, they fell down. And once we'd all taken stock, EMC mountain bike racing had lost almost 9 minutes. And today, it's all changing.
It's totally all changing. One team that we haven't been speaking too much about is the Faces roller team. They're going so strong at the beginning of this stage today, being the ones setting the pace, dictating the pace from early on, together with the specialized team. And now we can see, based on the last split time we got here at kilometer mark 103, they're actually almost 8 minutes down from our leading team on today's stage, the BMC Racing. So everything is really turning upside down on a daily basis. It's becoming kind of a habit here, huh?
Well, we had high hopes of the South Africans, and they were running second in the prologue and really looked to be having a fantastic campaign. Huge pressure on them as they look to become the first South African winners since 2007. So 15 years is a long time for fans to wait. And of course that pressure, let's see if that pressure's if that pressure is affecting them. We need to see them at the finish and have a chat to them to see exactly what happened today. It could be a bad day, it could be a mechanical. And of course, if a mechanical plagues you on a stage this long and you don't get it resolved as soon as possible and don't manage to resolve it at the tech zones with replacing the wheel, those mechanicals can plague a team throughout the stage.
Oh yeah, definitely. We'll see what the issue was, but it's normal for all teams and all riders to have on days and off days, and it's just a matter of time when your off day will come, because it happens for everyone, and you just kind of need to put that behind you. Like we see this team here at the front is doing quite well at the moment.
And Robin de Groot is taking the lead. They seem to be very much in sync. We saw in the prologue there was maybe some gaps developing, and they were just still coming to terms with riding together, getting that chemistry going, and just finding that just that in sync thing that you need to get that you need to achieve when you're riding as a team in a two-person team race. So a big contrast between the prologue and the gaps opening up, and right now where they are cooperating absolutely seamlessly. Robin de Groot on the front and taking the lead and just keeping the pace high and making sure that when they're on a good day, they're making hay, as we've said in the past, making hay while the sun shines. If today's a good day, they want to take as much time as they can out of their rivals.
Yeah, it was quite clear. It's a completely different team that we see here in front of us right now compared to the one we saw in the prologue. We saw Pauline clearly riding on pure excitement and a lot of freshness, not really being 100% in sync with her partner, but now, wow, they have really evolved and grown together as a team. It's quite clear that now they have this feeling that you can only develop when you're out there riding together many hours, many kilometers every single day. They have the feeling now. They don't need to talk much because they have a much better feeling of each other.
Just a little look behind there from Pauline, as they were going up that short little pitch there just to check, and Robin's there and immediately goes to the front. Yeah, there's that almost innate understanding without any words said, just they know exactly whose role whose role it is to go to the front when, and they do it automatically.
Well, the race is all but done today, and we guessed around about 4 kilometers to go still. They're still going to keep the power down, because every watt that they put down now could gain them more time on their rivals, and they're not going to let up until they cross the line. And admirable to see from a team that really came back from disaster yesterday and back to the top.
Little section of single track now as they snake towards the finish at Elandskloof. They'll turn off this and down onto the fields, the southern end of the Elandskloof farm. It's the second time the Absa Cape Epic is riding into Elandskloof outside Greyton. And Robin de Groot and Pauline Ferrand-Prévot, well, they put together a superb stage today. Really, really solid. Taken advantage of the opportunities that have presented themselves and made sure that they've kept themselves in the right position, which is right at the front of this race.
Well, 2 kilometers to go. They're going to keep a steady effort and just keep that pace high. And they don't have to contend with any tactics in the sprint finish. We saw with the men's category there was 4 teams in contention for 3 spots on the podium, and there's no danger here. They know if they just keep the power down, that first place today on the stage is theirs.
Definitely, and it always helps when you get within the 10k mark. You start getting those signs more regularly on the side, telling you exactly how many Ks to go, and now fueled by the 2K to go, I can tell you they're very excited to get to the finish line and knowing that they will get this stage win today.
And they'll finish ahead of this pair, the 91 Songo Specialized pair, Hayley Batten and Sophia Gomez Villafan, as they make their way towards the finish. They, though, will hold those orange jerseys as the race leaders. They've had their travails today, where they drop a seat post malfunctioning on Hayley Batten's bike. Twice had to stop and sort that out. They lost time there, but managed to stay ahead. And in fact, they lost a position to Team Simtech ZA, Amy Wakefield and Ariane Luthi, but managed to regain that, and they've kept themselves very, very well in control here. Not been too excited about chasing the win, just managing to keep the gap and manage that gap back to the leaders, knowing that BMC MTB are well, they started the day over 9 minutes back on GC, so they're not at this stage a serious threat.
Well, we don't have time checks now. The last time check we got was at the 103 kilometer mark, and they're already passing the almost the 121 kilometer mark. In fact, they have passed that mark, so hard to really gauge out in the field exactly what kind of a time advantage they have, but we do know that they have almost 5 minutes on Team Simtech ZA, and that will be their next target in terms of the overall.
Well, now De Groot and Ferrand-Prévot are on the approach to the race village at Elandskloof, and Batten and Gomez Villafan are dropping off that last bit of single track. They'll have a little bit more district road. We're guessing. Still, it was hovering just under 3 minutes at that last checkpoint. It probably is a little bit less than that, but not by much.
And once again, you can see 2Ks here to go. The eagerness of knowing, okay, we had such a long day in the saddle. We conquered all the issues that we had. And now we're very close to the finish line. They want to do everything they can to defend these jerseys. Of course, they can't really go for the stage win today, but we will see them riding strongly the next coming days, I can tell you.
What it's doing is just delivering the most dynamic race environment we've seen for a long time here at the Absa Cape Epic in both the men's and women's race, but particularly here in the women's race with Pauline Ferrand-Prévot and Robin de Groot. A big story for them because they won the prologue, perhaps against expectation, And in a very open field, they rode a remarkably good prologue to take the win there. And then yesterday's first marathon stage got the better of them, particularly Pauline Ferrand-Prévot. And the recovery has been quite remarkable for this pair. And they are back and at the sharp end here and pulling themselves right back into contention to not only be on the podium, but potentially contest for the overall win come the end of the week. Because if today is anything to go by, this week is going to deliver so much more drama and excitement in terms of the overall standings, because these stages are brutally hard in these harsh conditions. As they're onto the lawns at Elandskloof, they can hear the finish line commentator calling the riders in, and they'll know it is done. This final last push on stage 2 from Lourensford to Greyton over the bridge and into the finish chute. It is the stage winners, BMC mountain biking, Robin de Groot and Pauline Ferrand-Prévot, a second stage win of this year's race. And well, a remarkably good performance today. They are back in contention after yesterday's travails. A 9th stage win for Robin de Groot, a second for Pauline Ferrand-Prévot, and they are going to watch the clock now to see how much time they've made back on the overall leaders.
Well, they'll know that they don't have to look back immediately, because they'll know probably from their support staff that they had over a 3-minute advantage at one point. So they can just have a bit of a celebrate. They can just congratulate each other and just bask in it a little bit, and then they can look up at the clock and see just how much damage they've done to the field.
What a day in the saddle these women have had. Definitely not an easy one, not at all. And I'm quite impressed with the performance, especially of Pauline, to kind of just recover so well and put yesterday behind her and say, hey, today is a new day, let's go for it. And they went for it.
Didn't they just? What a ride, what a performance by Robin de Groot in her last Absa Cape Epic. She has been running a great deal in the last number of months, having put aside her bike towards the end of last year after riding the World Championships and getting herself into condition as a runner. And now she finds herself back on the bike and back in the heat of battle at the Absa Cape Epic, a race she's finished second in twice and third in twice, but is yet to stand on the top step. Will this be the year? We'll wait and see. Meanwhile, this is the team they will have to contend with. The overall race leaders in the orange Juvita race leaders jerseys. 91 Songo Specialized, Sofia Gomez Villafan from Argentina, and American partner Haley Batten closing in on the finish of their stage today.
And such a solid performance, considering their travails. They had issues with their seat post, and not a very easy problem to solve, because it's all very, very important that the riders have their seat adjusted perfectly for their physiology and for their biokinetics. So it's really admirable from this team to really have held it together. They will have absolutely empty themselves to not lose more time though.
So into the finish chute they go. Sofia Gomez Villafan and Haley Batten across the bridge. Well, it's been one of those days, a day to survive, and they have thrived in some really trying and testing circumstances, not only under the wheels of their bikes and over the hills, but also mechanically. And they finish in second place. Team 91 Songo Specialized, and just 2 minutes and 45 seconds the gap. So they've managed their efforts superbly. They've kept themselves very much in condition to retain those orange jerseys, and they are mighty relieved to be at the finish. I think we can hear, in fact, from the race and stage winners today down at the finish there with Jazz Kushka.
MTB Racing, Robin and Pauline, another stage victory after a brutal day yesterday. How good does that feel?
Yeah, it was obviously yesterday we had a tough day, and yeah, just incredible how Pauline bounced back. I'm super proud, and she was super strong out there.
And let's talk a little bit about the tactics. It was all together early on for quite a long time. When was the decision made to get a bit of a break there?
Yeah, yesterday I did a mistake to go too fast at the beginning. So So we try to slow down for today. And we come back in the front group, and after that we just have to spin and to recover. And I made a small attack on the big hill, and Rob's was super strong, so she could follow. And after that we went, and we tried to keep a good rhythm, and that's it. But it was really tough, really.
Let's talk a little bit about that big climb, Jacques' climb. Obviously new to the Absa Cape Epic and definitely bound to become one of the legendary climbs.
Yeah, it was actually a really nice climb after yesterday's. To be honest, you could stay on your bike and get a good rhythm, which suited us well, and I actually enjoyed it. So yeah, good one.
Good, we enjoyed watching you racing. We'll see you tomorrow again.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Smiling they are, and so they should be. BMC, MTB, enjoying the climb was Robin de Groot up that long Jacques climb they were referring to. And we caught a glimpse there of the third place team on the road, Simtek ZA, Ariane Luthi and her partner Amy Wakefield. And this is the Faces roller pair of Mariska Strauss and Candice Hill. How tight is this racing today after 123 kilometers, 2:47 between the first two teams? It's been amazing.
Well, we're used to seeing in the past editions of huge tracts of time between the riders, and we're past stage 2 now, and it still is wide open. The time gaps in previous editions have been towards the end of the week have been sometimes up to 20 minutes, and I think we're all still within 10 minutes so far with stage 3 to go tomorrow, and it's all to play for. No doubt.
Absolutely. The finish line awaits third and fourth in the women's race. Amy Wakefield and Ariane Luthi, and they weren't that far ahead of Candice Hill and Mariska Strauss, who've lost quite a lot of time, and their position in third place. They were 2:53 behind 91 Songo Specialized at the start of the day. Simtek ZA will have their 1 minute 45 lead slashed as rolling across the line is another of our men's teams finishing at Greyton.
Just looking at the time split when 91 Songo Specialized finished. They finished second today. Hayley Batten and Sofia Gomez Villafana lost 2 minutes and 47 seconds. So actually in the latter half of the stage, from kilometer number 103 to 123, they didn't lose any time at all. In fact, they made back a couple of seconds. So impressive performance, holding it together for those two riders, and really showing the maturity way beyond their years, and able to just keep their chances and keep themselves in the race, and keep themselves, most importantly, in that leader's jersey.
Two teams finishing their Fairtree Imperial Canada, Lorenzo Leroux and Loyanda Tobengunya, previous winners of the Xara category, and just behind them another previous winner of the Xara category, Philemon Sabona and Jan Monchoya, inside the top 40 teams here, which is the example. Thank you very much. And the example that the Xara category is the breeding ground of champions of the future. These riders riding themselves into the top 30, 40 places on the toughest stage of the Absa Cape Epic, in amongst the best riders in the world. Amy Wakefield on the front here, and Ariane Luthi crossing the last bridge into the finish at Greyton to take third place on the stage today. Another measured approach today. They've seemingly, as we don't know exactly all that went out on the trail there, but their tactic again appeared to be pace themselves early on, join the group, and then push a little bit harder towards home. But Ariane Luthi and Amy Wakefield crossed the line third on the day today, and they are 7 minutes and 50 seconds down on the overall leaders in today, or the winners of today's stage, Robin de Groot and Pauline Ferrand-Prévot.
Impressive performance. Today was really not an easy day for any of these teams. And you see here they're busy cooling down straight after the finish line. Today probably caught a lot of riders by surprise by the length, and you need to manage all the fluids and the energy intake.
Let's go down to the finish. Jazz has got the race leaders sitting alongside him.
Songo Specialized, Hayley and Sophia, solid day out defending orange, but it wasn't without problems.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it just goes to show that this is an epic race and it's super unpredictable. And yeah, we had to adapt and go with the flow and give our best fight because this race is not going to be easy to win. And I think we're ready for that, to give our best.
So you had a mechanical issue there that you had to manage on the way through. The dropper post seemed to fail. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, just out of the blue, it just kind of got stuck in the low position right when we were about to start a climb. So, you know, I couldn't tell if it was going to go up or not. So we stopped and tried to raise the seat, and then randomly it came back. So we had to stop again and lower it. And then from there, I just needed to ride it on the high setting. But yeah, maybe it was a mistake to actually stop, and I should have just kept pressing and hoped that it would work again. But you know, that technology is truly amazing, but sometimes it's hard with these long days and the conditions as they are. You know, you just don't know what's going to happen.
And happy to consolidate and keep orange?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we really had to dig in for that one, and I think on the last climbs and at the end, Sophia just, you know, she really clicked into gear, and that's where she's the strongest. As a cross-country rider, you know, I don't ride much more than like 3 hours, so to have like a 6-hour day is definitely something that I've trained for, but I think with the type of training that Sophia's doing, it's amazing to have a partner that's strong all the way to the end.
Thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Here we go. This is the Faces roller pair, Candice Lill and Mariska Strauss, rolling across the line in fourth place in the women's race today. 10 minutes down on the overall leaders, and just on 10 minutes of racing for 10 minutes of a gap after 6.5 hours of racing.
Yeah, a massive day out, and you can really see here they are absolutely spent. There's a new day tomorrow, and they got the whole afternoon to kind of look after themselves and replenish the fluids, all the energy, and really today is just about eating and drinking as much as you can. And find something that you like. I always had a craving for salty vinegar chips. I can really recommend that. But every rider has a personal preference, I guess.
You were saying your salt and vinegar chips usually kicked in on day sort of 3 or 4 when things started. I think you'd have them today, definitely.
I think I would have taken them today, yes.
Well, there's Mariska Strauss. We'll be hearing from them later, if not tonight, then today, then certainly in our highlights show later on today. Wherever you are around the world, we will bring you a condensed highlights show of today's dramatic day. How do you condense this racing into that? Well, we'll do our very best. We've got the best in the world doing just that for you, and we'll bring it to you because these are the best riders in the world who brought their best A games to the Absa Cape Epic in 2022. The beautiful race village here at Elandskloof, just outside Greyton. This valley will host the Absa Cape Epic for the next 2 full race days before heading across to Stellenbosch and a stage there. But this is the finish point of one of the longest stages we've seen in the Absa Cape Epic in recent times, certainly in the post point-to-point race years, and it'll be busy, this finish line, for many hours to come, because Sperrefort, for those who committed to ride the Absa Cape Epic in 2019 and couldn't ride it, or 2020, couldn't ride it then, and couldn't then roll over to 2021 for various reasons, and decided to ride, well, they ride this year, 2021, and they're presented with one of the well, every year's tough, it is. But this certainly is right up there, Neil. I would like to chat to those who've done previous ones, how this compares. The stage 2 results in the CM.com women's race today. Pauline Ferrand-Prévot and Robin de Groot at BMC mountain bike racing. 2 minutes and 47 seconds ahead of Hayley Batten and Sofia Gomez-Villafan, the overall leaders of 91 Songos Specialized, still in the orange leaders jerseys today after a day that saw them bedeviled with mechanical issues. Ariane Lutien, Amy Wakefield, a solid day from them, 7 hours 50 back in third place, and Candice Lill and Mariska Strauss, Faces roller, in third place. 10 minutes they leaked today, but they still hold the Absa African leaders jerseys. That's how it transpires in the overall classifications. So from fourth place, Ferrand-Prévot have vaulted into second place, but look at the gap to third and to fourth. I mean, the racing is on here for sure.
For sure, the racing is still very much on. Based on what we've seen these 3 first days, it seems like there's a tendency that everything is upside down the next day. So I have great expectations for tomorrow.
Any predictions for a race winner, stage winner tomorrow? It really is amazing. Everyone's putting their hands up at this year's Absa Cape Epic, Neil.
Well, the two emerging teams are certainly the 91 Songo Specialized team, who have shown the poise way beyond their years. And of course, Ferran Prevost and De Groot, BMC, MTB Racing, they seem to be on form and they've certainly put their bad day behind them. And spare a thought for the ailing Lil and Strauss. Who knows what happened to them today? We'll catch up with them at the finish and get some information. And the pacing strategists, we have to bear in mind that Ariane Luthi and Amy Wakefield have been pacing themselves very carefully, and it is a very long week. And let's see if that strategy, it might be a very long-term strategy. It could be that Ariane Luthi is playing the long game with that pacing strategy, watching her watts on every single climb.
Well, if anyone knows how to do that, it is Ariane Luthi, with a handful of wins in both mixed and in the elite women's category. And so Amy Wakefield will do well, as she has done over the last couple of days, to defer all those strategic decisions to the Swiss marathon champion. Go back to the start at Lourensford, and the women setting out on their journey of 123 kilometers. We were light of 3 teams, or 3 teams in fact, in the women's category, but that didn't detract from a remarkably good day's racing from all these riders. They knew they were in for a really, really tough day, no question, because that's the nature of the Absa Cape Epic. And we caught a glimpse there of Robin de Groot and Pauline Ferrand-Prévot. The orange jerseys went to the front with Faces Roller, the African jersey leaders, and they made their intentions clear with the beautiful background of the Helderberg Mountains and the Helderberg Dome behind them, that they were in for a big day today. Sophia Gomez-Villafan and Mariska Strauss put themselves at the front, and eventually that strategy would see them emerge on the front on their own for some time today. Early on, Casey Armstrong riding with Sarah Hill, the Live Racing team. She was on the front for a little moment. But the bunch starting to stretch out even as they rolled up through the Vergelegen Game Reserve and out towards that brutal portage up the Gantouw Pass.
And once we got into the more harder terrain with a little bit more climbing, we would see Faces Roller together with the specialized team really pushing the pace here at the front. They had to battle with the terrain, but they also had to battle with this very strong headwind. And eventually all these factors together would make a selection here.
The gap at the start of the day was 1 minute and 45 between 91 Songo Specialized and second place Simtech ZA, Amy Wakefield and Ariane Luthi. And then Faces Roller were 2:53 down. That was the top 3. And then there was a 9 minute and 14 second gap between fourth place BMC and the leaders 91 Songo Specialized. That was at the start of the day as they set off. But 123 kilometers is a lot of time and kilometers for things to change, and they certainly did. But this was the moment that we saw Faces Roller and 91 Songo Specialized. They'd gone over the Hottentots Holland Mountains. They were going around the Eikenhof Dam, and this group of 4 riders was away and clear, but not by an enormous margin at this stage.
Well, we saw there was a gap of around about a minute at the time check shortly before we see the riders now. And it was about a minute back to BMC and to Simtech ZA. So still that pacing strategy of Ariane Luthi's becoming more and more evident throughout the day.
Yeah, confidence and experience there, Ariane Luthi, just bringing that to the fore here, knowing that this whole week is all dependent on your luck and your conditioning and preparation, and they have full control over that, and of course strategy through each day, and they were prepared to back themselves yesterday in that strategy, and they did so today. The strategy for Faces Roller and 91 Songo Specialized was to try and open a gap, and they did that here on the chasing group.
And we saw them work quite well together, happy to take turns at the front. They both have good reasons to try to open up a gap on the teams behind them. So here they have the same agenda, and that's why we see them working quite well together at the very beginning. But that was soon to change. All of a sudden we saw that BMC MTB Racing actually managed to get back on the wheels of the two leading teams, and all of a sudden we had 3 leading teams together at the front.
Yeah, that was apparent here at the hydration station at Hoek Inn, and those 3 teams left that Hoek Inn, although Robin de Groot had a small issue as they were leaving, and she was a little delayed, but she soon regained contact with them, and it was going to be a 3-team race there. And there is, yep, a little fist pump, well done. They've regained contact. Pauline Ferrand-Pro on the left and Robin de Groot, the rider on the right, were back and in harness. Just about a minute back were Amy Wakefield and Ariane Luthi, the pacing strategists, and they were managing their efforts down the cut pass, content not to get involved and drawn into a chase and a race to join this group. They eventually did on Van der Stel Pas.
Well, this was the point at which the race became neutralized. Although they were pretty much well beyond the halfway point, it was as if all of the efforts by Faces or Roller were in vain as everyone came back together.
You could see the race leaders looking over to see, yes, we're all back together here, and the second half and the restart of the race, and it was on the brutal Jacques climb that this young superstar, Pauline Ferrand-Prévot, opened the gap up ahead on her own and made sure that Robin de Groot was not too far behind her, and they started to go up the road. And then the trouble for the pair of Gomez Villafan and Hayley Batten.
Yeah, so Hayley all of a sudden wasn't capable of getting her seat back up. And it's not ideal having to push so hard and not being able to be in your the correct saddle height. But then again, all of a sudden the dropper seat post is back to working normally, which means she then again has to stop and lower her seat because she kind of put everything up high. So, and from now on they managed to get that right, and Hayley decided to not use the dropper seat post anymore. They have to get that solved when they, tonight with the mechanics, but they dealt with it nicely and came through nicely during the stage. But it also meant that they were left in second position on their own, having to chase all the way to the finish line, not knowing how far behind they were back from the team in front of them.
Well, Simtech ZA had gone past them by this stage. In fact, they joined them, or they were riding with them after the initial problem with the dropper seat post, and now they were riding up the road. And from then on, Gomez, Villafan and Batten had to just wind it up a little, and they certainly did as they started to hunt down Wakefield and Luthi, and they were able to catch them and pass them, but not the pair right up front, the BMC MTB pair. Pauline Ferrand-Prévot and her partner Robin de Groot were able to open the lead and use the single track here. Pauline on the front, where she is supreme, was able to just extend that lead. On the open roads in on the river floodplain towards Elandskloof, they just managed that effort. They managed to keep the lead just below 3 minutes, and a stage win in the offing for BMC MTB. Very impressive ride by Robin de Groot and Pauline Ferrand-Prévot. They found each other as a combination today in no uncertain terms. They shared the workload. They did. They used each other's strengths superbly well, and carved out a very, very good lead. This pair managed themselves very well as well.
All credit to them. They held that gap. They did lose possibly 2 to 3 minutes on that, on dealing with that issue with their dropper seat posts, and they didn't lose any time in that chase. So it wasn't a case of them losing any of that gap. Robin de Groot and Pauline Ferrand-Prévot did not extend their lead at all after that mechanical. So all looks good for the team, and the well-deserved victory after a terrible day yesterday. Pauline Ferrand-Prévot feeling absolutely dreadful after the stage, and Robin de Groot guiding her through it and rewarded for those efforts today.
Yeah, after their difficulties, second place, 2 minutes and 47 seconds back. 91 Songo Specialized, Sophia Gomez Villafan and Hayley Batten and they will stay in the Chivita orange jerseys as race leaders for one more day. And Amy Wakefield and Ariane Luthi rolling home in third place today. Again, no real panic for them. Really long and hard, exhausting day, but seemingly just strategizing their way to the finish without any real panic. And in fourth place were Faces Roller of Candice Lill and Mariska Strauss, who were 10 minutes behind the stage winners today. So it has seen a change in the general classification. No change amongst the leaders, 91 Songo Specialized, but Team BMC MTB are now in second place on the overall standings, and Simtech ZA in third place, and then Faces Roller are down in fourth place. The finish line at Greyton in the 2022 Absa Cape Epic is going to be open for a long time today, because if the leaders are doing this over 6 hours, the leading men and women, the back end of the field are in for a 9 to 10, sometime perhaps even 11-hour day as they make the way from Lourensford to Greyton. Well, it's been some day for the racing end of this race, and tomorrow promises more. Probably quite different to tomorrow, because they will come to grips on the first of two really hard, technical and tricky days on the Greyton trails. They've got some wonderful trails here, and they'll be over the 2 days exploring most of them here. Neil Gardner, you know some of these trails.
Well, we know them for their roughness and for their rockiness, and it's clear that that the riders who prepared for these conditions will be at an will have a big advantage. Greyton has seen some huge drama over the years in the racing. And we talked earlier about the 2009 edition, which was ranks up there as one of the most dramatic yet ever seen at the Absa Cape Epic, where riders were crashing, breaking their wheels, shoulders were popping out, and it's all part of racing in Greyton, in this area where we're really in one of the hearts of mountain biking in the world.
Absolutely. So they will head tomorrow out towards Genadendal with beautiful village. We'll tell you a lot more about it tomorrow as they go through there, but yeah, this is going to be a testing day. The one good thing is they don't have to transfer and move to another race village. They will be finishing back at Greyton and be able to rest there and recover tomorrow. So that lies what lies in store for tomorrow's stage. A very testing one indeed. Yeah, Greyton is well known for its rugged, rough terrain. They'll explore most of it over the next couple of days. That's what it is here at the Absa Cape Epic. Second time this Elandskloof Valley has been used, and the 6th year that Greyton itself has been the village central for the Absa Cape Epic. Confirming the NTD Masters, another stage win for the Songa 91 Epic legends, Carl Pat and Christoph Sauser. Just 19 seconds ahead of Pirazzoli and Martinez. Miguel Martinez, the 2000 Olympic gold medalist, and Martin Chilingi, a road racer of the highest order, and he's in third place. How close is that today? 1 minute and 47 seconds between the winners and third place.
We never thought it would be this tight with two of the most decorated riders in the sport, and in fact the only two of the three riders that have won this race 5 times.
And this is how it stands in the general classification, and the second place team weren't even on the podium today. Craig Uriah and Andrew Divinage at Restonic, 18 minutes down. It's clear yesterday that Martinez and Pirazzoli had problems yesterday and lost an enormous amount of time. They'll be chasing hard to regain. Well, they won the first stage. They want to go back to the top of that podium. Some quality races in this, some highly decorated riders, and of course two working class businessmen who are in between them, Craig Uriah and Andrew Divinage of Restonic. The other categories, well, some of the categories have finished. Others are still out there on the road making their way towards the finish here at Elandskloof.
Well, it's a long day for all. In fact, it's almost 2 o'clock now, and we're normally finished a little bit before that. So it's clear that this is, if it's a long day for us, it's certainly a long day for the riders out there on the trails.
That it is. Recovery is going to be key, and Well, as every minute ticks by, the amount of time allowed for recovery is diminished for these riders out there as they get to the village. Some will get there shortly before dark and then have to recover somehow and prepare for tomorrow. Oh, it is a true test. It measures all this, the Absa Cape Epic.
Certainly, they'll get their reward at the end of the week with the very coveted finishers medal. And talking of rewards, we're about to cross to the podium.
Indeed, the women's podium about to step up. The stage presentation of those top riders, the top 3 in today's stage from Lourensford to Greyton will be recognized on the podium very, very shortly. Yeah, the medal at Vergelegen on Sunday for those finishers will be much cherished and treasured for many, many years because it'll be so hard earned. Not that any other finishers medal at the Absa Cape Epic hasn't been hard earned. Every year has its own tests and battles for every single finisher, and this year is no different, year 18 of the Absa Cape Epic.
Well, there's a great science to creating this course and making it equal for all, so that it's always hard and it's always just the right amount of difficulty, so that no rider can say from any other previous edition that their ride was harder. It's equal. The only factors that really are at play are, of course, the weather, and that's the critical thing.
Oh yes, they can say it was harder and tougher,
they can say it.
And they can say it, and they can have those arguments. That's what it's all about, isn't it? Here we are, the presentation of the top 3 in the women's category today. It is Ariane Luthi and Amy Wakefield, the Swiss marathon champion, alongside the South African, and they have ridden another strong day today. They're absolutely shattered, but it's been a very, very big day. 3rd place for them, 2nd place for Investec Songo Specialized, 91 Songo Specialized. It is Hayley Batten and Sophia Gomez-Villafan. And taking the stage win, bouncing back after a brutal stage 1 when they lost 9 minutes, Pauline Ferrand-Prévot and Robin de Groot, the multiple South African marathon champion alongside the multiple world champion across 4 different disciplines. Pauline Ferrand-Prévot in her first Absa Cape Epic, 2 stage wins, and today was one of those very, very, very hard-earned stage wins. Look at the smiles on their faces, you know they are enjoying this moment.
Well, they're delighted. They had almost an incident-free day, and not counting. Let's just, if we pan out, we'll be able to zoom out. We'll be able to see Hayley Batten had a small patch on her knee. Looks like she had a little bit of an off, and she wasn't alone with Lars Foster, Matt Beers, and of course Baum also had a small off. Also micro crashes, you could call them, and no major incidents, and life goes on for the top riders at the Absa Cape Epic.
That it certainly does. They will head off, well, all but the race leaders to begin that recovery, although the moment they stopped their bikes, the recovery started with ice vests and socks around their necks to cool them down, water over the head, and as much liquid as they can to get into the body. You dehydrate today, no question about that. No matter how much liquid you try and take in, it's going to have that effect on you day in and day out. It is very, very wearing. So to the podium we go for the race overall leaders, and back in the Chivita orange zebra stripe jerseys. Well, they're back in prime position. 91 Songo Specialized, Hayley Batten on the left there, Sophia Gomez-Villafan. They love it, and so they should. Nice moment, you know it.
I know it, yeah. It's a very, very good moment and a very good feeling, especially knowing that you had a solid day out. So they are very much looking forward to the upcoming days, I can tell you.
Well, what a day it has been. A very, very long, tough day for the riders. And as we said, there's still hundreds of riders making their way towards the finish there. Over 6 hours in the saddle for those riders in the elite category. It's a difficult thing to recover from. But you know, it's been a really tough day in studio as well. Our air-conditioned studio here at Vergelegen, it's hard work, Neil. It really is. We need to recover as well. Tell you what, shall we start our recovery right now?
That's a good idea because it's a special occasion, isn't it?
It is. It's a special occasion. Happy birthday, Annika. Lovely. Thank you for coming to spend your birthday with us. And you can begin your recovery now.
Wow. Look at this. Thanks.
You see, on the podium again. You're never not on the podium at the Absa Cape Epic.
Where's the champagne?
Yes, that'll have to come.
That's
well
at
done.
the end of the week.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
So we know that you've been celebrating your birthday at the Absa Cape Epic for many years, and now you get a chance to have a cake and have your cake and eat it.
Yes, but I have been reliably informed that those petals are salt and vinegar.
Oh, my favorite. Yes. How good is this, huh?
Lovely, isn't it? Well, there we go, celebrating a significant birthday here at the Absa Cape Epic and celebrating another remarkable day here on the 2022 edition of the Absa Cape Epic. It continues tomorrow. You know where to find us, right here where we are right now. Neil, thanks very much for joining us. Enjoy your cake.
With you guys?
Thank you very much. I was
Thank you.
making sure we're going to get some cake. Join us tomorrow when we'll be a few kilograms heavier. See you tomorrow. Cheers.